Rebuilding Connecticut is a challenge unlike any we've ever faced. Tax hikes and unchecked government spending will hurt our recovery. They won't make the state more affordable, bring back jobs, or attract new businesses. We can rebuild our economy and get people back to work. But that means taking a different approach, working together to unlock opportunities and the state's tremendous potential. Find out which leaders stand with you and your local small businesses at rebuildct.com.
Good morning, and welcome to CBIA's 2021 E2 Energy and Environment Conference. I'm Chris DiPentima, President and CEO of CBIA. I want to start by saying how grateful I am for the way you and your company stepped up and supported your employees, your communities, and our home state over these past 15 months. I am incredibly proud to be part of Connecticut's business community, to see firsthand the difference you all make in your communities, and to have the opportunity to hear and share some incredible stories. From manufacturers retooling production lines to make urgently needed PPE and medical equipment, to the tens of millions of dollars in time and resources businesses poured back into their communities, to the spectacular development of the COVID-19 vaccines. This past year tested our stamina, willpower, inner fortitude, and much more. But instead of running from this challenge, Connecticut met it head on, turning adversity into opportunity. CBIA has been your voice and your partner through the pandemic, from fielding your calls and emails, pivoting to hosting virtual meetings like this one, and I am one and certainly looking forward to returning to in-person events in the fall. Also distributing PPE to small businesses, to the unprecedented 1.5 million visits to our CBI website hosted last year, and of course continuing to advocate on your behalf to the administration and legislator. The resiliency and perseverance of our residents and businesses is inspiring. I've seen and heard so many remarkable stories that reinforce my optimism and belief that Connecticut will emerge from the pandemic stronger and better than ever before. The COVID-19 vaccines changed the game, and what an incredible testament to the ability of businesses to innovate. It normally takes 12 to 13 years to bring a vaccine to market, but in less than 1 year, Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson have brought hope to Connecticut, the country, and the world. We see positive economic indicators, driven in part by our response to the health crisis. Connecticut is among the top states for vaccinations, with almost 2 million of our residents, 55% now fully vaccinated. 2/3 of the population has received one vaccine dose, and more than 75% of our adults are fully vaccinated. Less than 4 weeks ago, Connecticut became one of the first states in the Northeast to fully reopen when all business restrictions, excluding the indoor mask mandate, were lifted. And what a difference that has made. I cannot stress how important it is for every person in the state to get the shot. You all play a role in this. If you need help getting your employees and their families vaccinated, let us know. The State Department of Health will bring a mobile clinic to your work site to vaccinate your employees and their families, free of charge, something we're happy and help to promote here at CBIA. While we cannot afford to let our guard down, it is remarkable to consider where we are now compared to last spring. In addressing the health crisis, Connecticut returned to its spot as a leader in the country and the world when it comes to public-private collaboration, resilience, and innovation, or as some like to call it around here, Yankee ingenuity. And now it's on all of us to ensure Connecticut continues to be a leader. I want to thank each of you for your leadership, particularly during these challenging times. The E2 Council is one of our most active policy groups. Attendance to the monthly meetings has actually increased during the pandemic. And that speaks volumes for this group's willingness to get involved, to engage at every level of the regulatory and legislative policy process. We had a number of successes on the policy front this year, which we'll address later today. And that also is a reflection of your involvement. Thank you all for what you do for your businesses and for our great state. And I also want to take a moment to thank all of those at CBIA and our incredible staff, from our events team pivoting to these virtual events, our communications team pushing out tons of information, and our membership and products team. And last but not least, of course, our government affairs team, who's been very active, staying up late at night over the past few weeks. And one member of that team, Ashley Zane, is fast becoming a familiar face among this group. Since joining CBIA last year in the middle of the pandemic, she, along with Marcy Flemke and fellow CBIA newcomer and great American John Blair, are your E2 support team, and I encourage you to keep putting them to the test. Ashley, good morning.
Thanks, and well said, Chris, and welcome again to this year's E2 conference. I'm Ashley Zane, Government Affairs Associate here at CBIA, covering matters related to the environment, including regulatory proposals and efforts at the state legislature. I want to give a big thank you to Burns McDonnell, Pitney, GZA, Pullman Comley, the United Illuminating Company, and Robinson+Cole. With their very generous support, they have helped make today possible. Also, a big thank you to our panelists and staff here at CBIA, and in particular, our coordinator, Marcy Flemke, who, as always, has gone above and beyond to make this event and all of our E2 meetings in general a success. We hope that today's program will be informative and inspiring as we continue to reimagine the state's energy and environmental landscape. For more information on the E2 Council, past meetings, and how to become a member, please visit our website at cbia.com/E2, or just reach out to myself or Marcy. We've got an exciting schedule of panelists today, all of whom are experts in their field, and who are going to give us an update on all aspects of energy and environmental policy, both where we've been and where we're headed. Many times, the business community is portrayed as anti-environment. However, CBIA's E2 Council is focused on ensuring sustainability both economically and ecologically. Consistently engaging with executive and legislative leaders and forming invaluable connections, this council seeks to provide solutions relying on the expertise and experience of each member. As we all know, this past year has halted many industries and changed the landscape of our state in a monumental and likely permanent way. However, with all of these changes and challenges, the energy and environment arenas have pushed forward in an innovative and forward-thinking way. Rising to the challenge, these industries have continued to work through policy topics that have been highlighted by the pandemic, including the role of renewable energy in the state, how to combat climate change, updating and upgrading technology to ensure databases and public records are indeed public and easier to use, how to revamp the permitting process, and how to provide energy rates at the lowest possible price points. And that's just to name a few topics of ongoing interest. Today, we're going to hear from leaders in the sector who have helped ensure Connecticut continues to grow and adapt in an ever-changing world. Leaders who have been critical thinkers, not only pontificating on the possibilities, but acting and bringing these issues and ideas to fruition. Our program today will start out with the E2 subcommittee chairs going over an energy and environment regulatory overview featuring Harold Blinderman, partner at Pitney, Mark Bodman, Executive Director for the Bristol Facility Policy Board, Steve Edelman, Specialist for Environment, Health and Safety at Pratt & Whitney, Lee Hoffman, member at Pullman Comley, Debbie Hoyes, Principal Environmental Engineer at Arcadis, Wojciech Kras, Senior Environmental Engineer at Command Corps, and Dave Krechko, Project Manager at Woodard & Curran. Following a quick break, you'll hear from Elizabeth Fortino, Counsel at Winnick, Rubin, Hoffnagh, Peabody, and Mendel, and Rachel Rosen, Department Manager of Environmental Services at Burns McDonnell, on Wave 2 RSRs and the new EURs. What's different, what's better, and what's not. Next, you'll hear from Joey Lee Miranda, a partner at Robinson+Cole, and Greg Theron, Assistant Vice President at Concentric Energy Advisors, on new renewable energy options for end users. After a quick break, we'll hear from Lee Hoffman from Pullman Comley and DEEP's very own Graham Stevens, Office Director of Constituent Affairs and Land Management at the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protections, on remediation reform, discussing the future state focusing on efforts made to transition from the Transfer Act to a release-based system. After lunch, starting at about 12:15, join us for a discussion on mitigating the risk of climate change and carbon capture and storage technology with Andrew Sinclair, the Northeast Public and Government Affairs Manager for ExxonMobil, and Jennifer Arasimowicz, Executive Vice President, General Counsel, Chief Administrative Officer, and Corporate Secretary for Fuel Cell Energy. Next, listen to Brandon Mark, Energy Engineer, CNI, Conservation and Load Management for United Illuminating, discussing virtual engagement and remote analytics, an innovative approach to energy efficiency during the COVID-19 pandemic. After a quick break, join Beth Barton, partner at Pitney, Ann Catino, partner at Holleran & Sage, Sam Haydock, Director of Business Development at Principal, and once again, Graham Stevens from DEEP on the transition to the new release-based reporting and remediation program, what happens with the Transfer Act, Brownfield Program, and then some. Rounding out the day will be Richard DeRocha, Associate Principal and Hydrogeologist at GZA, and Emily Mooney-Scott, partner at Robinson+Cole on Pfas and industry. And last but not least, join myself and John Blair, Associate Counsel at CBIA, and our energy policy guru for a review on the 2021 legislative session, the good, the bad, and the rest. We're going to do all of that and finish at about 3:45 today. If you have any questions at any time throughout the program, we want to hear them. You can submit them through the Q&A function on your screen and just click the Ask button. Please be aware that you can communicate with us and with each other through the chat function, but we will only address questions that come through the Q&A. We've got a lot to get to today, so let's kick this conference off. Starting off with our conference, we have the chairs of the E2 committee with an energy and environment regulatory overview. E2 has 4 committees that focus on general regulatory overview in the state and are made up the council's steering committee members. Our first committee is our Energy Committee, chaired by Lee Hoffman. Lee is chair of Pullman Comley's Environmental, Energy, and Telecommunications Department and litigates and advises clients in environmental law, energy and utility matters, and toxic tort suits. Welcome, Lee.
Thank you, Ashley. So they've given a lawyer 10 minutes and they've set the clock, so I've got to get going. And, well, that's a very sensitive forward button. Can we go back? All right, there we go. So at about this stage of the game, we're always talking about policy. And as we were passing the budget this year, we realized that we may have the best Republican governor in the state, in Governor Lamont, that we've had in some time, passing a balanced budget that was bipartisan with no tax increases. And so we really have returned to the land of Lincoln. And I was thinking about that in terms of energy policy, and I realized that, yeah, we really have returned to the land of Lincoln. But for those of you who are just listening to this, it's a picture of Lincoln and it says, my policy is to have no policies. And as I was thinking about energy policy in Connecticut, that's really where we are right now. We had a policy when Dan Esty combined the agencies into one big Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, but now discerning what the through line is for Connecticut's energy policy is getting more and more difficult. And in fact, it's probably more accurate to suggest that we have too many policies right now, and they're all competing for attention. And so that's what I want to talk about in the 10 minutes that I've got here, particularly as it pertains to recent events. So the first one is, you can say to me very clearly, but Lee, we have a zero carbon policy. The governor's laid it out, Malloy started it, but Lamont said, no more carbon in the electric generating sector. We're gonna have zero carbon by 2040. It's an ambitious goal. 20 years from now, that's a policy. Full stop. And yeah, it is, but how are we going to get there? And for those of you who have been tuning in to the monthly meetings, some of these themes are going to be familiar, but the reality is that DEEP just overhauled its stormwater permitting process, and that makes it more difficult to site solar facilities and only solar facilities, nothing else. No other regime was called out in Appendix I, and now the Stormwater Permitting Group is talking about changing the general permit for stormwater again and formulating an Appendix K, and that may be coming out later this year, which may make it even more difficult to site solar facilities in the state. You also have now the Departments of Agriculture and the Forestry Division that are weighing in on solar projects, including now with forestry, potential forests, not just actual core forests that are going on. And we need to take a look at how difficult it is because, again, that's only solar facilities. It's not distribution centers. It's not manufacturing. It's not anything else. Second to last, we're in the middle of a big debate with where we're going to go with our LREC ZREC program. We have one last year, year 10, on the low emissions renewable energy credit, zero emissions renewable energy credit program, but Pura is still figuring out where that policy is going to go. And that's actually the one thing that I feel best about, because I do think that we're going to have a clear path forward in the coming months as to exactly where that program's going to go. And you'll have to stay tuned, because some of that's going to be the topic for our July meeting, and I don't want to spoil that. But lastly, you take a look at what happened in the legislature this session, and I don't really want to steal John's thunder at the end of the event, so do stay tuned. But one thing that I want to call out is there was a labor bill that's listed on the slides as SB 999, but it's now been Public Act 2143, which requires prevailing wage for most commercial scale solar projects in the state. Again, nothing else has to be prevailing wage, only solar projects. And so it's important to recognize that these projects are getting singled out. We did have some success in getting energy storage created, and part of the problem with doing the slides early is we weren't sure that was going to pass, but Public Act 2153, an act concerning energy storage, did pass. It provides robust goals for getting battery energy storage into the state with benchmarks at 300, 750, and 1,000 megawatts, all within the next 10 years. Very ambitious goal, excited to see that. But what I'm not excited to see is the other things that Connecticut's doing to have dichotomies of policies. We have a policy that says that we want to foster competition with electric providers. And indeed, there's a state website, Energize CT, where you can go and you can pick a provider. However, Pura has started taking a very long, hard look at this. And it seems to me that Pura really doesn't want this industry to survive for a whole lot longer. Last year, to much fanfare, Pura launched its Office of Education, Outreach, and Enforcement. And I will tell you from my experience, I have seen a lot of enforcement, but not necessarily a whole lot of outreach or education. The EOE has been very busy, and one of the things that they did was they took a look at all of the retail suppliers in Connecticut, and they looked at all of the regulations that they have, and they realized that for some of these regulations, in particular how you bring a new customer in and how you update their rates, there's a lot of regulations that these companies were honestly making mistakes on, and the regulations weren't clear. The good news is that Pura offered those folks amnesty and said, if you come clean now and voluntarily disclose, you'll have to pay back the difference in the rates, but you won't suffer any penalties. And that was fantastic. But now that that's over, anybody who didn't subject themselves to the amnesty program is now being subjected to some fairly significant enforcement actions, including threats of very high fines, threats of losing your license, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And whether Pura knows it or not, it's sending a message that it really doesn't want competitive electric supply in the state. And I'll end with where I started: cleaner, cheaper, more reliable. That's what we wanted. That's what we claimed we wanted since 2011. It was a good tagline then. It's probably still a good tagline. I don't know if it's achievable, but I know that it's not going to be achievable if the regulators continue to cause uncertainty. So one of the problems that we've got right now is Pura, and this is very esoteric, we have a series of energy contracts throughout the state for both traditional and renewable energy projects. A lot of them are called contracts for differences. Pura, for some reason, and no one can discern why, decided to, on its own motion, start an investigation as to whether or not federal law preempts certain contracts, particularly those that were done under the Energy Independence Act of 2007. These contracts have been in place for over 10 years, and the contracts that they're investigating resulted in over $500 million of investment, and there's billions of dollars of investment on all of these types of contracts. And just by starting this investigation, Pura has sent chills through the marketplace, and people are now wondering whether or not these contracts are going to be valid in the future. That's a real concern, and it's one of the reasons why I think energy policy is uncertain. So I apologize for being the dark cup of coffee and being very bitter this morning, but hopefully I woke you up a little bit. And fortunately, the rest of the panel is a lot friendlier than I am. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Ashley.
Thank you, Lee. Our second committee is the Water Quality Committee, chaired by Debbie Hoyes and Wojtek Kra. Debbie is a principal environmental engineer and project manager for Arcadis and assists clients with environmental permitting, water pollution control, spill prevention, wastewater treatment processes, and operational assistance. Wojtek has worked as a senior environmental engineer for Command for 15 years. Currently, his responsibilities at Command encompass various aspects of environmental compliance in areas of air, waste, wastewater, as well as chemical management and soil and ground remediation. Welcome, Debbie and Wojtek.
Thank you, Ashley. Hi, I'm Debbie with Arcadis, and I'm here to talk to you about updates that occurred on the federal level this past year, and I'm going to jump right in with everybody's favorite topic, PFAS. In April, the U.S. EPA Administrator established the EPA Council on PFAS. The council will be led by Radhika Fox, who is the EPA headquarters Principal Deputy Assistant Administrator in the Office of Water, and Deb Zaro, who is the Acting Regional Administrator in Region 1. The agency's ongoing work on PFAS is based on the 2019 PFAS Action Plan, and the EPC's work is anticipated to include pulling down and updating a PFBS toxicity assessment that has been politically compromised and issue a new assessment backed by career scientists, beginning to develop a national primary drinking water regulation, collecting new data to improve EPA's understanding of 29 PFAS compounds, soliciting data on the presence and treatment of PFAS in wastewater discharges, and monitoring and treating PFAS in drinking water. Next up, I wanted to talk about PFAS and TRI reporting. TRI is the Toxics Release Inventory Report. Chris Rasher from EPA Region 1, he's the TRI Program Coordinator, met with us during the May E2 meeting. And I wanted to pass along some of the highlights from that meeting. There are now 175 PFAS compounds that are required to be reported in the TRI. So the criteria is 1% for all PFAS compounds, with the exception of PFOA, which has a de minimis level of 0.01. As a reminder, these reports are due July 1st, so we have a couple weeks to get those in. Chris was very passionate about his topic of TRI reporting, and if you have any questions, please do reach out to him. His contact info is at the bottom of the slide. He'd be more than happy to help with any questions you may have. Continuing with PFAS, the EPA Region 1 issued NPDES permits will have a requirement to monitor for the 6 PFAS compounds that are listed here on the slide. These are going to be required to be monitored, so no limits, 4 times a year. This is only required after there is an EPA-approved wastewater method available. So it's only monitoring for now, but I think it's a sign of things to come for us here in Connecticut. Also, EPA Region 1 issues NPDES permits for POTWs. They will have a requirement to annually sample industrial dischargers to the POTW. They list the industries here that are known to contain PFAS-containing compounds, and then you'll note a catch-all at the end, any other known or expected sources of PFAS. So really gives the POTWs the authority to sample all industrial dischargers. So just to reiterate, there is not currently a method for wastewater analysis for PFAS compounds. It is coming. It's anticipated before the end of the year. The method approval process includes a single and multiple laboratory testing and confirmation. This is a high priority for EPA. So again, anticipate it by the end of the year. All right, switching over to stormwater. EPA issued their version of the Industrial Stormwater General Permit called the Multi-Sector General Permit, or MSGP for short. This permit was effective March 1st and covers 29 different industrial sectors. This impacts Connecticut industries since DEEP is expected to model their version of the Industrial Stormwater General Permit after the MSGP. So some of the significant changes from the 2015 MSGP, which is the previous version, includes reordering sections, revising wording, a requirement to post a sign confirming permit coverage, consideration of enhanced stormwater controls for major events, updated benchmark monitoring schedules and values, additional implementation measures if benchmarks are exceeded, and impaired waters monitoring. Lastly, I wanted to talk about the lead and copper rule revisions. This rule became effective on June 17th, 2021, and is applicable to entities supplying drinking water. So the LCR revisions established dozens of significant changes. You really need to read the rule in detail, but key changes include using science-based testing protocols to find more sources of lead in drinking water, establishing a trigger level to jumpstart mitigation earlier and in more communities, more lead service line replacements, requiring testing in schools and child care facilities, and requiring water systems to identify and make public the locations of lead service lines. Okay, that's it for me. I'm going to hand it over to Wojtek, who will give you the state updates.
Well, thank you so much, Debbie, for your presentation and the handoff. Good morning, everybody. As Debbie said, my name is Wojtek Krach. I work for Command Corporation as Senior Environmental Engineer, and today it is my pleasure to yet again provide you with an update on the latest in the realm of wastewater compliance here at our state of Connecticut. So let's start off with an update on stormwater general permits. As you know, we are nearing the end of a quarter, so if you haven't already done so, please remember to collect your visual stormwater samples, and maybe some of you have to collect samples that you will need to send to the lab. It will probably rain tomorrow, so just make sure you are looking at the 3 days of dry weather period that's required before you collect your samples. The good news for myself that I'd like to share is that George and I, we already collected our samples last week. So we are off to the races for the new quarter. Another set of good news that I'd like to share is that DEP has public noticed the regulated community here in Connecticut that they intend to reissue the existing industrial general permit for stormwater, which is due to expire end of September of this year, as you know. And if this extension goes forward, which it appears that it will, we are looking at living with this permit for another 3 years, so up until September 30th, 2024. And as you know, historically, I've been a proponent of advocating for extensions of the general permits for longer periods of time. And maybe somebody is listening to me, seeing that we are looking at a pretty long extension here, or maybe we're learning from history, because last time we tried to adopt the new EPA general permit, it probably took us, I think, at least 5 years. Another example of complications that we run into, as Lee has spoke about before, is the construction general permit that is now in effect through December 30th, 2025. And you might recall that we experienced some difficulties with transitioning to that new permit when we did. As you know, a commercial storm permit is in effect through May 14th, 2022. So at this point, hopefully everybody has submitted their notifications to their water authorities for this new miscellaneous industrial user general permit. This was previously known as the miscellaneous general permit, which is now expired. We don't really know whether there will be any fees associated with reviews of those notifications. For those of you that did submit them, this is a question mark, and I think that the answers will lie with the water authorities to whom you submitted your notifications. Next is the significant industrial user general permit, which is similar in a way that the registrations for this permit were due at DEP by April 29th of this year. I had the pleasure of assembling with help 2 of these registrations, and I would like to thank DEP for giving all of us extra time to ensure that all those registrations were completed in a way that they should be and on time. And just to note that if you are considered a significant industrial user by DEP, this significant industrial user general permit might be your only vehicle to come to compliance, depending on what wastewater discharges you have. Speaking of personal pleasures, I also had the opportunity to go through my first virtual and hybrid inspection with DEP, which I'm happy to report went fine and all was fine in compliance. As you can see on this slide, these are the 4 ways in which DEP now can administer a compliance inspection at your site. We followed the number 1 method, in which most of our records were reviewed electronically, and the sample collection and very limited site inspection was conducted on site and in person. A couple other things I'd like to bring to your attention. Due to the pandemic, the diversion registrations and permits, it used to be that we needed to re-register within 180 days, and due to the pandemic, DEP had decided to relax this requirement, and now if you have to re-register for water diversion or associated permit, you can do so only 30 days prior to the expiration of your existing permit or diversion. Also stay tuned for the DEP's concierge service update that is scheduled for June 16th and will be also facilitated by the CBIA. And lastly, I always like to remind everybody to remember the resource that we have provided by DEP about the general permits and all the forms and instructions that are provided to you. And if you need to register for any of those permits, start by reviewing the fact sheets that are provided there. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention and for being with us here today, and wish you a fortunate rest of the year.
Thanks, Debbie and Wojtek. Our 3rd committee is the Air Quality Committee, chaired by Steve Edelman and Dave Kretschko. Steve is the Air Program Manager at Pratt & Whitney. He's responsible for regulatory compliance associated with aerospace manufacturing, R&D programs, and powerhouse activities. Dave is a project manager at Woodard & Curran. For over 14 years, he has provided environmental permitting and regulatory compliance consulting to industrial, institutional, and municipal clients. Welcome, Steve and Dave.
Thanks, Ashley. Steve and I are going to give a recap of some of the air topics that the E2 committee has been focused on over the last year or so. So one of the significant ones that we've been addressing has been the new general permit to limit potential to emit program. Last year, CTD finalized 2 regulations that effectively replaced the GPLPE, which has been in effect for about 25 years. Hundreds of facilities have operated under that permit in order to avoid being classified and regulated as a major source of air pollution. And that has now gone away as of last November. So any facility that wishes to continue to limit their potential to emit and operate as a minor source has to choose one of these 2 regulatory programs to operate under. And those began last November. So it's an optional program, but it is beneficial to a lot of facilities to avoid otherwise more complex regulations. Unlike the GPLPE, it doesn't require registration or deep approval, just a notification, and it is a voluntary option to proceed. There's no fees, there's no expiration, it's just a regulation that stays in effect, and it effectively does the same enforceable limitations as the GPLPE has done for 25 years or so. One thing for folks to be aware of, hopefully anyone who was formerly under the GPLPE program has already notified under the new regulations, but if not, they can still do so. It's a rolling process. But anyone that has notified under the new regulations does not have to do any reporting for those until next year. So the first annual reporting period is calendar year 2021, and that report will be due March of next year. But important to note that even though the reports aren't due until next year, all the requirements, the record keeping, the emissions limitations, the monitoring, all that stays in effect. You need to comply with that at all times and be prepared to demonstrate that if there's an inspection. Jared Millay at DEEP is the contact. He's presented at E2 meetings and been very helpful providing information, interpreting the requirements, and letting folks know what to do. So he's a good contact to reach out to if anyone has any questions or issues under that new program. Another topic that we've had some meetings on this past year is NOx RACT Phase 2, which are some new strict emission limits that will take effect in June of 2023. So these apply to major sources of NOx and also minor sources of NOx that have certain pieces of equipment that are high emitting sources, so that have high daily NOx emissions. Robin Baina and Ricky Bouffard of DEEP gave a presentation at an E2 meeting back in the fall about the new limits that are coming into effect and what your options are for complying with those. These are difficult limits to meet for a lot of cases, and for sources that are unable to currently achieve these new low emission limits, DEEP has alternative options that you can comply with. One of these is a case-by-case application, and but unfortunately that deadline has already passed. So hopefully if anyone needed to operate under one of those, they had already addressed that. The other one is there are several alternative options to comply with the new limits, and that is still an available option for facilities to take if they need to. But be aware that September 1st of this year is when your compliance plan needs to be submitted to DEEP in order to follow those. After September 1st, if a compliance plan is not submitted, then the only option to comply with is to modify your equipment or take it out of service such that you don't exceed the new emission limits. So now I think Steve's going to give an update on some recent incinerator regulatory changes that have been finalized by DEEP and a little history of the process.
Thank you, Dave.
Like Dave just said, today I wanted to discuss a little bit about and talk about the changes that happen in the air regulations, actually how they happen. And it can happen fairly quickly. As you can see on the slide, notice of intent was submitted in July 2020, and the reg was codified at in March. And that's fairly quick. But typically, when these changes happen, typically as a regulated facility in Connecticut, we find they're usually negative, and they offer up more stringent requirements for us. It impacts our resources, our processes, the way we design our processes, more record keeping, reporting, monitoring. And sort of a good example of this is the recent change in the incinerator regulation. Prior to 2009, a good simple description of the permitting process in Connecticut, or what's required to be permitted, it would be a new source that has potential emissions, uncontrolled, greater than 15 tons per year, and you needed a permit. Then in 2009, there was a slight change in regulation where they targeted incinerators. Incinerators, it didn't matter what the emission rate was, they required a permit. And I remember when that first came out, and reading about it as a consultant then, I said, gee, there's not that many incinerators out there that are that small. And to me, an incinerator was you have a process that has a byproduct. You take that byproduct out of the process, bring it to another emission source or even another facility, and then it's heated up to the point of combustion and it incinerates. That's an incinerator. But once the reg was final, we started interacting with the DEP. They produced a memo discussing it. We found out it's far more wide open than that. A quick chop up of the definition of incinerator, but it means any device destroying, reducing by fire or heat any material or substance. And that now included many sources, especially sources at small facilities, R&D ovens, things that would just fit on the top of a table. And a lot of facilities don't have air people that have air compliance people that are experts and know these fine differences. And I believe there's a lot of sources out there at that time that would be subject to this. And at our facility in 2013, we proposed installing 4 furnaces, and that was oh no, I think they're going to be incinerators. So we reviewed the regulations, we looked at federal regs, we looked through federal registers, the applicability determination index, we looked at other states. We went to our pre-application meeting with the DEP, and they agreed, but they were stuck with this broad interpretation of incinerator. And they determined that we did need to submit permit applications, which were ready to be submitted right then. But they did set up a meeting with us with Gary Rose, who at that time I believe he was the Director of Permitting and Enforcement. And by the time we did meet with Gary Rose from the DEP, he knew of other sources, he'd seen our application, he'd also heard from comments from the regulated community, such as CBIA had commented during the public commenting period on the permit, and he agreed. He said that when they first developed this reg, they thought they were doing the right thing. They were trying to go after crematoriums. They also had a problem with somebody from their enforcement division had gone to a marina over the weekend and saw an open barrel that was burning oil sludge in it, and they had no way to enforce to stop these kind of actions. So at that point, though, Gary Rose agreed with us, and he thought it was a good thing. He became our champion. I know that's probably an old management term, but you need somebody at the DEP to champion something like this. They have to believe it's the right thing to do. But at that time, Gary did say to us, he said, during the commenting period in 2009, all we got was one comment from the regulated community. And I did bring up to him, well, is it quality or quantity? And also, when the reg was initially finalized, or when it was finalized, we really didn't know the true intent and the focus of the regulation. So to give an idea, you saw the timeline on the slide from 2020 to 2021. That's sort of the sprint to the final destination. This all started in 2014. There were multiple meetings between DEP, the regulated community, CBIA, E2 members, and then also SIPRAC subcommittee members. And finally, in July, the the intent to change the regulations was started. And part of that is they showed us the final draft. And we thought we had the final draft, but when this appeared in the notification, we realized they added some phrases, things that hadn't been defined, burn chamber, residual amounts, how much is residual. So from that, we decided to make comments through CBIA. We had quite a few stakeholders got involved. Unfortunately, this is a small regulation. It doesn't impact too many sources in Connecticut, and there's some very important things that were going on at that time. We didn't submit the comments by the due date. Then I also screwed up at my facility. I didn't get it through internal review quick enough, so I wasn't able to submit our comments. And thankfully, Anthony Girardello from AG Consulting, he submitted comments. The DEP loved his comments. And unfortunately, though, one comment was submitted. But they came up with a good regulation, and it's something that's helped out the regulated community. Now, how do these changes happen? Usually, it's initiated by the DEP, and then they work through different various groups like the E2 members and also through Connecticut CBIA subcommittees. But also, you can inspire the DEP, and that's what happened with this. We were able to bring something to their attention with the help of others, and they were able to change the regulation. Now, some keys to success: it has to be the right thing to do for everybody. The DEP must agree, let them initiate the action, find a champion, and this has worked for us at our facility multiple times. Work with the E2 stakeholders. We have so many sources. We have consultants that deal with many sources in Connecticut. Talk to them. Find out other sources that are out there. And also, there's two other things. There's going to be more important initiatives, so don't get frustrated and be prepared for compromises. And one last quick thing. Yesterday at CBIA, it was discussed all the Title V major sources. You have your emission fees are due July 1st. They were 2 to 3 weeks late. They sent out the notices on June 4th. And we asked the DEP if they're going to try and extend that date, and it's up for discussion. Thank you.
And last but not least is our Waste Quality Committee, which is chaired by Mark Bobman and Harold Blinderman. Unfortunately, Mark is unable to join us today, but Mark is the Executive Director to the Bristol Facility Policy Board and the Wallingford Regional Solid Waste Project. Harold is a partner at Pitney and has represented clients in the areas of environmental, energy, land use, and public utilities for nearly 30 years. He regularly counsels and represents companies in permitting, compliance, siting, transactions, and enforcement at the federal and state level. Welcome, Harold.
Thank you, Ashley. Good morning, everybody. This is a very sensitive clicker. So Mark is unable to be with us today, and I'm not going to attempt to do justice to his slides. But if Mark were here, he would touch on 3 points, and he would tell you that landfill capacity is shrinking, costs are going way up, and that solutions are proving to be very, very elusive. And Mark then would go into a lot of the details about this. And I am going to leave it at that high-level description, and I'm going to turn to the discussion with respect to remediation, regulations, and the Transfer Act and spill reporting. So, for my purposes, you're going to hear an awful lot throughout the rest of this conference with respect to the topics that you see on your screen. A lot has occurred over the last year while we were all bunkered in, and there's going to be 3 discussions during the panels during the day. They're going to discuss these topics. So my job is to hit the high points for you and serve as an introduction to the discussion that's going to follow. With respect to the Transfer Act, in the fall of last year, the legislature passed potentially transformative legislation aiming to replace what we have now, which is really a transaction-based property cleanup program, with a release-based, focused on releases, remediation program. With that, I just want to make clear, and as to butcher Mark Twain, and just say that the reports of the demise of the Transfer Act are very premature. It's not dead. It's very much alive, and it's going to stay in place until we get a release-based program in place through regulation. So turning to that, sorry about that. Turning to that, the PA 20-9, the first 14 sections of the Act address some incremental improvements to the Transfer Act. But the guts of the legislation are in sections 15 through 23 of the Act, which address how to implement a release-based program in Connecticut. Couple of two high-level takeaways for you with respect to that program. The center of the Act is that it's on the principle that the person that creates the release or the discharge is responsible for cleaning it up, unlike where we have now, which is which the cleanup occurs upon the transfer of property. But before that happens, before we go to that program, before the Transfer Act sunsets, there needs to be regulations in place. And that's where the devil is in the details. So to get there, the Act provides for a release-based program working group to help develop the regulations. The release-based program working group right now is the center of the universe. They have formed 5 topical subcommittees. They have papers that are due today, I believe at midnight, and those papers will be discussed at the next working group meeting in July. There's also a transition advisory group that is dealing with issues related to all the other cleanup programs, such as the Brownfields program, such as the Significant Environmental Hazards program, and how to make all those programs work. So the takeaway there is stay tuned. So on the remediation front, the Wave 2 amendments, which we've talked about over the last several years, became effective in February of this year. The Rsrs, as you know, specify the standards for remediating contamination in soil and groundwater. The revisions to the Rsrs focused on it in a number of areas, including ways to address polluted soil from pesticides, vapor mitigation from groundwater into buildings, and addressed additional opportunities for licensed environmental professionals to self-implement and expedite cleanups through certain of the RSR provisions. Coincident with the RSRs were the EURs, which is the Environmental Use Restriction Amendments. As part of the overall RSR process, to get to a cleanup, you can use environmental land use restrictions to help facilitate that approach. The EURs were a significant revision of what was already on the books. Couple of takeaways there is that beginning with the promulgation of the Act in February of this year, submittals for environmental land use restrictions or for what's called a notice of activity use limitation, which are a less burdensome way to get at restrictions on property to facilitate cleanups, the submittals are subject to the new deep forms. The kinks are still being worked out. The forms aren't aren't available yet, so it's a little slowdown in the process. And I'll just point out that with respect to post-recording requirements, an EUR fact sheet is already supposed to be in place for ELURs that have already been recorded. Annual inspections are required to start this year from April through July of this year, and that 5-year comprehensive inspections begin in 2025. So that brings me to the last topic, which is spill reporting. And for the last 20, 25 years, I think everybody has struggled with 22A 450, which provides that releases of oil or petroleum or chemical liquids or solid, liquid, or gaseous products or hazardous waste, which pose a potential threat to human health or the environment, that you're required to immediately report to the commissioner, facts as may require. So there's a couple of issues with the statute. What poses a potential threat to human health or the environment, and what are the facts that the commissioner requires? So over the years, there have been a number of efforts at spill reporting regulations to address this. The latest effort is now in March of 2021, where DEEP has promulgated a notice to adopt spill reporting regulations. The draft regulations identify thresholds for releases of reportable quantities, triggering reporting. Generally, nearly every release needs to be reported within 1 hour of discovery, but there is a 2-hour window for certain specified quantities of reportable materials that are not cleaned up within the 2 hours of discovery. And reports within 1 hour of discovery are such things as greater than 5 gallons of petroleum or greater than 1.5 gallons of liquid or 10 pounds of any solid within a 24-hour period. And reports within 2 hours are less than 5 gallons of oil or petroleum and less than 1.5 gallons of liquid or solids. And that brings me to the end of this presentation. And I think, speaking for all the task force, I think we'd like to thank Ashley and we'd like to thank Marcy, who has put this whole program together and has done a tremendous job. And with that, I think I've parked this within 30 seconds and landed the plane, so it's all good.
You did great. Thank you to all of our speakers, and thank you, Harold. We're going to take a short break, so we'll see you back here at 9:25.
Our company has always had a long history of sustainability, and to that fact, we look to CBIA to enhance a number of the other programs that we've been working on, which would include solar, rail, make-up air systems, to heat our facility. We were also able to reduce our power cost consumption by hundreds of thousands of dollars. Our business is mainly centered around supplying a value-added raw material for both medical and food applications. I like to utilize them not just for the energy benefits, but especially during the pandemic, there was an awful lot of regulatory issues that we needed someone to use as a sounding board and to really just get through all the red tape and tell us exactly what we need to do so that our employees were safe and that we were in compliance.
Just an incredibly difficult year for everybody. And from the beginning, I would call CBIA and say, listen, I've got this issue. Help me understand, clarify, translate for me. They are my go-to source. We're talking, plus 20 years for sure. O&G is close to celebrating their 100th anniversary in 2023. We have organizations and construction sites throughout the state of Connecticut. There's strong focus on the education market, particularly our schools. At the end of the day, as an HR practitioner, you have a core set of trusted resources, and CBIA is one of them for me.
And welcome back. Our next panel will be Wave 2 RSRs and the new EURs. What's different, what's better, and what's not? Led by Elizabeth Fortino and Rachel Rosen. Elizabeth is a counsel at Winnick, Rubin, Hoffnog, Peabody, and Mendel. Beth practices environmental law, counseling private and public sector clients in transactional, permitting, compliance, and enforcement matters in all areas of environmental law. Rachel is a Connecticut licensed environmental professional, an LEP, with over 30 years of experience in both the consulting and construction aspects of commercial and industrial remediation and environmental site assessments. Welcome, Beth and Rachel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, bear with me for a second. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today and letting us talk with you about these topics. Can we go to the next 2 slides? Those are pictures of us, but you can see us already. We've changed it. Now, previous speakers have given very brief introductions to our topics, and we're going to dive into a little bit deeper detail. I know that most people sitting in front of us right now have heard some level of presentation probably several times on the RSRs and the EURs, definitely over the past 6 months and probably sometimes over the past 8 years. We're going to jump into the pieces that we found interesting or important to share with you. We're not covering everything. This is not a tutorial. It's just informational. We'll do what we can. Thank you. I can barely see. Close. So I wanted to go over some high-level changes with the Wave 2 RSRs. And it's those things that I found interesting. It's not necessarily the most important pieces of the RSRs. Let's go to the next slide. I wanted to start with public notice. It's not a soil and groundwater cleanup aspect of the RSRs, but it is very important. And there have been subtle changes to the public notice requirements. Previously, the details of public notice were found in the Connecticut Transfer Act and voluntary program, and there were references to public notice in the RSRs, so you knew that it was required, but now the details are all in the RSRs. And the reason I'm sharing this with you is because I've been working through them, and so I thought it was interesting, so I'll share. Public comment period was formerly 45 days, and now it's 30 days. And the list of people who you have to send letters to, if you send out letters, has changed a little bit. But the most important thing I think that has changed with respect to public notice is the detail of the content of the notice. Previously, we were able to just say, we're going to remediate, here's the site, here's the REM ID number, please call me if you have questions, and that was it, pretty much. Now, the RSRs are very specific with a level of detail that you need to include, so please look at that section when you're preparing new notices, because things have changed. You need to tell them what you're cleaning up, you need to tell them what the restrictions are going to be, and how long it's going to take. So I just wanted to get that out of the way before we started talking about soil and groundwater. Let's move to the next slide. Again, there have been countless changes to the RSRs, and I just picked a few things that I found interesting or that I started to work on and I wanted to share with you. So let's go to the next slide. This is an engineered control for direct exposure situations that an LEP can certify. Previously, there was no such thing as a LEP certified engineered control. This is not a free ticket. This is definitely an engineered control with all of the bells and whistles and requirements, including having to explain exactly why this control is needed and why it is more beneficial to the cost, based on cost, but it's still protective of human health and the environment, and why it weighs out that this is important. There's still financial assurance, there's still an environmental use restriction, but an LEP can certify it. The part that I wanted to bring out to your attention was some of the details that are involved, that are there in the RSRs right now. Look at this. Non-paved surfaces, they call out in the RSRs, shallow rooted vegetation, shrubs, trees. They get very specific with different types of situations and what is allowed. You can put mulch over contaminated soil, 12 inches of it, with a shallow rooted vegetation in certain situations with an engineer control, and that's okay. Hardscape surfaces. You can have pavement over 9 inches, 9 inches of pavement over hardscape and subbase with an engineer, this type of engineer control. Now, there are limits. You have to have an engineer design it and seal it. There has to be a maintenance plan. Fine. It has to have at least a 15-year lifespan. So it's not, like I said, a free ticket home, but there's a lot of options here that weren't there before. So I haven't started using this. I'm sure others are just figuring out their way through it, but this is a new option for us. Something I wanted to point out, which caught my fancy, was that there's also a paragraph on solar arrays. So you can have engineered controls, direct exposure engineered controls for solar arrays, and those can be LEP certified. So I thought that was kind of cool that that was added in. The next slide. This is something that I wanted to go over with you. I personally started digging into this one. This is an alternative pollutant mobility criteria. This is not an alternative way to demonstrate compliance with the numbers that are already there. That was a component of the previous RSRs, and it is still in the Wave 2s. This is a way for LEPs to use formulas in the RSRs to develop alternative numbers, alternative criteria. Previously, if you wanted to get an alternative pollutant mobility criterion, you had to get DEP approval. Now the LEPs, using the formulas and conditions in the RSRs, can approve this. There are limits, okay? So there's conditions and there's limits. In a GA area, you can't come up with a PMC that's greater than 1,000 milligrams per kilogram, no matter what the substance is. In a GB area, you can't come up with a PMC that's greater than 10,000. So there are constraints on this. In addition, you have to have a relationship to groundwater quality. So you can calculate the numbers, but you can't also have exceedances of the groundwater protection or the surface water criteria. So it's not a free-for-all, but there are options in the RSRs. You need to tell the DEP that you're doing this, and you need to show your work in an appendix. I'm going to talk about the stacking option later on when I get into groundwater. Let's go to the next slide. Okay. This is the polluted material PMC exemption, and this is a new term. Under the Wave 1 RSRs, which is what we've been working with since 2013, there was an exemption for polluted fill, which is defined as soil that was polluted before it was put in place at a site. So let's think back 100 years or so to when a lot of our urban sites were filled. 1880, somebody took soil polluted with coal ash and wood ash and filled your site, and then they built some buildings or a neighborhood on top of that. That was polluted fill. It was polluted before it was put in place. What about in 1910? You had a perfectly nice parcel of land. Somebody dumped coal ash and wood ash on it, built a development, the stuff all got mixed up. It wasn't quite clear if that was polluted fill because the soil wasn't polluted when it was placed. It's a little nuanced, but it makes a difference. The DEP has incorporated a new term into the RSRs called polluted material, which is soil that was historically intermixed with coal ash, wood ash, coal fragments, et cetera. And there is a PMC exemption in certain situations for those materials. They've also added coal slag and coal clinkers to the definition. So they're the same restrictions on the PMC exemption for polluted material as we had for polluted fill, but they've added a new restriction, which is the soil vapor criteria cannot be exceeded or has to be controlled. So this is a little bit of a nuance, but it's important and it's something that I'm sure a lot of people will be using in urban areas. Next. This is another LEP certified pollutant mobility variance that is in the RSRs. The Wave 2 RSRs are filled with ways that LEPs can certify things. So there's a lot more flexibility involved. This is widespread polluted fill. Previously, if you had widespread polluted fill, you needed DEP approval. DEP approval is still available. But in some circumstances, LEPs can approve the PMC variance for polluted fill. The criteria, the old criteria are still the same. There's a new criterion that's been added that the VOCs have to be less than the VOCs are now allowed, but they have to be less than the PMC, and the soil has to comply with the DEC, direct exposure criteria. These are for sites that have greater, for I guess neighborhoods that have greater than 10 acres have been filled, and they have to be sites in the coastal boundary. It has to be a GB area. You can't have a Class A stream. Other groundwater criteria have to be met, but an LEP can certify this particular PMC variance. If you have a site that is outside of the coastal boundary, a variance is still available to you, but you need to go to the DEP for approval, and many conditions apply. You have to understand the degree and extent. There has to be public water available, that kind of thing. So it's just another way that LEPs can certify things on their own. Okay, now we went through soil pretty quickly. Let's talk about a few things for groundwater. There've been some significant changes, and I wanted to run those past you as well. Next slide. So there are new options for alternative surface water protection criteria. And I think based on the conversations that I had with people that the alternative surface water protection criteria were something that a lot of people used and implemented. There used to be one LEP implemented option in the Wave 1 Rsrs, and that was development of a dilution factor for groundwater discharge to a water course. So it was dilution in the water course. And the formula was in the RSRs. That formula is still there, and it is still an option. You can see that under water course dilution factor calculations. That hasn't changed. But there is a new option in there for water that discharges to a tidal water body. LEPs can now calculate that also. So if you're on the Connecticut River or the Housatonic River, you're on Long Island Sound, there's a new option for you for calculating your own alternative surface water protection criterion based on the dilution of the water body. There's a sliding scale. The max dilution factor ranges from 100 to 1,000 times the water quality criterion, and it's based on your distance from the water body that's going to be diluting your contaminated plume. But there's a new term and there's a new option. There are formulas in the Wave 2s that allow alternative surface water protection criteria based on the dilution of the actual aquifer. And this is based on a new term called a dilution ratio, which has to do with the concentration of methyl ethyl death at your release and the concentration a certain distance away. And this is for sites that are greater than 500 feet from a surface water body. So now instead of just working with dilution of the water body, you can now work with dilution of the aquifer. Again, as with the water body alternatives, for the aquifer dilution, there's a sliding scale of the maximum dilution factor that you can have. It ranges from 5 to 10 times the surface water or the water quality criteria, whichever is appropriate. And it's based on the distance from the surface water body. So this is just another tool in our toolbox to get to compliance. There's also always still the option to go to DEP to get approval for an alternative way of demonstrating compliance other than these formulas that are placed in the Wave 2 right now. Next slide. There we are. So this is a new concept that was not in Wave 1. And this is LEP approval of calculation of an alternative groundwater protection criteria. This is sort of unheard of. This wasn't part of what we did before. If you have a site in selected locations, and you can see here on the map, the selected locations, they're in gray, not the yellow, they're the gray ones. If you have a site that's located in one of those areas and other conditions are met, nobody's drinking the water, everybody has public water available, the soil has been cleaned up, you can apply the formulas in the RSRs to calculate an alternative groundwater protection criterion. There are limits. The alternate can't be greater than 100 times the original, and the alternate can't be higher than the residential volatilization criteria. There's also no stacking. So for example, if you calculated an alternative pollutant mobility criterion for compound X, you can't also calculate an alternative groundwater protection criterion or even surface water protection criterion for compound X. You get one or the other. You can't do both. There are other conditions regarding aquifer use that apply, but this is in the RSRs and it is an option for us. If you have a site that is outside of this area, but you think that an alternative groundwater protection criterion makes sense for your site, you can reach out to the DEP for approval and evaluation of that. Next slide. Okay. The volatilization criteria have changed, finally. We have been working with either the criteria in the RSRs or the criteria in the 2003 draft volatilization criteria. Now it's been codified. We're to use the 2003 criteria. They're in the RSRs. There's no date on it anymore. It's just wave 2 in what we use. Some of the values for individual compounds are higher than the old ones. Some are lower, and some of the ones that are lower by a lot, by up several orders of magnitude. So it's worth your while to go in and double check your numbers and make sure that you're comparing to the correct numbers now. The distance to which the groundwater protection of the volatilization criteria has changed. It used to be 15 feet, now it's 30 feet. Volatile petroleum constituents, it's 10 feet. And there's an option for a water table compliance option where think from the perspective of if you have deep groundwater that exceeds the volatilization criteria, but the shallow groundwater, which is closer to the receptors, does not, there is an option for potentially demonstrating compliance with the volatilization criteria in that particular thing. Have I met my 15 minutes?
Yeah, you're fine. Keep going.
Okay. I'll run through it. So here's one of my favorites, guys, pesticides. Think of all of the sites that you have worked on in the Connecticut River Valley or in other farming areas in Connecticut where you have had residual pesticides and it has been a stop to being able to close under the Connecticut Transfer Act because there's just no way to handle it. Well, now there are options. It doesn't guarantee you can close all of them, but there are options. This is for sites where pesticides were applied as part of farming. This isn't the locations where they are mixed. This isn't for chemical factories. This is for farm fields. There's options. There's reuse options. There always have been, but there's options for blending soil, like people have looked at for non-transfer Act sites. There's options for putting controls, putting hardscape on top, using soil management plans for DEC exceptions and for PMC exceptions. There's more ways out. There's more ways to control the exposures, and it's very helpful. With groundwater, there are also new options for pesticides. We also have sites where residual pesticides have gotten into groundwater, and you may be in a GA area and it's problematic. There are conditional exemptions from the surface water protection criteria and the groundwater protection criteria in the new wave 2s that potentially will help answer these questions and still be protective of human health and the environment. So they maybe can solve these problems. You're going to have to record these exemptions on the land records. I don't believe it's a full EUR for this particular situation, but you do have to tell the public officials and it has to be recorded. If we could go to the next slide, and I promise I'll get out. Down the other direction, please. One more. There's a lot in the RSRs or in the wave 2s. So there's also a public roadway exemption. So there are options if you have contamination that's gone under a public road under certain conditions to leave it in place with a land use restriction. The next 2 bullets, these were in the wave 1, the 2013 RSRs, but now they have their own headers. So they stuck out to me as important and I read them now. There's an option for leaving NAPL in place. If it's immobile, it's actually in the RSRs as opposed to having to just go to the DEP. And there are small nuanced changes to the reuse of polluted fill section. And I would suggest that you go back and look at that because that may change how you approach your development sites. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's been nice talking. Beth, I'd like to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Rachel. So I'm going to talk about environmental use restrictions. Back in 2013, the statute included environmental use restrictions and specifically laid out environmental land use restrictions and notice of activity use limitations. So ELURs have been done to date, but we were waiting on these regulations to be able to use these new notice of activity and use limitations. So there are 30 pages of regulations. I'm going to try to give just a high level overview of those regulations, just to give you a little flavor for what's in there. Most of the regulations point to forms to be adopted by DEEP, and most of the forms have not yet been adopted by DEEP. So we are waiting on a lot of these forms to be able to submit these environmental land use restrictions and notice of activity and use limitations. So what are environmental use restrictions? They're a tool that can be used to leave contamination in place, and it's a documentation of the presence of the contamination that's left in place. It's used as a cost-effective way to leave contamination rather than the expensive digging and hauling of contamination off-site. So in order to do an environmental use restriction, you do need 3 key players. You need an LEP, like Rachel Rosen, an attorney, like me, and then you also need a surveyor. So these new regulations went in February 16th, 2021, the same as the Wave 2 regulations. So that's when these became effective. But like I mentioned, we're still waiting on the forms. So we are kind of in a holding pattern right now where these applications cannot be submitted right now to DEEP. They are not accepting the old application, and we have not received the new application. So there's not much that can be done right now. So for environmental land use restrictions, there's different types. You can go to the next slide. So these are just the different types. I'm not going to read off of my slides. They're available to everybody, but these are the different types of restrictions that can be used. And then an LEP relies on the environmental land use restriction in order to issue a verification. So I laid out a table which includes the old requirements and then the new requirements. As you can see, there's been added requirements to the ELUR application. The most important to note is prior to these regulations, there wasn't really a time limit on when the survey draft date could be and when the title search was done. Now there's a 90-day requirement that they be done within 90 days of submission of the application. So you have to make sure your survey's up to date and that your title search is up to date within 90 days. So there may be more restrictions, more requirements, but we have yet to see the forms to see what else is going to be required. So I also laid out some additional timeframes. Again, the most notable one is the change for the deadline for the owner signature. So once DEEP approves the ELUR, they send it back to you, and you need to get the grantor or the owner of the property to sign. You need to get the survey finalized and stamped, and then you have to get the owner affidavit finalized. So the prior date was 60 days to get all that done, and now they've reduced it to 14 days. And I think this is going to be a big issue. I just had one approved 4 weeks ago, and I've been reaching out to the owner. I've been reaching out to the surveyor, knowing that these had changed, trying to see if I could meet the 14-day deadline. I'm 4 weeks in, so I have not met the 14-day deadline. Luckily, I'm under the 60-day constraint. But I do think that this is going to be very difficult, especially when ELURs are done by owner, or the ELUR needs to be signed by a property owner that may not be related to the cleanup or have any requirement to do the ELUR. All they need to do is sign. So that makes it very difficult, and especially if they're out of state, they have an attorney you have to go through. It just brings up a lot of issues. So I just want to note that that time change, that timeline reduction, I think is going to be a big issue. So notice of activity and use limitation, NAULs. This is sometimes called an ELUR light. It is a new tool. It's been talked about for a while. Like I said, it was in the statute in 2013. Now we've seen the regulations. So it can be used in limited circumstances. I've sort of laid them out. It has to be a certain type of contamination, you know, a less contaminated type of soil, a smaller area. But the good thing about this is that because the state does not obtain an interest in the property, you don't need to get subordination from all interest holders. You just need to notice the interest holders that this is being placed on the property. So this should be an easier tool used for specific properties. So, you know, I think everybody's excited about that. So then I have a little table about the time frames. There aren't old ones because this is new. These are the new time frames. And then some requirements that apply to both ELURs and NAULs. So surveys. They've specifically laid out in the regulations what surveys need to be done. You can go to the next slide. And it's different for the size of the subject areas on the property. So depending on how much of the property is contained by subject areas, there's different rules. So I'm just noting this to make sure that if you're working with a surveyor, that they are aware that there are specific requirements based on the type of survey. They've also added a simplified survey, an overview map, which is essentially a simplified survey. For those of you that use Waze, it's like the overview button on Waze. So you have your survey that has all of the details. And then you have this overview map, which is just a simplified survey that just shows you the, the high level view of the survey. Another new requirement is this EUR opinion. Again, on a form prescribed by DEEP, we have not seen that form yet. And it's essentially a summary of the EUR and will be used as the main document for an NAUL. But the specifics, still unclear because we have not seen the form. So then the good news about these new regulations going forward and for prior ELURs is they now have these allowable disturbances. So these are for, small projects that need to be done on the property that it disrupts the ELUR. So once you have an EUR now, once you have an EUR on the property, you can't disrupt the cap. You can't dig into the cap. You can't disrupt, what has been put in place to cap contamination. So if you need to do some minor digging, you need to put in light posts, you need to dig in, you're doing some landscaping, or you need to do, additional phase 2 work. I have a property where we thought we were ready for verification and realized there were some data gaps. So we have to go back and do some phase 2 work and do some drilling. So this is what this allowable disturbance is put there for. So, it has to be supervised by an LEP. You have to submit a form to the state showing what your plan is, how much soil you expect, et cetera. But you don't need DEEP approval. You're just notifying DEEP that this is the work that's going to be done, and it has to be completed within 90 days. So then the next one is a temporary release. So this is for, the bigger projects, the more involved projects. This one does need DEEP approval, also contains a fee for DEEP to review. So this is these are the bigger projects that you're doing on a site that has an ELUR or an NAUL. But the same, on a, plan, you need to submit to DEEP and on a form by DEEP. So I included my last bullet. This is from DEEP's website, that if you need to do any sort of work before this form is put out, reach out to them at this email address to let them know so that you can, still complete your work, even though, the form has not been put out yet. Okay, so the next slide talks about the new obligations under these regulations. So these apply to anything going forward and also apply to the past. So Harold talked about it briefly in the intro before we came on, that there is an annual inspection requirement. So any current ELURs that are recorded on land records need to do an annual inspection this year before July 31st. So this is an inspection done by someone familiar with the property, familiar with the ELUR, and it's signed by the owner and then just kept on site by the owner. Not submitted to DEEP, but if DEEP asks for it, you have to be able to provide that documentation. So there's also a 5-year comprehensive inspection that's done by an LEP, and that starts in 2025 and needs to be done between April 1st and September 30th. So that's an LEP inspection, again, done on a form, signed by the owner and kept on site. There hasn't been an inspection requirement until now, so this is the first time that this has come up. So then some more requirements. As of April 17th, 2021, an EUR fact sheet is required to be kept on site. So again, any current ELURs need to have this EUR fact sheet. This has been posted along with the annual inspection form. So they are on DEEP's website. So this EUR fact sheet needs to be kept either posted on site or kept with the facilities manager. And this fact sheet, I've looked at it. It's a little involved. It's pretty complicated. I've heard either attorneys or LEPs have been assisting their clients with filling them out so that they're done correctly, since this is new. So definitely, if you have a current ELUR, make sure you've done your inspection. Make sure you have this EUR fact sheet, present on your property to make sure that you are in compliance with these regulations. So then this is just a map that I got from DEEP's website that shows all the ELURs. So these are where all of the current ELURs are located that are now subject to these regulations. And then last but not least, the biggest change and the most important to the business community is there is now a fee for the ELUR application. So in order to submit an ELUR application, to submit an NAUL application, to request a waiver, and to get a temporary release, like I said before, there are now fees. So these are the fees. The regulations do provide that for 2 years until February 16th, 2023, there will be a 1/2 reduction in the fee amount. But after that date, these will be the fees going forward. There are some exemptions from the fees. These are pretty typical, for a state, nonprofit, municipal economic development agency, or anybody that's getting brownfield funding, then don't have to, use their brownfield funding to pay these fees. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. Sort of the high level takeaway is that these regulations have changed to add, some more requirements. There's now fees, so it involves more LEP involvement, more surveyor involvement, and more attorney involvement, plus the fees to get these accomplished. So, you need to include those in your budgets. If you received proposals for an ELUR, prior to February, those are likely not valid anymore because these costs, have increased. And then we also need to wait and see, what these forms say. We haven't seen the forms. We don't know if there's going to be additional requirements in the forms. So we have to wait and see, what the forms say. So that's all I have. If you have questions, please put them in the chat, and Rachel and I are happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we do actually have a few questions from the audience. So the first question is, how have the Wave 2 RSRs and the new EURs been received by the regulated community?
Yes,
I think it's too early to really know. you know, I think people are still confused. I mean, hopefully we've helped.
I agree completely with that one, Beth. It's too early to tell.
And you know, a lot of the Wave 2 RSRs, it's taken years to get these to the final push, the final form. Is it everything you anticipated it would be? Any still red flags and issues that you see?
We're still working through it. Specific with respect to the Wave 2s.
As everyone should be. Is there anything you think is the most beneficial, and what's the highlight and the best change that the Wave 2s have made?
The increased options are the best thing. We still have to learn how to implement them, but I think the increased options are the best part of the whole thing.
And same thing with the EURs?
Yeah, I think that NAULs are going to be good. You know, I'm excited to start using them and see, you know, specifically what sites they apply to. It's one thing to read the regulations. It's another thing to use them, you know, in practice. So I'm excited for that. And, you know, anxiously awaiting, you know, the new applications to get back into submitting ELURs. You know, I have a bunch of ELUR applications waiting to be submitted, and, you know, waiting on these applications to be put out so that I can, you know, start moving, you know, a lot of my projects along.
If you had to guess, when would you say that the new forms and application will be ready to go and everyone can start getting to work?
I think Graham Stevens is up next. I think that's a good question for him. I have no idea. I know some of the forms have been circulated.
We are moving over to a release-based system away from the Transfer Act, and how do you see the Wave 2 RSRs and the EURs playing into this transition?
That's a great question. You know, there is a transition committee. And then when you start getting into release base, I mean, it brings up a lot of issues of, you know, you're in the middle of about to submit an ELUR or an NAUL, and there's a spill on the property. You know, what do you do? That's going to be some of the challenge that, you know, we're going to have to work through and figure out.
Yeah. Agreed. It's possible that there will be changes. We will need changes to the RSRs or the statutes that go behind them when we go to a release-based system. It's hard to make it all mix and have it be completely smooth, 100%.
Definitely. And if there's one thing that DEEP could do to make this process easier, what would be the one thing you would suggest that they look into?
Oh, we're having those conversations with them daily already. I don't know what to say about that here.
Yeah, I don't know either.
It's an active conversation. There's work groups and subcommittees and calls and discussions.
Great. Well, thank you both for joining us today and taking time out of your very busy schedule and for answering all of these questions.
Thank you.
Bye.
Have a good day, everybody.
Our next panel will be on renewable energy options for end users with Joey Lee Miranda and Greg Theron. Joey Lee is a partner at Robinson+Cole, and her practice focuses on energy, water matters, including litigation, transactional and regulatory representation, and counseling. She regularly participates in proceedings before state regulatory agencies, including the Connecticut Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, the Massachusetts Department of Public Utilities, and the Connecticut Siting Council on utility, telecommunications, and energy-related matters. Greg is a former utility director who has held leadership positions at the Connecticut Natural Gas Corporation and affiliated companies for more than 19 years. Most recently, he served as the Director of Natural Gas Construction at Connecticut Natural Gas and the Southern Connecticut Gas Company, and Director of Regulatory and Tariffs at UIL Holdings. Welcome, Joey Lee and Greg. Joey Lee, how about you get us started?
Thank you so much, and welcome everyone. A pleasure to be here. As noted, I'm Joey Lee Miranda from Robinson+Cole, and looking forward to speaking to you about the options that are available for end users in the renewable arena currently, and as you'll hear, very much in a state of flux here in the state of Connecticut. So as my first slide shows, the things that we'll discuss today, next slide please, are on-site generation, shared clean energy facility program, and retail renewable energy product offerings, both on the electric and natural gas side. So starting with on-site generation, as noted on the next slide, these programs have existed for a long time. Many of them you are familiar with, but as I noted earlier, there is a transition happening in the state of Connecticut currently with various programs that will make some of these obsolete and create new programs in their place. Some say those programs are better, some say they're not. But in any event, I'm going to cover this slide fairly quickly, and that these are programs that have existed for some time. So, for on-site generation, one of the things you can do, obviously, is a capital project where you invest the money yourself and you own, operate, and maintain the solar facility. Many people do not find those options very conducive to their existing businesses because they are not in the energy industry. And so they're not in the business of owning, operating, and maintaining these facilities. So, but there are state programs that will provide financing, for instance, for multifamily properties through the Green Bank for these types of projects at a lower cost than you might otherwise be able to obtain capital if you were to decide to go that route. The most popular option is the power purchase agreement option, where someone else finances, builds, owns, and operates the facility on your behalf. In exchange, you pay a price per kWh, per kilowatt hour, for the energy output, and then that's netted against your energy usage at your location. The price per kilowatt hour in many cases is less than the current utility rate. It can be subject to an escalator over time. And what happens with the environmental attributes associated with those projects is really up for negotiation. The entity building, the developer building the project, can maintain those, or you could maintain those. If you choose to maintain them, however, typically the price per kilowatt hour will be higher to account for that value that would be lost to the developer. And those PPAs are usually long-term contracts, anywhere from 10 to 25 years, depending on the developer. 15 to 20 is typically the sweet spot. And the Green Bank also offers a solar PPA program that can be paid through their CPACE program, which we're going to talk about next, which has existed as well, which is a program where building owners work with a contractor to develop a solution for their place. Those projects can include renewable development, as well as efficiency changes like heating and cooling, motors, pumps, that kind of thing. Provides long-term 100% financing that's secured, and the term is up to 25 years, and it's repaid through an assessment that's placed on the owner's property by the municipality. It's like a sewer assessment that you might see. And the energy savings from these programs are expected to offset the assessment payments. And then there is the Connecticut Zero Renewable Energy Credits, Low Emissions Renewable Energy Credits, ZREC LREC program. And this program is established through a request for proposal process that's run by the electric distribution companies, Eversource and United Illuminating, for the installation of new renewable energy projects. And though the RECs, the renewable energy credits created by those projects, are then sold to Eversource or UI under a long-term 15-year contract, at least for the medium and large projects. Small projects are actually done through a tariff-based program. The final LREC ZREC RFP is actually well underway currently, and bid forms are due on Monday for that most recent solicitation. However, you can still take advantage of the tariff-based programs for the small projects if you haven't already started to participate in the ZREC LREC auction for this year. And then next is net metering, which can occur, a lot of these programs can be done in conjunction with each other. So it's not limited to one program or another. Net metering is one of the things that you can benefit from no matter how you put the distributed generation on your site, whether it's through a capital project of your own or PPA. And net metering is basically selling the energy back to the utility that you generate on site. And the if you have extra usage, more than you sell back, more than you use at your facility, then you can bank that each month, and there's an annual cash out period. There's also virtual net metering available, which would allow you to take advantage of a facility located somewhere else and obtain credits on your bill for that. However, that is limited to specific entities, in particular state, municipal, and agricultural entities. So participation is limited. There are caps on it, and so forth. But there is the Solar Clean Energy Facility Program, which is available to almost everyone in every rate class on an annual basis for 6 years. The utilities will again release an RFP, and they'll conduct a procurement and a solicitation for facilities for an aggregate total of 25 megawatts of capacity each year. In 2020, and it now being run in 2021, it has been run concurrently, the RFP, with the ZREC LREC RFP. So the 2021 bids are due on Monday. However, in future years, there is still availability under this program, and the RFPs will issue in January of each year. And under this program, the developer, the subscriber organization as it's called, receives a payment from the utilities for the purchase of the output of the facility and the renewable energy credits associated with that. And then other subscribers to it are eligible to receive essentially a payment on their bills for the subscriber piece. And so how it works is that there are certain subscriber requirements. Each one must have at least 10 subscribers, and each must be located within the same utility service territory. So can have 8 subscribers from the Eversource territory and 2 from United Illuminating. They all have to be in either the Eversource or the UI service territory. The subscribers are those to whom this is available are low-income customers, moderate-income customers, small business customers, state, municipal, commercial, and residential. And the subscriber can't subscribe for more than 100% of their historic annual electric use. In addition, the way that this is set up is 80% of each project is set aside for low, medium income and other subscribers, and the remaining 20% is from any eligible customer class. And the way it works is that essentially if you're in the 80%, which includes small business customers, which are defined as those with less than a 200 kW peak load, in those cases, then you are enrolled as a subscriber by the utility automatically within a certain geographic area, and you are a subscriber. And if you've been subscribed, the utility will provide you notice, and it will also give you an opportunity to opt out if you prefer to opt out. Other customers can enroll on an opt-in basis, and that includes commercial customers that are other than small business customers. And the benefits, as I said before, are that the developer or the subscriber organization is paid for the energy output and the associated RECs. There is a price cap on that. And then there's also an on-bill credit for the individual subscribers, and that is equal to the subscriber savings rate, which is 0.025 per kWh. Kilowatt hour, and times 1/12 of the annual subscription. So if you subscribed for 100 kilowatt hours, or let's say 120 kilowatt hours for a year, then it would be 10 kilowatt hours per month at the 0.025. And in order to participate, there is a summary contract that includes information about the length of the subscription, the amount of the monthly on-bill credit, the estimated kilowatt hours that are being subscribed to each month, and the terms for early cancellation. You can, if you are a subscriber to a SCEF, a shared clean energy facility, you can change locations and continue your subscription at the new location as long as the new premises is within the same service territory as the existing premises. That is the service territory of the utility. So if you are currently an Eversource customer and move into a UI service territory, you would not be able to take it with you. But if you were to move elsewhere within an Eversource territory, you would. And you would then have to elect to continue. However, your subscription cannot be transferred. So if you were to sell your property, you couldn't then transfer your subscription to another customer. And that program, as I said, will be continuing at least for another 4 years, and will provide an opportunity for people who might otherwise not want to invest the time or resources in developing renewable energy projects or distributed generation facilities at their own site to participate in some way in clean energy projects in the state of Connecticut. So then, as noted on the next slide, there are also, in addition to these on-site generation options, retail renewable options that are available to you. That means options that you can buy from your utility or from a competitive supplier. And so in the electric arena, there are of course, the utility programs, and there's been a program in place for a long time called the Connecticut Clean Energy Options Program, where anybody who is receiving service from Supply Service, their supply of electricity from Eversource or UI, can buy renewable energy credits or certificates from suppliers that are affiliated with that program. In 2020, the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, however, issued a decision that modified the program. And previously, there were options available at the 25, 50, and 100% option, which meant that 25, 50, or 100% of your usage would be matched with renewable energy credits. However, as I said, PURA issued a decision in 2020 that would change this program, and now there are only options available at the 50 and 100% level, likely because, as you may be aware, the requirement that the utilities and competitive suppliers provide electricity generally includes a renewable portfolio standard, a requirement that they purchase a certain amount from renewable resources, and that number keeps going up each year. Under the prior program, the renewable energy credits or certificates could basically be sourced from anywhere in the contiguous United States and a majority of the Canadian provinces, actually. Under the new program, any renewable energy credits or certificates sold under the program have to originate only from ISO New England, so New England, New York, or the PJM control areas, which are, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, et cetera. In addition to these utility programs, there are also competitive options available. These are options where you can buy them from a third-party supplier. You can either buy them in a bundled or unbundled way. So bundled means that you purchase both the electricity, the electrons that you are using at your facility, and renewable energy credits under a single agreement from the same supplier. This is the most common option in the competitive market, but there is also an unbundled option where you can enter into an agreement to purchase electricity from one supplier and a separate agreement to purchase renewable energy credits from another supplier. Currently, there are a variety of options and price points available under these types of programs. They're called voluntary renewable programs or options. However, the decision that I referred to earlier that the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority passed in 2020 would limit the available options in Connecticut for all programs, not just that Connecticut Clean Energy Options program that I told you about, run by the utilities or through the utilities, but would require that the renewable energy certificates, again, only originate in New England, New York, and the PJM control area, again, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, other states. The program designed in this way will actually increase the cost of these options significantly because you will have a much more limited supply and a much higher demand for those resources. That decision, however, is currently being appealed. It has been brought to a court, and the court, those who have appealed the decision are awaiting a court decision to see if the PURA decision will stand. And then lastly, as noted on the next slide, there are also retail gas renewable options available. Renewables traditionally have been focused on the electric sector. However, with ever increasing climate goals, natural gas has become a focus of the policymakers and the regulators in trying to find ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And so in the competitive arena, again, from third-party suppliers, this is still a developing area. One option is to purchase renewable natural gas that's injected directly into the system, that is put into the pipeline system. This is not a well-developed option. There aren't a lot of opportunities in this area, especially on the competitive side. But the other option that is available on the competitive side is what has been termed as green gas. And so under these product offerings, basically what would happen is you would enter into an agreement with an electric supplier for the purchase of natural gas supply from them. And then you could, that agreement could include this green gas option in which the supplier would either use renewable energy credits or certificates or carbon offsets to offset your usage at some level. And, in the competitive market, that can be at any level. It could be 10% of your usage up to 100% of your usage, et cetera. In addition to these competitive options, there are utility programs and on-site options available. And for that, I'm going to turn it over to Greg, who is going to provide you some.
I've been doing consulting now coming up on 5 years. And although I do both electric and gas, my passion, I think, will always be with natural gas. And I'm with Concentric Energy Advisors, as my cover page shows here. And the pictures at the top of this cover page are actually quite on purpose. When you think about renewable natural gas, it's not a developed product from the ground, which I'll refer to as fossil gas. It is naturally occurring methane. So on the next slide, you'll see that certainly New England, as well as a lot of the country, is moving towards higher and higher renewable portfolio standards. So I don't know if the next year we go. So if you look at Connecticut, for instance, by last year, there was supposed to be at 27%, and then we are at a target of 48% by 2030. I think the slide's advancing purpose here. We'll go back to the second slide. There we go. Also, Massachusetts has aggressive goals, and if you look at California and DC, you know, every state that is carbon conscious and greenhouse gas conscious keeps upping their own targets, which is, I guess that's a great thing. And then our new president has also done the same, recently announcing 2030, again, seems to be a pivotal year to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And that would be the 52% reduction in GHG from 2005 levels to 2030. So when I talk about natural gas and the future of natural gas, we're really talking about greenhouse gas emissions. And for those who are in business and know about how emissions work, you know, you tend to think that natural gas is a clean fuel, and it is when you burn it. So for comparison purposes, natural gas is approximately 4 times cleaner than coal when you burn it. The problem, unfortunately, with natural gas is that when it's not burned, when it's in its natural state, it's actually a very potent greenhouse natural gas. And it's actually between 100 times worse than CO2. Now, that sounds horrible. The good news is it dissipates a lot faster than CO2, but it is most definitely an issue. So the industry, and when I say the industry, I mean the natural gas industry, has really targeted through the production chain to eliminate fugitive emissions. And fugitive emissions are the unburned natural gas or methane molecules. So on the next chart, you'll see how I guess I will say the industry, and this is really across the globe, is really trying to change the way that they acquire methane. So instead of fracking and drilling, where there is just a unavoidable amount of fugitive emissions through that process, renewable natural gas, on the other hand, says, let's identify those processes that are already producing methane directly into the atmosphere and capture it. And once we capture it, let's clean it up and then burn it. So when we think about greenhouse gas reductions, we're really talking about how you acquire the methane molecule, not so much the characteristics of what happens to it once it's burned. So the beauty of renewable natural gas is that once you remove moisture and some of the other components to it, it's identical to pipeline gas. On this particular chart, you'll notice that there's a midpoint, or almost like a mid-process, called biogas. And there is a distinction between biogas and renewable natural gas. And it's really just pipeline quality. And that means you need to remove a certain amount of carbon dioxide before it becomes what we call pipeline quality natural gas. Biogas can be used in a lot of applications. Large industrial boilers can be used for electricity generation. But again, I think the end state here is how can we supplement fossil gas into the natural gas pipeline system with renewable natural gas. So on the next slide, you'll see a really interesting real world example of how this is being done. This is in Portland, Oregon. And the city owns this very large water treatment facility, right? And water treatment facilities generate methane because methane really is a byproduct of microorganisms actually emit these things. So what the city has done is it captures this methane, and this is digesters. Again, this, biology is a great thing. So we have these microbes, they eat up the waste, but they emit methane. You capture that methane, you process it, clean it up, as I kind of showed on the previous slide, and then inject it into the local distribution company's distribution system, and away we go. So, what's beautiful about this particular facility is that probably 20 years ago, you would have just had a lot of methane just going right up into the atmosphere. But now you're capturing it, you're using some for on-site fueling. They actually have 2 850 kW generating stations on site, which helps generate the electricity for the facility. So this is a really great example about how there's investment opportunity and great ways to reduce fugitive emissions through projects. And it's also really good for the utility because it provides them the opportunity to do make-ready investments. So when you hear about make-ready utility investments, a lot of us now are thinking about electric vehicles and how electric utilities are building infrastructure in order to receive developers' electric charging stations. Well, in the case of renewable natural gas, the utility has the opportunity to build make-ready pipes to receive the renewable natural gas. So on the next chart, let's get a little bit more focused on Connecticut. So what are the Connecticut utilities doing right now? Well, the good news is that utilities know how to deal with different sources of natural gas. So introducing RNG, and I do say eventually hydrogen, which will be a whole nother presentation, but just looking at renewable natural gas being introduced into their distribution systems, they will just measure the energy content of that gas, balance it with other natural gas resources, and make sure that what gets delivered to your burner tip is the same gas that you've been burning all along. So it's the same quality, and that's a great thing. So PURA actually just this month, only 9 days ago, came out with a decision, and it's a very it's a positive decision that adopts gas quality and interconnection standards consistent with energy industry practice. I will say I'm a little disappointed that there is no real incentives for developers or even for the utilities to go out and build some of these potential investments to introduce RNG into the system. In fact, the requirement for make-ready investment is on the developer, not on the utility, which means that's an additional and fairly important cost element to the project. So for those familiar with natural gas development projects, it's called the contribution in native construction. So I would like to see in the future an opportunity for utilities to build out that make-ready investment and roll it into their rate base, and also have in their long-term integrated resource plan procurement of renewable natural gas. That is, as Joey Lee said earlier in her presentation, RNG and the natural gas renewable is far behind where electric is. But there is a horizon for it, and it's accelerating very quickly. Of course, whenever we talk renewables, we have to talk about what the cost is of renewables. And currently, the cost of RNG is roughly 5 times that of fossil gas. So it's very difficult for a utility to justify purchasing renewable natural gas through a traditional agreement when they can acquire fossil gas at a significantly lower price. and they're also operating on what's called the least cost portfolio obligation. So there are some rules of the road that need to be investigated in the future at the utility level to advance the use of renewable natural gas. I certainly think that there can be steps taken to advance this, and not only through utilities, but also, as Joey said, through the competitive market, through green tariffs, green product offerings, and the like. So on the next slide, the question that maybe some of you have is, I'm an end user, what do I need to do? Okay, well, the good news from an operational perspective today, if RNG is introduced into the distribution systems, you don't need to do a thing. It's the same pipeline quality gas as fossil gas. I will say, looking forward down the road, as RNG gets introduced into the system and becomes part of the core utility procurement, it is more expensive than fossil natural gas. Now, I'm not going to predict prices here, but 20-something years ago, we looked at the cost of solar panels and said, wow, it's 44 cents a kilowatt hour. This is never going to work. Well, today, I mean, look at how cheap solar panels are and the electricity that comes from it. So there's obviously a cost curve that RNG will come down. There is a push for electrification across the nation, and certainly when I talk about electric vehicles, I'm also talking about buildings, and buildings are very much a target for electric conversions. And as such, there's probably, and I've seen it in states such as Maine, and New York, incentives to convert your heating systems over to electricity using heat pumps. So that push for electrification is inevitable. And this is my view right now. I don't see the demise of natural gas systems. I know that there are parties and fine organizations out there who think that these systems should be shut in. And in my opinion, I don't think they should be. They will look different. And certainly I think the midstream assets for natural gas will still play a very important part in providing reliable electric service. And I guess I'll just kind of close here with an analogy. 100 years ago, when you heated your house, you probably had a coal truck pulled by a bunch of horses, pull up in front of your property, and you got your coal delivery. Coal was then supplanted largely by oil, especially in the Northeast. And then in the 50s, when the great conversion to natural gas occurred, a lot of properties converted to natural gas. Well, it's very possible that we're on the cusp of the next conversion to electricity. However, there's still oil, there's still coal, and I think there'll always, at least in my lifetime, be natural gas distributed, not only to end users, but certainly in the midstream. So I will close by saying, look for opportunities, look for rebates. If you do decide to convert to electricity, there are programs out there, and there are likely to be more. Energy efficiency dollars, there's a plethora of programs out there, both on the electric and gas side. If you're an end user, remember you're paying for these programs in your rates. Look for an opportunity to take advantage of it. Distributed generation is always an option. Can you generate your own electricity? Maybe you have your own source of renewable natural gas in your operations. In Germany, many farms capture their own methane and use that biogas, as I said before, less refined, but they use that biogas and they burn it in order to heat their grain equipment. So it's something that with distributed generation, there are certainly applications that you can use. And with that, I guess I will turn it over to questions from the
Great. Thank you guys so much for all of that information. It was really informative. We do have a few questions, and the first would be, what is something you wish end users knew but don't currently know? And we'll start with you, Joey Lee.
I guess what I would say is that I wish that end users understood how the policymakers and regulators in the state impact the cost that they pay for the energy that is delivered to their homes. And not only from the supply side, which is essentially what we've been talking about today, but also on the delivery side and the amounts of programs that are built into that. If you look at your current bill, at least at my home, I can only shop for about anywhere from 25 to 30% of my bill any month. And because many of the charges are in the delivery side of the bill, and many of those are policy and regulatory programs that are built in. And so to the extent you can shop, I suggest that you do so and you look for opportunities to find savings or to advance your renewable, environmental, social, governance goals through these kinds of programs that are available. Greg, I don't know if you have anything to add.
I would add, as I mentioned on the last slide, you're paying a lot on your bill in Connecticut for conservation programs. So go to the website, go to the PERA website, the DEEP website, learn about these programs and figure out how you can take advantage of them. Even on a personal note, I think it's a copay of $99, maybe it went up to $125 for a home energy audit. This is a great thing. They come in, I had it done in my house. They come in, they caulk those parts of the windows that you don't want to touch. They bring in equipment and figure out where you're losing your heat. And they provide some right there. They provide, I forget what the quantity is, I want to say 12 or up to 15 electric light bulb replacements for you for free. So that's just for your own home. And if you're running a business, there is a ton of money out there for small and medium-sized business owners to take advantage of. And again, you're paying for it, and you will continue to pay for it. So take advantage of those programs.
Definitely. And it's always talked about getting to zero carbon by 2040. What do you think is the best way to ensure the lowest cost possible, but still meet our renewable energies? And Greg, I know you talked about this already, so why don't we kick it off with you if you want to talk a little bit more on that?
Yeah, I think cost is going, this is my personal opinion and that based on a bunch of studies that I've read and some which I've participated in. In my view, we are going to hit a roadblock where the costs are going to start to become true affordability issue. So I think, and I want to make sure I answer the actual question asked, I think costs are going to go up. They're going to go up pretty steadily. And then to get to that really difficult targets out in 2030 and 2040, there's going to need to be some substantial, expensive investments made. And it'll be a really interesting public policy debate as to whether it's worth it. So I definitely think we'll be driving electric vehicles. I definitely think there'll be a lot more heat pumps in people's houses. But will the federal government, will state government mandate changes in buildings and in your garage to the point that it becomes invasive? I don't know if they're going to have a heart to do that, both in the sense of infringing on your personal freedoms as well as your pocketbook.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, this is a difficult question that I think the policymakers and regulators struggle with somewhat. One of the issues that, as people may be aware, last year, Eversource had an increase in its delivery service rates that was to go into effect, did go into effect in July. And there was significant backlash from end users as a result of that, and the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority pulled back on the increase, suspended it, reevaluated, and they are looking at ways to try to decrease the significant impact that these programs have. I mean, in the end, you know, Greg was talking about taking advantage of the energy efficiency options and programs that are available through the utilities. Great programs, and I encourage you, just as Greg did, to take advantage of them. But we are all paying for them in our delivery charges and our bills, on the delivery side of the bill, I should say. And so, you know, it is a expensive proposition to move to a 100% clean or carbon-free environment. And I think the best opportunities for you are to take advantage of the programs we talked about here today, including, you know, looking at third-party competitive supply options. As you can tell, I'm a big component of the competitive market. They offer a lot of options that are available, usually at a significantly lower price than the utilities programs, or if they're not at a lower price, they provide longer-term price stability, or they provide things like value-added products that you could use to increase efficiency, which then decrease your price. So I think as the price increases for these programs, end users need to take more and more advantage of the programs that are out there and get the value back from the programs that they're paying for.
So much for joining us today. And we are going to take a short break, and we'll see you back here at 10:55.
Great, thank you, everybody.
Just an incredibly difficult year for everybody. And from the beginning, I would call CBIA and say, listen, I've got this issue. Help me understand, clarify, translate for me. They are my go-to source. We're talking, you know, plus 20 years for sure. ONG is close to celebrating their 100th anniversary in 2023. We have organizations and construction sites throughout the state of Connecticut. There's a strong focus on the education market, particularly our schools. At the end of the day, as an HR practitioner, you have a core set of trusted resources, and CBIA is one of them for me.
During these unprecedented times, CBIA is finding new ways to enhance your benefits package without affecting your bottom line. CBIA's home and auto insurance program is an additional benefit of your membership, requiring no additional dues dollars. There's also no administrative work and no payroll deduction, making it fast and easy to provide open enrollment options for new employees and new hire packages. CBIA offers discounted rates that aren't available to just any agent. We work with some of the top insurance carriers in the industry, all rated A or better by AM Best. While tailoring coverage to an employee's needs, our licensed professionals will check coverages that they have currently and close any gaps that exist. We also offer more than just home and auto insurance. We can provide coverage for all personal lines, including renter's insurance, condo coverage, and specialty coverage for RVs, boats, and any other valuables. To get started, contact Ruth Galinsky at CBIA.
And welcome back to our show. Our next panel will be remediation reform, discussion of the future state with, once again, Lee Hoffman from Pullman Comley and Graham Stevens from DEEP. Lee Hoffman is chair of Pullman Comley's Environmental, Energy, and Telecommunications Department. Graham Stevens is the Office Director of Constituent Affairs and Land Management at Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protections, DEEP. He is also responsible for the department's land acquisition and management, brownfields, environmental justice, and Native American affairs programs. Graham also served as chief of staff to previous commissioners and worked for 9 years in the department's remediation brownfields redevelopment issues. Welcome back, Lee, virtually, and welcome, Graham.
Good morning. Thanks, Ashley. One of the key secrets to any successful presentation is to make sure that you ask somebody to speak with you who is smarter, better looking, and better spoken than you are. And so that's why I immediately asked Graham to be with me on this presentation today. And we're going to sum up our presentation, as you can see on the next slide, with where have we been, where are we now, and where are we going? And we're going to start with where we've been with remediation, what the problems have been that we've seen in Connecticut, and what deep in the legislature thought would be a good fix going forward. We'll go through how that program has been playing out over the last few months, because we've been doing this now since September, even though it doesn't feel like it. It feels like it's been a couple of years, but it's really only been a few months. And then we'll talk about where we think this is all going to head. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Graham for the next couple of slides.
Well, first off, I'm really happy to be here talking about one of my favorite issues, the remediation of polluted sites, or the remediation of releases. And another favorite topic of mine is the much loved Transfer Act. Now, this act has been around for many years, over a decade, multiple decades. Many people have significant concerns with respect to how this program operates, who gets ensnared, who doesn't, and when you are classified as an establishment, what you need to do. In some cases, spending funds to prove the negative so that you can receive a clean bill of health. Now, one thing we've learned is that only 2 states have something similar. Hopefully we can leave the Transfer Act in the dust and find a different way that's more equitable, fair, and easy to implement, where certain releases that are identified are remediated, possibly triaged, and it doesn't necessarily entangle every real estate transaction in Connecticut. And I think we have a great opportunity working with stakeholders to make this a reality. And on the next slide, I'll get into the future, which we hope is the solution. Public Act number 20-9 from the September special session enacted significant changes to our cleanup program. We're going to go through this a little bit quickly. There's lots of materials out there on this, which we will guide you to as well. But essentially, the Act did 2 things. It streamlined the Transfer Act, clarifying which properties and which situations are into the Transfer Act. It also created the authorization for a new release-based cleanup program that, once regulations are adopted to implement this program, would sunset the Transfer Act for new transactions. So really exciting times, and we're going to get into some of what's been going on and where do we go next, and back to Lee with some additional thoughts on the next slide.
Right. So 2 things. One, I forgot in the introduction, if you've got questions, Graham and I are going quick through these slides so that if you've got questions, we'll leave plenty of time in the question and answer session. So please do that. The other thing is, Graham touched on the fact that this was done in a September special session. It was also done in a September special session that was the first Zoom sessions and Zoom hearings and everything else. And so we were really making up legislation on the fly, and we wound up making a couple of additions as we're going forward with a new program. One is to make sure that our brownfield programs, which are nationally recognized, nationwide preferred programs, that they stay intact and that they aren't touched by whatever it is that we're doing. So all the brownfields work that we're doing, that'll continue to go and go appropriately. In addition, on the next slide, if you take a look at sections 21 through 23 of this act, all of the existing limitations on liability that were put there are going to continue under whatever new program gets generated by the regulations. So your covenants not to sue, other liability relief, those things are going to be preserved so that we're trying to send a message to the markets that Connecticut isn't going to change the liability standards for the worse and change what you've been relying on for many, many years. And of course, as you can see on the next slide, the press loved it.
And this is the headline that really sums up what we're trying to do in a nutshell. This administration, the leadership from Governor Lamont, as well as Commissioners Lehman and Commissioner Dykes at DECD and DEEP, have really come together in a way that I haven't seen in my 20 some odd years in state government. And we've basically identified a problem that is a barrier to both economic redevelopment and environmental restoration, as well as really a significant issue around equity and environmental justice. And that is, the inequitable, remediation of pollution, as well as a system in the Transfer Act that creates more hurdles than it does pathways to success. So Connecticut is poised for, our comeback, our economic recovery, and basically reframing the state. And what we need is a cleanup program and regime that can keep up with the market forces, and that the market forces will understand. And I think that's what we will have in this new release-based program. So on the next slide, I think we're back to our crossroads, right, Lee?
Well, yeah, and we are at the crossroads. So Graham, let's skip to the next slide and just figure out where are we now and how's that setting us up for success in the future?
Yeah, I think we really need to adapt to what the market is looking for, and we're looking forward to a future, where we have an efficient system that's a simple system. Obviously, also it starts simple and then it does get somewhat complicated as you write the regulations, but we need to make sure that it makes sense, and we need to tier this system of cleanup based on the level of risk, right? Not every release requires the same touch. And if you look at the Transfer Act, that is not inherent in the Transfer Act, other than the issue of, are you in or are you out? All sites are essentially treated the same, but in the future, we want releases to be treated based on the level of risk. And the Transfer Act, frankly, doesn't necessarily involve those sites with the greatest risk, nor does it have an easier touch for sites with potentially no risk at all. So, we want to see the economic forces and drivers push cleanup, and we want cleanup to be tailored to the risk of the release. And I think then we'll have a real opportunity for Connecticut's future.
Yeah, so taking over from there, on the next slide, you can see that the mechanics of how we're doing that, really the workhorses are the release-based working group, as well as the various subgroups that we'll talk about in a minute. But with respect to the release-based working groups, they're meeting once a month on the second Tuesday for an hour and a half, and the commissioners, meaning Commissioner Dykes and Commissioner Lehman, we're running those meetings with an iron fist. They have now transferred the mantle of command to Graham, and he runs them with an iron fist as well. They're governmental meetings that start on time, end on time, have a clear agenda, and we rocket through a lot of what's got to get covered. And then the subgroups are the ones that are really doing the heavy lifting and figuring out what the regulations are going to look like, and even to the point of coming up with the broad parameters. The working group itself is going to have more work to do, and we'll talk about that in the future section of this. But for right now, it's primarily a reporting function and just making sure that everybody's on the same page. There is a link there at the bottom of the slide where you can find all of the past meetings. They've been recorded, one of the benefits of Zoom. And we're talking about the issues that are broader in focus for that. And I think, Graham, you've got the next two slides, so I'll flip it back to you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, this is, and just to touch on that last point, Lee, this is unique. We've never co-convened a stakeholder, process like this, and that I am aware of, and Connecticut's regulatory history, particularly with two agencies to write these regulations. And so we're really excited about the coalition of stakeholders that have been put together. And one thing that, was also hard-coded into this statute, which basically sets up the authority for DEEP to draft these regulations, also came from significant input from stakeholders. And I like to call this our guardrails, right? So are we going to stay on the road or are we going to veer off the road? Folks, when we were talking about this transformation, had some apprehension about where it would go. And so what the department did is, working with stakeholders, we created statutory framework for those regulations that exceeds, I think, most other regulatory authorizations in statute. So really calling out specifics and boundaries that these regulations will address. So we're excited about working with our stakeholder group, the working group, as well as all members of the public in drafting these regulations. And we'll be meeting monthly, like Lee said, until we're done. So it's going to be a very collaborative and interesting process. And on the next slide, I just want to start to go into some of the mechanics, because there are some nuances here and people have been hearing about them, and we'll talk about them more this afternoon. But one of those issues is there's a couple of stakeholder processes that are ongoing right now. And one is, that there's a release reporting regulation process underway, as well as what a lot of people call, spill response regulatory process underway. So, for the first time in over 20 years of trying, we have put together a regulatory package to deal with what needs to be reported to DEEP when a new release occurs. And so, that could be a tanker truck rollover, that could be a drum of waste falls off of a loading dock, that could be, a release of chlorine gas that doesn't necessarily impact the environment. So there are some interesting differences between that, like emergency response reporting and the typical reporting for the discovery of historical releases through an investigative approach, or even newer releases through an investigative approach. So what we have here is two parallel processes that will join together through the release-based cleanup program. So, spill it, discover it, report it, clean it. So that's the process that we're looking at here. And this roadmap kind of lays that out in hopefully a little bit clearer fashion. Back to Lee on the next slide.
So as we alluded to before, the real workhorses of what's going to happen is really not so much the release-based working group, but it's really the subcommittees that the group has formed. So while the larger group is meeting once a month, most of these subcommittees are meeting once a week, and lately even more frequently, because our homework is due to Graham by 12:59 p.m. tonight. So Graham's very rested and calm because he knows this weekend all he's going to be doing is reading subcommittee reports. But we've got 5 subcommittees. As Graham alluded to, the new program is going to cover everything from what you would call a historic release, i.e. contamination that we're all familiar with, to contemporaneous releases or newly discovered releases, which I call spills. And we've got working groups for that, as well as how you're going to do site characterization, when you need to do immediate removal actions. And there's a misspelling on this slide because TIERS is spelled like it's, by ranking for risk. But actually, I think because that's the subcommittee I'm on, I think TEARS is the better way to do it, because trying to allocate the risk between the various releases has proven to be somewhat difficult. And Kathy Sear and Emily Mooney Scott have just been amazing as they've been working through that. But if you take a look at the next slide, what you'll see is we've got the process right now. We're in the white oval on the left-hand side of things, where there's still great public participation opportunities. Anybody can come to these meetings and have their say and give their thoughts freely as work is crafted. As I said, today's the day. The subgroups are all turning in their work to Graham, And after that, there's going to be opportunities for public comment. But by that time, you're already commenting on something that pre-exists. And so it's less free-flowing, but needs to be done. Because as we do the working group product, we're going to find out, and Graham will talk about this in a little bit, I think, we're going to find out that we've got gaps, and how we address those gaps is part of what we do on a go-forward basis. But just to give a little sense as to what of what each working group is, Graham's going to talk about the various groups in a little more detail on the next few slides.
And I'll try to be quick. I know that these materials will be provided, and I want to leave ample time for a discussion because it's a really interesting topic. But the first subcommittee is the discovery of historical releases. And, we need to figure out what constitutes discovery. Not only what constitutes discovery, but who can discover. So on the next slide, we'll see some of the key questions that this group is trying to tackle. And for this subcommittee, just to clarify, this pertains solely to historical discovery, newly discovered historical releases. So this cleanup program, first off, is based on a business decision to investigate. That could be a requirement of a lender, that could be a corporate policy, that could be a personal decision. But unlike the Transfer Act, someone needs to decide, I want to do an investigation. And I want to do an investigation however I choose to do an investigation. But through the course of that action, if a certain person discovers historical contamination, that constitutes discovery. So this group is really getting into those topics, including who, by whom discovery can occur. And on the next slide, we'll talk about, there's a large subset of discovered historical releases, but there will be a smaller subset of those releases that need to be reported. So this next group is really discussing, the universe of discovered, newly discovered historical releases. What portion of that universe needs to be reported? And on the next slide, we'll show a little bit of the thought process behind this group. Essentially, threshold and time frame is really, what this group is trying to tackle. What is the cut point? What are the risk-based standards at which, one thing will have to be reported and one thing won't have to be reported. So this entire program has, a risk-based framework built into its very nature. And on the next slide, we'll talk about the next process someone would go through, and that's characterization. And again, a really interesting part of this program is that it is not a proving of the negative. You don't have a site that's touched by an act like the Transfer Act that requires a comprehensive investigation of the entire property. Some act results in an investigation that results in discovery, that requires reporting, and then there's an obligation to characterize. And so on the next slide, some of the key questions that this group was looking at, is there going to be a prescribed mechanism? A lot of discussion about what the LEP standard is and who can do this type of characterization. But really, this Connecticut's program over the years has matured, particularly with the licensed environmental professionals, which are critical to the implementation of our current programs and will be instrumental in the implementation of our future programs. We need to provide clarity through these regulations on what the LEP needs to do and what the prevailing standard guidelines will be for characterization of a release. So this is a really interesting topic. And on the next slide, we'll get into what Lee mentioned, which was the immediate removal actions. Are there situations that require more prompt action? And, let's also remember that once we get to this point of the program, this includes like Lee characterized them, the new spills, as well as the newly discovered historical releases. So, is there a tanker truck that's rolled over, that's impacting a waterway that requires immediate removal? And what is that? And on the next slide, we'll talk about some of the questions that this group is really tackling. And so what does it mean to do an immediate removal action? Does that mean that that is the only action that you would need to undertake and you have regulatory closure at the end? Maybe that's a possibility. Who needs to oversee these immediate removal actions? And, does it matter what the regulatory outcome is for implementing those immediate removal actions? And also, are there certain situations where the mandate is that you must complete one? Again, inherent risk-based processes built into this. And on the next slide, we'll talk about Lee's favorite typo here, the tiers. The tiers of joy, tiers of pain, tiers of success. I'm sure with Lee's involvement, it'll be the standout subcommittee. But really, again, here is further, trying to stratify the approaches for the program based on tiers. So on the next slide, we'll see some of the specific questions. You can see as the writing gets smaller that this group had a lot to talk about and think about. So, really, how do you apply this lens of tiers to the entire cleanup program? It's a really interesting endeavor, and I am excited to review all of the concept papers along with all the other working group members of the public. We will be sending out alerts on where we go, but I just wanted to transition back to Lee for the next few slides, and we can collaborate on some of these discussion points.
And it actually, Graham, for our group, it's really tears of laughter, because with that much stuff, how could you not be fully joyful? But I think this graphic's accurate because we're going in a couple of different directions, but Graham would prefer a more linear approach, which you can see on the next couple of slides. The homework's due today, as you can see, and then for the next several weeks, it's really looking over the draft concept papers. There will be 5 of them, and figuring out what those really say, and then the Q&A sessions, where we're going to have 3 months worth of Q&A sessions. So there's a all in, it's a 4.5 month process for getting feedback, and that's what's coming up. And if you're interested in it, you really need to watch out for that. But one of the concepts, though, if you skip to the next slide, one of the concepts that we struggled with the tiering group is, how do you tier something that might be capable of being immediately removed, immediate response action, and so you don't even have time to tier it because it's just gone before you could even tier it. And so we're making some assumptions about what that group is going to say in its concept paper. So the one concern that I have is we have a puzzle that needs to fit, and make an intertwined whole. And what we may have are puzzle pieces that fit kind of, but we've got spread across that. And so one of the things that we've got planned is a series of meetings, June, July, August, September, and October. And you can see that up on the slides, but there's going to be very specific questions and answers. There's going to be very specific processes that we go through to vet everything. And as we do that, on the next slide, I think this is Graham's. He was having so much fun with the subgroups that he decided what we needed were more committees. Is that fair, Graham?
Committees of committees. So, the working group has a large task, like Lee referenced, in taking these concept papers, which we ran concurrently. Really trying to, so Deep is venturing into a new world. It's called Agile. It's really an outgrowth of Lean, and again, comes from the manufacturing world, trying to run processes and sprints and with scrums and scrum masters and all these new terms that we're learning. But I think what we've done so far in the first subcommittee process is yes, the subcommittees have made some assumptions about what some of the other pieces will look like. They've developed in their universe with some collaboration at the working group level, the best system that they can come up with in a concept. But really the working group then needs to find how those gears relate or puzzle pieces come together. And one of the tools that they're going to use is these small ad hoc teams to really dig into certain topics and report back and discuss at the working group for the transparency aspect and for the public participation aspect, where there may be gaps or where there may be realignments that need to be made. And thankfully, the subcommittees who are all celebrating their success and completion, will be made available to the working group to answer questions and to look at potential, redesigns of concepts as we move forward. And on the next slide, I think I don't know if we call this, some sort of processing unit or meat grinder, but really the working group is going to be, combining these ad hoc outputs with the original concept papers, with the dialogue with DEEP, who's also going to be giving its feedback on the concept papers, with the dialogue with the subcommittee co-chairs, and with the public comments that are going to be received to formulate the first phase of advice and recommendations to DEEP so that we can start thinking about drafting these regulations. So, we're very interested in reading those concept papers, providing our preliminary feedback, and looking for this advice and recommendation, which will eventually be an iterative process. And so just to flip to the next slide, we'll see more is coming. And these second phase subcommittees will be keyed up in the future. And these subcommittees are comprised of working group members and non-working group members. So if you're not on the working group, or if you didn't get a chance to get a seat on the first phase subcommittees, if you're interested, stay alert, sign up for our e-alerts on the webpage that Lee mentioned the link of earlier, and volunteer opportunities will be forthcoming.
And I think it'll be interesting because I know we can skip to the last slide, or the second last slide, I guess. The reality is that, for example, in our committee, we had a lot of questions about what the state wants to do as urban fill. Do you want to characterize that? Do you want to tier it? Do you want to just have an urban fill policy? And so I anticipate that's going to be one of the ad hoc committees. And as that work product comes out, there's probably going to be one or two more subcommittees that we haven't even thought of yet, Graham, as everything spreads out. So plenty of volunteer opportunities for everyone. And then, this graphic just shows that what we're going to be doing is focusing on the whole goal for this is to allow the agency to develop new remediation standard regulations and to have something that is new and fresh with the RSRs that does allow DEEP to focus on the high priority sites, to allow the regulated community to deal with the medium priority, and to give early exits to the bottom rung of things where they need to be addressed, but it isn't anything that's a big deal, and focus appropriately. And I hope that we can get there. But speaking of getting there, we did get there with time to spare for questions. So with that, Ashley, hopefully you've got questions, or somebody does for us.
We definitely do have questions for you, but Lee, I know you're on Subcommittee 5, but Subcommittee 2 is probably the best committee for these subcommittees, just saying.
Why don't we compare, the graphics and the quality of the presentations, and we'll see who wins.
We'll compare flowcharts.
You got it.
So this is a big undertaking between two agencies, DEEP and DECD. So Graham, why don't you tell us a little bit about how the two agencies decided to partner up to take on this huge task?
Yeah, really good question, Ashley. It's not often that two agencies, come together so collaboratively to work on changing a program that's been around for so long. But I think, you know, what happened is we have in this administration a great alignment of commissioners. Everyone is very focused on high-level goals, and Commissioner Dykes and Commissioner Lehman have a great relationship. And what they found in speaking about some of the stakeholder concerns and pushback that came from various sectors, including real estate brokers, environmental advocates, business interests, and others, is that this program, the Transfer Act, doesn't work for environmental or for economic purposes. So why are we holding on to it so tightly? There was a Transfer Act working group that was convened by statute, and because of the fact that we have executive and legislative leadership who's interested in dealing with fixing the cleanup program in Connecticut, I think we're seeing great success. So when you have commissioners aligned, when you have executive and legislative aligned, I think great things can happen.
Yeah, and I guess I would just add, Graham, that at the working group meeting, Senator Hartley has definitely let her opinions be known regularly as well. And so you do have continuous legislative input throughout the process, which is helpful.
And it's great to see at the legislature, you have the Commerce Committee and the Environment Committee backing this initiative. So again, you know, it's a mirror of what's happening at the executive level. So I feel like we're in a really good place when all four of those, entities are aligned.
That's great. And we do know the Transfer Act is super expensive for companies, but is there any component of the Transfer Act you would like to see carried forward into this release-based system?
Any thoughts on that one, Lee?
I guess for my money, it would be best to have a clean break. And what's been interesting as we go through this is the change in vocabulary. We're still constantly referring to things as sites, but we really need to be focused on our releases now. And so I think it's going to be a clean break, Ashley. And I think it ought to be. There's not a lot of ways to keep pieces of the Transfer Act and have a release-based system. It's just not going to be possible. And what I'm interested to see from a watching the world burn standpoint is a little bit, the concern that I have is that if we don't craft the new program appropriately so that we have clear exit points and we make the less risky sites able to exit sooner, my concern is we're going to have a shortage of capacity, not only of deep personnel, but also of LEPs. And we don't want either of those entities focused on the low risk sites. So that's what I think we've got to focus on right now. It takes forever to get a site out of the Transfer Act, as we all know. And I want to make sure that whatever regulatory program we come up with, we get things done quickly and safely, but that we have clear exit points. I think that benefits everybody.
And just to follow up on Lee's comment, Ashley, if I could, what I would love to see is whatever great advancements we make through this release-based regulatory adoption process, we make those benefits available to Transfer Act sites. Because like we said, this Transfer Act will sunset for new transactions, but we still have sites that are in the Transfer Act. And like Lee pointed out, there are some situations where getting out is difficult. So I hope a high tide raises all boats, and we will be able to more efficiently address the Transfer Act sites that are remaining in the Transfer Act. And hopefully the market forces will address the LEP shortage. It would be great to have LEPs, more LEPs in Connecticut. They're, well-paying jobs at high level of education. And as we've seen in this pandemic, Connecticut is a great place to live. A lot of people are moving here. So we would love to see more of that trend continue.
Yeah, so you both mentioned a shortage of both LEPs and DEEP staff. Is there any additional efforts you'd like to see made, whether it be an increase in technology, increased staffing? Because this is a huge undertaking for DEEP. So Lee, why don't you start out?
Yeah, so Graham pointed out at the outset that there's only 2 states that have a Transfer Act-like substance, us and New Jersey. And I keep banging the gong that there's only 3 states that have really privatized remediation, and that's us, Massachusetts, and New Jersey. And I think that you have to take a look at the resources that Massachusetts puts into its remediation program, and we need to scale up something of a similar scope, granted smaller because we're less populous and we have fewer sites, but we have to take a look at something of similar scope. And I think what that's going to mean in part is we're going to have to allow LEPs to make some determinations now that we would otherwise go to DEEP to do, whether that be for remediation of sediments or whether it be eco risk or whether it be additional polluting substances. However you want to work that, I think you're going to have to, realistically, I think you're going to have to give the LEPs more leeway as trained professionals and have DEEP have more of simply an oversight role and make sure that those professionals are doing their jobs and making the right determinations rather than have DEEP making those determinations as an initial matter. That may be somewhere where Graham and I part company, but I think that that's the only way that this is actually going to work, particularly as we watch the experienced individuals at DEEP depart in October and April as, you know, pension obligations and just the realities of the state's budget come to play, not only for DEEP, but for every agency in the state. It's not just a DEEP problem.
And to follow up on Lee's comments, actually, I think we're pretty aligned, Lee. You know, I think that we have a maturing and very mature, LEP program. And, you know, with the changes that we saw in Wave 2 Rsrs that were passed earlier this year, I think we saw a greater, level of authority provided to our LEP partners. And I think that trend should continue. DEEP should be focusing on issues that require our involvement where there's, potential significant receptor issues or very complex regulatory or environmental challenges. But we're a mature state and a mature program. So we have LEPs who know what they're doing. They're qualified, they're educated, they're experienced. And LEPs, have a similar cliff. I think the entire environmental profession has somewhat of a retirement cliff coming up just because of this ramp up in the late 80s. We need to address that with partnerships. We need to address that with, redrawing the line of authorities, and we need to address that with IT infrastructure, which the state is definitely looking at across the board, and DEEP is heavily involved in trying to implement systems that will make, reporting and tracking, much easier and much more transparent.
That's great to hear. I know we like to see IT investments in streamlining state services so they're more efficient. But thank you both so much for being here today, for taking time out of your schedule, and Lee coming on twice. We'll circle back on whose flow charts are better, but we'll stay tuned and touch again on that. Much more to come in our show, but we have hit lunchtime, so we will see you back here at about 12:15. See you then.
Thanks, Ashley.
Our company has always had a long history of sustainability, and to that fact, we look to CBIA to enhance a number of the other programs that we've been working on, which would include solar, rail, make-up air systems, the heat our facility. We were also able to reduce our power cost consumption by hundreds of thousands of dollars. Our business is mainly centered around supplying a value-added raw material for both medical and food applications. I like to utilize them not just for the energy benefits, but especially during the pandemic, there was an awful lot of regulatory issues that we needed someone to use as a sounding board and to really just get through all the red tape and tell us exactly what we need to do so that our employees were safe and that we were in compliance.
Just an incredibly difficult year for everybody. And from the beginning, I would call CBIA and say, listen, I've got this issue. Help me understand, clarify, translate for me. They are my go-to source. We're talking, plus 20 years for sure. ONG is close to celebrating their 100th anniversary in 2023. We have organizations and construction sites throughout the state of Connecticut. There's a strong focus on the education market, particularly our schools. At the end of the day, as an HR practitioner, you have a core set of trusted resources, and CBIA is one of them for me.
Welcome back, everyone, and hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. Our next panel is Mitigating the Risk of Climate Change and Carbon Capture and Storage Technology with Andrew Sinclair and Jennifer Arasimowicz. Andrew oversees public and government affairs in New Jersey, New York, and all of New England. He's based in ExxonMobil's Global Research and Development Campus in Clinton, New Jersey. Before joining the company, Andrew was a contract lobbyist in New Jersey for 20 years. Jennifer is the Executive Vice President, General Counsel, Chief Administrative Officer, and Corporate Secretary at Fuel Cell Energy, providing legal counsel on a wide variety of topics, ranging from commercial contract matters, to intellectual property protection, to corporate governance, to working with regulatory and legislative leaders regarding the structuring of energy policy. Welcome, Andrew and Jennifer. Jennifer, how about you get us started today?
Sure, thanks so much. And I want to give a shout out to CBIA and all of your sponsors for putting on this great event today. And I'm very happy to be here with my friend Andrew and shed some light on the way that our technology has been and will hopefully continue to help mitigate the risks of climate change through both carbon capture, hydrogen, and storage technology. So I'm going to start with a very brief overview of fuel cell energy because hopefully most of the people attending this event have heard of us. We have led the way for Connecticut to solidify its position as the worldwide capital of fuel cell and hydrogen technology. We were founded here in 1969 as an applied research and development company working on batteries and fuel cell technology, and achieved our first commercial installation in 2003. We've been publicly traded on the NASDAQ since 1992, and we've got about 375 employees. And what I'm going to talk about today are mostly our current technology products, which are our carbonate fuel cell, which is out in the market and deployed all over Connecticut and the globe, and also our solid oxide product. I'll touch briefly on that, which is in the advanced pre-commercialization stages. Our carbonate fuel cells, which many folks have probably seen, are installed in multiple types of configurations. They take any type of a methane-rich fuel, whether it's natural gas, propane, landfill gas, biogas, and through a chemical conversion with no combustion, turn that into electricity. And you get a little bit of usable thermal energy coming from the installations as well. So we have multiple installations that are installed as combined heat and power units. A great example would be the installations we have here in Connecticut at the Pepperidge Farm Bakery, where the waste heat is used to preheat their ovens for baking. We also have multiple microgrid installations. In Connecticut, we have them in Woodbridge and at the University of Bridgeport. In California, we have them at the University of California, San Diego, and at the Santa Rita Jail, both of which isolated and continued to run and provide power during California's public safety power shutoff events. And with the fuel flexibility of our units, we don't need pipeline quality gas to run. We have our own proprietary cleanup system that will clean various sources of methane-rich fuel, not to pipeline standards, but to an acceptable level for the fuel cell to operate. So we can put our fuel cells at wastewater treatment plants. We have many installations at wastewater treatment plants and literally shut off their flares and take the gas right out of their digesters and use it to convert into electricity. Our fuel cells are also incredibly resilient and assist the grid with reliability and resiliency concerns. Our fuel cells we have one in Sonoma that ran through the wildfires that they had out there in 2019. We have survived earthquakes. We have run through blizzards, hurricanes, and the like, continuously providing power when other areas of the grid went down. In a minute, I'm going to talk about some of the advanced capabilities of our carbonate fuel cells, which would be our carbon capture and hydrogen production. But before I do that, I want to touch for one moment on our, as I mentioned, our advanced pre-commercialization solid oxide product. That product is a smaller scale fuel cell, but has the capability to run in reverse electrolysis mode. So that unit can take excess power. It can be from a renewable source like solar or wind or nuclear at times when those technologies are being curtailed. Take that excess power and go through the fuel cell and convert it into hydrogen. That hydrogen is then compressed and stored in a tank. And when the grid needs power, if it's, you know, at night after the solar panels are no longer producing, or maybe a fossil unit that's relied on goes down, we can take the hydrogen that we've stored in that tank, run it back through the exact same fuel cell unit and produce electricity for the grid. And during this process, we also produce excess water, and we don't need water to make electricity as most electrolysis apparatus do. So we think that this is a game-changing installation. We are currently working, we have a prototype that's actually running here in Danbury that Congresswoman Jahana Hayes and Senator Chris Murphy actually came and saw it operate in action last Friday, and we were pretty proud of that. And the large demo scale unit of that will be installed in conjunction with the Idaho National Laboratories. And with excess waste heat being applied to that process that we'll be taking from a nuclear facility out there, we can achieve efficiencies actually of 100% or greater. So that's the brief overview of the technology. And if you look at the next slide, this is sort of an overview of what our carbonate technology looks like and how it's done. It's essentially a building block, a Lego block, if you will, that can be stacked up in different configurations to do many of the things I just talked about. The first photo all the way to your left, as you're looking at the slide, is somebody holding our individual cell package. Those cell packages are all produced here in Torrington, Connecticut. They are in our products that are distributed all over the globe. And 400 of those cells are stacked up and combined and hooked up and into a single stack. And we have single stack sub-megawatt modules that are between 250 and 400 kilowatts. Those are predominantly deployed in Europe. Those are horizontal stacks. And then in the US, we combine 4 of those stacks into a single module, which is 1.4 megawatts, and that forms the building block. And from there, you can stack megawatts into, to any variation of 2.8 and the like. We do all of our solid oxide research and development and the pre-commercialized manufacturing of solid oxide out of our facility in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. And we have an assembly and service plant in Taufkirchen, Germany, and a service facility in Pohang, South Korea that maintains our Asian fleet. If you move to the next slide, and hopefully in the question and answer period, because full disclosure, I am a lawyer, not a scientist, so I can explain the rudimentary chemistry, but for those of you that are very into the science, this actually explains the basic principle of the fuel cell technology. Applying steam and methane to produce power and usable thermal heat. And we have found with the carbonate technology that as part of that process, we are able to actually concentrate carbon dioxide in the stack and then capture that carbon dioxide and either take it out and use it or sequester it. In the carbon separation that we can take from the carbon emissions from our own stacks, because we don't emit any NOx or SOx or particulates. We do emit a fraction of the carbon dioxide of traditional combustion natural gas fired facilities, but we can separate out that carbon dioxide. And if there is a use that can be found for it, things we're exploring include food and beverage production, breweries, dry ice. We have had it tested. We've been one comment that stuck with me from someone who tested the carbon dioxide is it's the cleanest carbon dioxide emissions that they have ever tested. It's a great way to utilize carbon that is separately typically produced elsewhere and avoid that excess production. And again, one of the additional benefits is that in the internal reforming process, we do destroy NOx and we also produce excess water. And this efficient conversion of methane fuel in the stack also allows us to produce excess hydrogen, because of course what we're doing is we're reforming the fuel into hydrogen and we're using that hydrogen to produce electricity. So we can produce less electricity and we can segregate and separate some of that hydrogen for hydrogen uses. And we have a current project that's under construction, under contract to Toyota at the Port of Long Beach in California, that is going to take biogas from Central Valley dairies and wastewater treatment plants and convert that into electricity through the fuel cell, but at a lesser rate. So it'll only produce 2.3 megawatts of electricity. We will separate some of that hydrogen, and Toyota will use that hydrogen to fuel its Toyota Mirai vehicles and its Class 8 heavy-duty trucks that take cargo between the Port of Long Beach and the Port of Los Angeles. They will also collect the water that is produced by the fuel cell that I mentioned, and they will use that water for their car washing operations at the port. So it's really a carbon negative operation, and we're very excited about that. And we think it definitely is something that the state of Connecticut should be looking at for the future of handling decarbonization of transportation emissions in the state of Connecticut, looking at not only electrifying vehicles, but also using hydrogen vehicles. And moving to the next slide, this is our carbon capture technology that I mentioned. And in addition to separating our own carbon emissions and using them for beneficial use, we have developed a process by which we can actually take emissions from other combustion processes and industrial processes and take them into our fresh air intake in the fuel cell. So we can actually site a fuel cell next to a coal plant, and we can take the emissions from the coal plant and we can put them into the fuel cell. And then again, in our reforming process, concentrate, separate, strip out all of the carbon dioxide emissions. And we've demonstrated this multiple times. Unfortunately, we haven't had a use for the carbon, so I call it catch and release, which I think makes some of our scientists here unhappy. But we've done it. We've shown it. We've captured the carbon. It's a game-changing technology because this is a carbon capture, carbon separation process that actually produces electricity, as opposed to more traditional carbon capture processes, you know, like amine scrubbers and the like, that consume substantial amounts of electricity. And moving to the next slide, the reason this is game-changing is because it substantially reduces and offsets the costs associated with carbon capture, because you have revenue streams from the sale of electricity that go along with the project. And if you're also doing hydrogen production at the same time that I mentioned, you also have additional potential revenue streams from the sale of the hydrogen. And this is the exciting project that we are working on now with our friends at ExxonMobil. And shifting to my last slide, we at Fuel Cell Energy obviously are very good at manufacturing fuel cells and the advanced technologies and capabilities of our fuel cells. We are not good at figuring out sequestration, which obviously is something that ExxonMobil is very experienced in. And we are also working hand in hand with ExxonMobil in actually scaling this technology. I mentioned the fuel cell, the cells, the stacks, and the stack modules. Of course, if you're going to capture the carbon emissions from a 500 megawatt coal plant, it's an awful lot of fuel cells. And all of those 2.8 megawatt plants with their individual balance of plant, water treatment systems, and the like, gets to be a little bit of a footprint impact. So we're working with ExxonMobil to scale the technology so that you can have many more stacks in what we call sort of a birdcage framework, and really scale the technology with consolidated balance of plant systems and optimize the cell packages and the cells. We are in The second phase of our research with ExxonMobil, we did what we called joint development agreement, the first one. We're now in our second joint development agreement with ExxonMobil, JDA2, where Exxon has invested up to $60 million in research and development into fuel cell energy's carbon capture solutions. And we are working very hard towards getting a demonstration project sited, hopefully somewhere in the state of Connecticut, so that we can actually operate one of these and show the carbon capture and the use of those carbon emissions. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Andrew to talk about that and some of the great things that Exxon is doing to mitigate climate change as well.
Thank you, Jennifer. And good afternoon, everybody, and good to be here. I'm going to continue the conversation about technology and the role of technology plays in mitigating the risks of climate change. That was just to identify that scientist on the first slide. That was Judith de Jong. She's one of our scientists at a laboratory at our Rotterdam refinery in the Netherlands. You can go to the next slide. But I thought first I'd just zoom out for a minute, talk a little bit about ExxonMobil's climate strategy. You know, what's ExxonMobil doing to support the Paris Agreement and get to the 2-degree pathway and society's goal for net zero emissions by 2050. The first pillar is mitigating emissions in our own company operations. We've already achieved our 2020 emission reduction goal. So for the last 4 years, we've been driving down our methane emissions by 15%. We have our eyes on our next goal, which is set for 2025, to get to a reduction of between 40 to 50%, reducing our methane emissions. And for us, this is not just lofty targets. We have developed aggressive plans in order to mitigate those emissions in our operations. Second pillar is providing products to help our customers reduce their own emissions. So in the power sector, that's getting our customers to convert from coal to natural gas. Lightweight materials in packaging. It's just inherent, the lighter weight you make any material, the inherently more efficient it is. You think about a car, whether it's a gas-powered car or an electric vehicle, the lighter weight it is, the more mileage it's going to get. Advanced fuels and lubricants, I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in another slide. Proactively engaging in climate-related policies, our third pillar. So at the national level, we have been advocating for a national carbon tax for at least 10 years. We're off to a really good start working with the Biden administration and trying to talk about national policies so that we kind of get away from individual states doing their own carbon tax or cap and trade, and it creates a lot of inefficiency in markets when you do that. It's just anything in business, the larger the scale, the more efficient it is, and the lower the program can be. And the fourth pillar is what we're going to focus on and what we've been talking about on this panel, which is developing and deploying scalable technologies. We recently launched a low carbon solutions business to commercialize a portfolio of low carbon technologies, and carbon capture and storage is front and center, the premier suite of projects that we're looking at. And what Jennifer was discussing are those types of projects. Next slide, please. This is a really fascinating book. I recommend it to you all. Sort of a must read for us climate geeks. So in the book, Gates talks about what we in the energy industry refer to as the dual challenge. So that is, how do we meet the world's growing demand for energy while simultaneously lowering emissions? This is the dual challenge. And we agree with Gates' assessment that the current technology set is insufficient to get there, and new technologies are needed. Throughout the book, Gates talks about carbon capture and storage and other carbon capture technologies, which Jennifer has eloquently gone into. And if I could get the next slide, please. This is where it all happens. This is Clinton, New Jersey. This is where I'm based. If you're familiar with New Jersey at all, this is Hunterdon County. So we're Interstate 78. We're sort of mid-distance on Interstate 78. We built this in 1983. We modeled it after Bell Labs, and it is our global concentration of scientists. We have 1,000 scientists and engineers across virtually all STEM disciplines. One thing that's unique about energy, and Jennifer would agree on this, it takes all manners of science and mathematics to produce energy. So we have a full complement of chemists and biologists and advanced mathematicians, any number of different disciplines, and we have them housed here in New Jersey. We have more than 400 laboratories. And from here, we have produced over 19,000 patents, anything related in energy and materials. So for this context, we're focusing on the hard to decarbonize problems, the things that you can't easily electrify. So when you think about it in the fuel context, think about aviation and heavy trucking and shipping, meaning merchant marine. So it's kind of hard for us to imagine in anytime soon, there is not a line of sight to scale on an electric Boeing 737. Long haul trucks do not have a scalable technology for an electrified long haul truck, and same with merchant marine. So what we've been focused on are biofuels. And that means you're basically adding a bio component to a diesel fuel to greatly reduce the carbon footprint of that fuel. The apple in our eye has been a project over the last 10 years on developing a new fuel made out of algae, which has been sort of a fascinating journey. The idea is that algae, unlike corn ethanol, algae doesn't compete for fresh water. It can be used, you can make it and grow it with brackish water. And it doesn't compete as a food source. Algae really is not on the menu as opposed to corn, which is. And the other thing is that algae really doesn't require a lot of land. So we started in the laboratory on this in Clinton. We partnered with another company, a smaller company, who had a patent on a synthetic gene editing. It's called gene editing. So we actually invented a new type of algae in order to make it have a higher oil content. So we're now out of the lab and into the field, and we have a line of sight to scale, meaning that by the end of the decade, we're hoping to be able to commercialize this at scale. And we kind of view it as the fuel of choice in the future for, again, that the heavy aviation, heavy trucking and shipping. Low carbon lubricants, we're also kind of squeezing the carbon out of motor oil and other types of oils. And actually, while we're not investors in the offshore wind market, which is obviously the Connecticut and the surrounding areas are sort of the place to be in offshore wind, we do make the best-selling offshore wind turbine lubricant, which is very low carbon. It lasts a very long time. Power generation and high temperature manufacturing. So this is kind of where the carbon capture comes into place, where where Jennifer's ideal customer is going to be a power plant or a cement plant or a steel plant or a chemical refinery. These are industries and sectors that just consume huge amounts of power in order to get to the high temperatures that they need to do their manufacturing. So we are focused on, and then that's where carbon capture comes into place. And I'll get into that in just a minute. But before I do that, there are other areas that we are totally focused on. Hydrogen's sort of always been around. We use it a great deal in our industry. A lot of talk about green hydrogen, there's pink hydrogen, there's gray hydrogen and blue hydrogen. And so the idea is to get the greenest hydrogen possible. So we're looking at, again, ways to scale that up and bring it to market at the lowest possible price. Hydrogen is a pretty expensive fuel to use at the moment. So we're working on, we have an eye on lowering those costs. Nature-based solutions, we have several research projects on different soils and plants to develop carbon sinks. This is something, it's kind of an emerging area of science. It's really interesting and a lot of opportunity for scale. And so collaboration, we'll talk about collaboration. This is hugely important. So we collaborate with companies like Jennifer's company. It's been a very good collaboration with Fuel Cell Energy. They're not the only company that we partner with, but it's an example of a smaller company that is on the cutting edge of R&D and energy development. We don't assume we have, we definitely have a humble aspect and approach to our R&D, and we know we don't know it all. And so we look to companies as well as to academia. We've had a robust relationship with Princeton and MIT and Stanford, which are three of the major energy centers in the academic world, as well as 150 other universities. We've done work with UConn, actually, a couple of years ago on a specific project. So collaboration, this notion of, we're in this together, let's work together to develop these scalable solutions is deeply embedded in what we're doing. Next slide, please. This is almost impossible to read, but so I'll just kind of talk. This is just an example of what we did to scaling, breakthroughs over the years. We don't have to focus too much on this slide. Just the essence of this is that my company is 140 years old. When Rockefeller ran the place, he always tried to get the best scientists he could. R&D is deeply embedded in our DNA, and we have a strong history of scalable breakthroughs. What this impossible to read slide shows is that, and this just kind of picks it up from 1940, where we introduced the idea of synthetic rubber tires. So again, whether you're an electric vehicle or not, you're going to need tires. And we sort of got off of using plant-based rubber tires a very long time ago, and that was the result of work that was done in New Jersey by the Standard Oil Company. And then just as the years went on, we developed the kind of the cutting edge plastics, and then in the lithium-ion battery that we all couldn't survive without. We actually invented that. That was an ExxonMobil invention in the late 70s, early 80s, and then we have really been focused in the last, I'd say, 30 years on efficiency. And whether it's ultra low sulfur diesel, low sulfur gasoline, the sort of the more efficient you make and the cleaner you make these fuels and lubricants, the higher performing the customer has. We can move on to the next slide. I don't know that we need to do this one, only because Jennifer explained what carbon capture and storage is. She'd do it better than I can. We can probably move it to the next slide, please. So again, the technology is critical for a 2-degree pathway. I mentioned that, Gates mentioned it in his book, and he did that because, this isn't us saying it, it's the International Energy Agency, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change is saying this. ExxonMobil has actually been a member, we are members of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and we've authored many of co-authored, I should say, many of the reports that have come out of that body. But what this slide demonstrates is that solar and wind are obviously strong players in the march towards a 2-degree pathway, but you can't electrify everything. There's a role for fuels and, again, that hard to decarbonize middle of heavy industry. So this slide basically shows that carbon capture and storage will play a major role. And it needs a lot of attention on the innovation and the technology development. And that's what's in the dark blue bar there. Just below that are the biofuels in transportation that I mentioned. And actually, I'll
Oh, well, it seems like Andrew might be on mute, but Jennifer, I just want to see if you can elaborate a little bit more on how this partnership with Exxon and Fuel Cell emerged.
Sure. We gave a presentation, some of our scientists gave a presentation after concluding a DOE contract on the use of carbonate fuel cells for carbon capture and storage. And there were some folks from ExxonMobil in the audience, and they struck up a conversation afterwards, and we realized that they had been working on similar types of carbon capture technology within ExxonMobil. It's really that simple. It was a bunch of very smart scientists getting together in a room, realizing that they were, all sort of thinking the same thoughts and working on the same technology. And we decided at that point that a collaboration made sense. And we have now been collaborating together with ExxonMobil since about 2016, as I mentioned in our second joint development agreement.
I'm back. Thank you for picking up for me, Jennifer.
No worries. Sorry about that, Andrew.
No, that's quite all right. I don't know where I cut out. But again, I guess what I was trying to say was that I was just reminded about what in the earlier panel that Greg and Joey mentioned, renewable natural gas, as well as green hydrogen, and just sort of a fundamental problem of, or just challenge, not so much a problem, just that right now, those are very expensive technologies. And again, we view that as sort of in the all of the above, journey here of, there's not one technology solution. There's a variety, there's a mix of technology solutions. Renewable natural gas is definitely on the menu there. And the idea is to go from, the lab to scale, and then get into the field with experience. The more you're in, bending that experience curve so that the costs go down. And that also applies to what those panelists were talking about this morning on the renewable natural gas front. We could go to the next slide, please. All right, this is just a long-winded slide to say that ExxonMobil has been doing carbon capture and storage for a long time. We kind of fancy ourselves as the partner of choice. It's been a pleasure working with Fuel Cell Energy on that. And we really see the potential here as CCS as a game changer. Next slide. So we have this concept, which we announced about a month ago, to create, it's a public-private partnership to create a CCS hub in Houston. It's modeled after a public-private partnership that's in Europe right now, which actually we're working with Fuel Cell Energy on in Rotterdam. But the idea is to, if you could go to the next slide, I'll get away from all those words. In the corner there, you can kind of see the Gulf of Mexico there, and there's lots and lots of industry in the Houston area, in the Houston Ship Channel area. It's Houston, if you think about Houston, it's sort of the energy capital of not only the United States, but of the world. There are about 50 large facilities. The concept here is to pull together the captured carbon into a centralized, kind of pipe it into a centralized facility, and then pipe it into the Gulf of Mexico and down into what are essentially depleted oil and gas wells. So this is essentially empty space, linear empty space sitting below ground, which we believe is ideally suited for permanent carbon capture. The part of the idea here is, again, on the R&D side is, where you have the modular technologies like a Fuel Cell Energy, has that great modular component, where if we can get to that point where we're making electricity so that we don't even have to store the CO2. It's just another great tool in the toolbox to dramatically reduce the CO2 emissions and really get this country back towards meeting our commitment on the 2-degree pathway. And so our estimate, and again, we've been working with the Department of Energy on this, is that the Texas, the Gulf Coast around Texas is large enough to store about 500 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide safely and permanently. This is a very aspirational project. It's sort of in the theme of, in all of government, all of industry sort of solutions-based thinking. So if you go to the next slide, please. And so we're working closely with the Biden administration on, on a collective approach here on, where there's new policies needed or policies updated, whether that's introducing carbon pricing at the national level, production tax credits as well, kind of rethinking the regulatory framework with an idea of encouraging, attracting, incenting private industry to work with government to develop new technologies, deploy them at scale, and really, march aggressively towards that 2-degree pathway, in order to be successful. And next slide, please, is probably my thank you slide. So that's what I had to say, and I guess back to you.
Thanks, Andrew. That was really informative, and both of you seem like you're doing a lot with public-private partnerships and working with others in the industry. What initiatives are you really looking forward to? If you had to pick one, what is the most interesting one to you? And we'll start out with Jennifer.
Sure. For me, it's really the opportunity to do a large-scale, commercial-sized carbon capture demonstration project, and I'd love for that to happen here in Connecticut. Of course, state support of that will be integral. Hopefully Andrew's going to say he's Exxon's right there, willing to join us in doing that. But it's nice to talk about these projects and to talk about the technology and the things that we've seen in the lab. Of course, until we have one that's actually in the field and operating, it's sometimes difficult to convey the game-changing nature of the technology. So for me, it's really getting that first demonstration project on the ground so we can take people there and show it to them.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I can't speak to the specific project, as Jennifer knows, but getting as much experience at a demonstration level is absolutely critical. And the more of them that we can deploy, the better. And that's, and again, not just for my company, that's really for the entire industry.
Great. Well, thank you both so much for taking time out of your day to speak with us. And it was extremely informative. I learned a whole bunch of new things about technology and carbon capture. So again, thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Our next panelist is a virtual engagement and remote analytics, an innovative approach to energy efficiency during the COVID-19 pandemic with Brandon Mark. Brandon is an energy engineer for the Conservation and Load Management Department at the United Illuminating Company located in Orange, Connecticut. As the new construction lead, he works with commercial and industrial customers to determine and verify energy savings and provide dollar incentives for the energy conservation measures in new construction projects. Welcome, Brandon.
Hey, thank you so much for that intro, and thank you very much for having me. I hope everyone's learning a lot at this conference today. I know I am for sure. So yeah, like was just said, I am the new construction lead for the United Illuminating's energy efficiency programs on the C&I side. So typically what I do is I work with developers and contractors and vendors to really just help them facilitate them in building the most efficient building and then providing an incentive for all those energy efficiency measures. But what I wanted to talk about today actually is a little bit different and not directly related to new construction, but I did want to promote kind of what we're doing on the analytic side of things. So really what we're doing is we're working with this company in order to analyze customer data, consumption data, and from that really promote and implement different changes in operational and behavioral scheduling to make the building more efficient. This pilot had launched in, I believe, September of 2020. So we're in the midst of the pilot right now, and it's slated to end at the end of this year. But we actually began working with Power Takeoff even before the pandemic, and it just happened to be, I don't want to say an opportune time because nobody wants a pandemic, but it really did work out in our favor. Like our industry, like many others, have had to adapt and be more flexible with working from home. And what their pilot does is it engages customers completely virtually and allows them to work together to be more energy efficient and save the customer money. And this is all at no cost to the customer as well. So this is a pilot that we're in the midst of right now, and hopefully it becomes a full-fledged program. But I ended up changing the title slide a little bit to and beyond, because we found that even so far that we've had a lot of success with the pilot, and there are a lot of good things going for it. And with everyone being more accustomed to like virtual experiences now, it's kind of a no-brainer in terms of being able to connect with our customers on a new level. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So I just wanted to have this one slide here, just to reiterate that this is a pilot that United Illuminating only is working on. Typically in the energy efficiency space for utilities, we like to roll things out in tandem with each other. Eversource is obviously the bigger electric utility in the state, but UI decided to kind of go ahead and be the guinea pig for this particular project. We already had a lot of the infrastructure in place in order to be able to do this pretty easily. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that these are the sections of Connecticut that we do offer this pilot for. So if you or someone you know has a small or medium-sized business that is looking to save money and save energy at the same time, I definitely would love the opportunity to connect with you and put you in touch with the right people to help get that started. Next slide, please. So the company we're working with is this pretty innovative company called Power Takeoff. They're based in Boulder, Colorado, and their claim to fame is this process called virtual commissioning. In this virtual commissioning, what they do is they look at customers' AMI data, and that is really just smart meter data. It stands for Advanced Metering Infrastructure. And so unlike a normal meter where it just kind of shows you a daily read of your kilowatt hours each day, this will break it down into increments of as small as 15 minutes. So this type of resolution really gives you a lot of insight into how the building is performing throughout the day. And you can much more easily recognize any sort of nuances in the consumption that really don't make sense. And you could be burning a lot of electricity at times where you really don't need to be. So Power Takeoff is a fully data-driven company, and they start by first looking at the data and then making recommendations from there. So right now, the pilot is only targeting small and medium-sized businesses, and they conduct a personalized one-on-one consultation service. So there's always someone there to really work side by side with the customer and really just guide them through everything. Typically what they do is they'll work with somebody that's more privy to really what is going on in the building. Typically like a building manager would be their main contact, but in other cases, it may be just the owner themselves that is more in tune with what's going on inside the building. But that's really where they get a lot of other information from in terms of scheduling really what needs to be happening in the building. And again, like I said, this is a contactless service, so no one from Power Takeoff ever has to fly to New York and come and go inside the building. They really just get everything they need from the AMI data and a brief conversation with the building manager. And from there, they can really do their analysis and suggest changes as to what would help them save energy. So next slide, please. So here's just a breakdown of really how the process works. The first part, data analysis, is obviously key. First, they identify a facility type. They look to see if there's any poor or just non-existent scheduling in that energy-consuming equipment like lighting, HVAC. They take a look to see if there's any spikes at any odd time. So say the building is not occupied overnight, but there still is energy being consumed. They'll make note of that, and they'll discuss that with the building manager to identify if those scheduling could be changed. And what they do to set a baseline is they look at least 6 months to a year's worth of historical data, and that helps them set a baseline. So once they implement the change, they'll monitor the AMI data afterwards and see where, if at all, they can claim savings from what they had proposed. So after engagement, they implement that, and then they conduct their own measurement and verification process. They use a pretty rigorous measurement and verification protocol, and they're very conservative with what they do and do not claim in terms of proposed savings. And then at that point, they'll continue to monitor the site even after they implemented the change. And this is really just to make sure that the building continues to perform to the best of its ability. It's not just, oh, you should change the lighting schedule and yeah, then you guys are done. Like they remain engaged with the customer, and the customer has an option to kind of opt in and get continuous feedback from Power Takeoff should they desire. And then at that point, they can help refer the customer to any of our other more core incentive program offerings that are traditional in the EE space. Next slide, please. So I guess this slide probably should have been a bit sooner, but the main market segment focus is buildings that have pretty predictive schedules in terms of occupancy, business hours. So a lot of private office buildings, banks, K through 12 schools. While it'd be really good to attack the manufacturing sector, a lot of times manufacturers can't change the times in which they're operating, so they will have to operate during peak hours, and it just really isn't a good opportunity at this time to pursue those types of customers. So what you see here is what we're pursuing in regards to the pilot, and really what we can show as proof of concept for all these different building types are able to actually gain something from this pilot. So next slide. So as part of the pilot, I meet with Power Takeoff every couple of weeks to kind of get like a brief overview of where things are at, what stage each of the different projects they're working on is in. They break things up into analyzed, engaged, confirmed change, and M&V. So on the second column here is what they estimated the number of kilowatt hours that are in each pipeline for each stage. And then based on past utilities programs they've worked with, they kind of assign a probability to that to make these estimations a little bit more realistic. And so from this pilot alone, when we're only working with about 162 projects, we're just going to be saving upwards of 800,000 kilowatt hours per year. While this doesn't seem like too significant, it means that this energy is not being used, and it's just being displaced. And this is just for a pilot only. If we launch this into a full program, we believe that this number could be much, much higher. But in terms of the pilot, we just really wanted to show proof of concept. And so right now, I believe we're about halfway to hitting this goal. And so we're in pretty good shape to getting the full goal hit at the end of this year. Next slide, please. So here's just a case study of one of the customers that Power Takeoff has worked with. They work with companies all over the country, and they have a lot of previous relationships with some of the major retailers. So they were, it was easier for them to engage a store like TJ Maxx for this first case study. They have a long-standing relationship, and TJ Maxx kind of knows how Power Takeoff operates, so they had a big advantage there. But what Power Takeoff's energy advisor did is they identified that they had very high energy use overnight, most likely due to poor scheduling. So if you take a look at the next slide, I think it shows a breakdown. Yeah, so it's a little hard to read the text. It's just kind of the correspondence between the energy consultant and the customer. But this is the data that Power Takeoff sees once they plot everything. The red line is showing the consumption throughout the day. And it's a bit hard to see on my end, but you can see that overnight there's a very high, the load curve is very high. And those are all times at which there's no occupancy. Unfortunately, TJ Maxx isn't open between 2 and 3 a.m. and it looks like that's when they're starting up everything. So Power Takeoff's main suggestion was to adjust the scheduling to be more in line with business hours. And the power of the AMI data is kind of clear right here. So normally the customer would just kind of get their energy bill at the end of the month and be like, oh, why is my bill so high? Because they don't have this granularity of looking at each 15-minute interval as to what's going on. So seeing this, it's much more clear what they need to do in order to reduce their energy usage. Next slide. So I guess I basically said this already, but they suggested changing to the store hours. And I believe now that they're in the M&V stage of this process. And so they're going to validate those savings. I thought I included a second chart after here, but I must have missed it. Next slide. Oh, here it is actually. So yeah, here's kind of a before and after snapshot. The blue line is once Power Takeoff kind of stepped in and put their recommendation in place. And you can see that it doesn't peak as hard as the red line does before the intervention. And so from just this small change alone, it's estimated that the customer could save upwards of $5,000 per year from their energy bill, and that's roughly equivalent to 30,000 kilowatt hours of energy. So there's one just good example as to how AMI data just tells you things that a normal electric bill won't. Next slide, please. Here's a second case study. I don't think I have the results on this one yet, but Power Takeoff is working with an office building, and they noticed that there's very high usage around 1 a.m. And it doesn't align with any of the operating hours or occupancy of the building. So Power Takeoff once again engaged the customer. And next slide. And they showed them a projection or the actual data that shows their consumption throughout. I believe this is a couple of days. It's a little tough to see. But really the main recommendations here again are to better align the HVAC and lighting schedules with business operation, changing the set points for the HVAC, especially during different seasons. It was under the assumption that the setback temperatures were either too high or too low during summer and summer and winter. So they wanted to address that as well. And then they also suggested adding some economizers to really give the most optimal start to stop times if it's applicable at all. And Power Takeoff is estimating that it's roughly $27,000 worth of electric savings per year, which equates to 150,000 kilowatt hours. So pretty significant savings there. Unfortunately, I don't have the results for this. I believe that they're still working closely with the customer. For this building, it was a bit interesting because the building manager said that they do start up things a bit earlier than typical business hours because they want the building to be in a comfortable steady state when people first start coming in. So that's something that they're working with Power Takeoff on to maybe fine tune a little bit to make them save energy, but still be mindful of the comfort of the occupants. Next slide, please. So yeah, this is just kind of reiterating what I said, that they had a very early startup time, and it's really just to flush the building, get everything in a steady state for the occupants. So next slide. So really to wrap things up, AMI data is a really cost-effective method to reduce energy consumption. Based off our experience and Power Takeoff's experience with other utility programs, it can reduce building energy consumption by 11 to 17%. Participation is really easy on the customer side of things. They don't pay for anything. They don't sign up for anything. It's really just a full service on part of Power Takeoff, and Power Takeoff gets paid by demonstrating to us that they yielded these savings, and then we'll pay a certain percentage based off that. So it's a real pay for performance model. With COVID, everyone kind of stepped into this virtual space. And it really kind of just normalized virtual engagement and interaction. So we see this as kind of being a nice first step as to getting customers interested in energy efficiency by seeing how their building is behaving in real time, understanding how things just like turning off the lights at certain times really does make a big impact. So once we get to the end of the pilot, hopefully it turns into a full-fledged program where we could expand this to other customer types and perhaps have other utilities across the state adopt it. But for now, that will be on standby. And so right now I'll just answer any questions.
Thanks, Brandon. We do have a few questions. So the first one was, what was the biggest challenge you faced during COVID?
That's a good question. Is it related to the virtual engagement pilot, or more
the virtual engagement?
Yeah, so I would say that the toughest thing is determining a baseline for your typical energy use for that building. With COVID, obviously everyone transitioned to working from home. And so the occupancy schedules are just not ideal in terms of setting a baseline to compare before and after. So that was definitely a big concern of mine moving into this pilot. I thought maybe we should hold off a little bit and wait till we get like a year of a more quote unquote normal occupancy. But Power Takeoff actually has a lot of different protocols in place for what they call non-routine events. And that's all worked into their algorithms to adjust for that and account for the non-occupancy during times of COVID. So it was pretty interesting to see on the back end. I didn't provide that data in this presentation, but it's definitely something that's accounted for and one of the bigger challenges that I thought we would face.
community has seen a lot of remote work and virtual work. So do you think any of the trends within this pilot is going to transfer over post-COVID?
What do you mean by trends, I guess?
So any trends you're currently seeing in building usage, occupancy, do you think that we're going to stay as remote or virtual, or do you think we're going to go back to having everybody back in the office as usual, and that will affect the energy consumption rates?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. To be honest, I'm not really quite sure. I know everyone's business is kind of trying to pursue something different and what works for their employees. A lot of people are proposing like a hybrid model. People are saying just purely work from home. Others really want to get back into the office. So I definitely think that we're going to see a shift, especially in office workers. That work may be more pushed to just doing from home from now on. But it's a little too early to say. I think once this year continues and more things start opening up and we get back to a new normal, perhaps those changes will be more evident.
Yeah, the new normal is definitely not the same, but we'll all adjust to it eventually. You mentioned manufacturing earlier as an industry that you would like to see participate in the program and in the pilot program. Are there any other industries that you would like to see involved in the pilot?
I'm not quite sure, to be totally honest with you. They do tackle a lot of retailers and office buildings, but I don't know. I would say small business, like this, just the small shops, small retailers, like local mom and pop shops. I think I would like to see more participation in that realm, just because I feel like there could be a lot of benefit there. And the cost savings opportunities could be a little bit higher. But for now, I feel like we're in a good place to demonstrate that this kind of works across different industries.
And in your opinion, which industry do you think this pilot program has had the biggest impact on? Is it the retailers? Is it the office spaces? What do you think this pilot program has really helped out the most?
I would say retailers right now for the most part. At least that's from the data that I'm seeing. But we were a little strategic in really what types of buildings we pursued, just to show this proof of concept I was talking about. We only had a limited number of savings to demonstrate in order to fulfill the requirements of the pilot. So I kind of had like a bit of say in terms of, I want you guys to kind of pursue X, Y, Z type of buildings. But in the future, it'll kind of be more randomized, I guess. And that will be clear as to like which building types gets the most out of it. But in Power Takeoff's experience, retailers for sure, yeah.
Yeah, you talk about expanding this into other areas and maybe making it more random. Connecticut is so diverse between different counties, different towns. Is there a place you'd like to expand this pilot to in the future?
Well, I really only have as much jurisdiction in my own company's territories. It would be cool to see it rolled out for the other electric utilities within the state. One thing that we're trying to work on now is getting the potential gas savings that come from some of these electric measure changes. So we're not directly targeting gas, but if the customer has both a UI and a SCG account, say they adjust some of the HVAC scheduling, there are also gas implications from that. And so we want to also be able to capture those savings as well. Some of the difficulties we're having right now is that the data is stored on a different type of like network, and the protocols are a little bit different in terms of how easy it is to, I guess, transfer the data in a secure way. So that's something we're kind of working on right now. But I think AMI data is honestly going to be a very important aspect in all of utilities moving forward. It tells you a lot of information that just a regular meter won't, especially when we get into the conversation of just like grid interactivity and stuff like that. Like it's going to be key. So I'm very happy that my company decided to invest in this technology earlier on, and we have about a 90% adoption rate for these AMI meters, and I think it's only going to serve to be more beneficial in the future.
And if you could tell businesses your one recommendation, just what you would suggest and what you would want them to know about energy efficiency, what would it be?
Yeah, so that's honestly a tough question, because for me, it's kind of like a no-brainer. Like you should just, energy efficiency is just good for the environment. It's the right thing to do. But in the business world, that's not always the deciding factor. But in terms of advancing infrastructure and wanting to kind of become future-proof in a sense, I would really suggest just doing anything you can to focus on energy efficiency at this time. Things are only getting more and more complicated as we move on. So by incorporating energy efficiency in your building, you're saving your building money. A lot of the workforce, especially people my age, are very keen on sustainability practices in businesses. I know some friends of mine, like one of the main things they look for is what is this business sustainability goals. So having just thinking about energy efficiency at all definitely attract a specific type of workforce. And I think that really this is going to be the trend we see in this industry, is just energy efficiency, how to use less energy, how to save money while doing that, and how to save the environment, because buildings are, as we know, one of the largest producers of carbon emissions. And so whatever we can do to reduce that is key.
Yeah, you mentioned buildings being not exactly environmental friendly in some instances. Are you making any new recommendations for new constructions that have to do with, you've got the solar panels on the side of the building, you've got the gardens on top of the roof, anything new and innovative that you're recommending?
I'm not sure if it's truly innovative, but we recently revamped our new construction program to have a heavier focus on what's called EUIs, energy use intensity. And so that's like being cognizant of the amount of energy per square foot that the building consumes. And with our new construction program, we kind of look at the building performance more holistically. We conduct energy models to determine what the before and after case is going to be like. And with that, it's kind of more of a push to zero net energy buildings. And those are buildings at which consume less energy than they produce on site. And so we're kind of trying to shift the new construction field into that arena.
That's great. And some of these concepts can be super hard to explain to the average mom and pop shop, and all of the return on investments that don't necessarily come down to a dollar amount, but are beneficial to the environment and the community in general. How do you go about educating the population about what the impacts of these construction projects and green technology will have for their business?
That's a good question. So we're actually reaching the end of our 3-year plan for the utilities of Connecticut. And it's my understanding that we're really trying to promote more trainings and workforce development to get people more educated on really the rudimentary aspects of energy efficiency, and just to try to make it more accessible to people. I know marketing is working on this whole strategy in order to just make it more easily understood. And honestly, we were very just open to questions at all. So if a customer happens to just be interested in it but doesn't know much, they're more than welcome to reach out to someone from my company, and we'd be able to point them in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like you have a lot of great before and after examples. So is that something that's really compelling for people who are reaching out to you and looking for this kind of assistance?
It varies. So like I said, some companies have their own sustainability goals that they want to hit. Some are very interested in getting sort of that LEED certification for a high performance building. In my experience, dollars seem to be a big motivator. But we're also trying to look at exploring non-electric benefits in terms of a metric we can use. So that could be anything from like carbon sequestered to just like overall air quality of the building. So we're exploring new things to get more people interested, but that definitely is the key is to how to get people more involved. So more to come on that.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about energy efficiency, I think a lot of us think about recycling and we think about solar. But what is one thing that's up and coming that you're excited about in terms of new initiatives for clean energy and just being green in general?
What I think is pretty cool is, I don't know if it's necessarily new, but this sort of differentiation between grid tied and grid interactive renewables. So with like a grid tied system, if you have like solar on your roof or something, if the grid happens to go down, your solar is also going down too, and it doesn't really serve a purpose. But with grid interactive, it allows you to incorporate like battery storage, and so the grid's offline, you get to use the energy from the battery storage. And it also gives you an option for what's called demand response. So that's in times where peak loads are very high, and the utility may ask you to, if you're a large consumer of energy, it may ask you to power down things to sort of offset the demand, or also provide the energy that you've collected from your solar to help support and kind of level out the overall load profile. So more things kind of working in conjunction with each other, and really just getting to where it's this smart grid concept.
That's really interesting. I hadn't thought about if the power grid goes out, then your solar also goes out in most instances. I know the pilot program has a few guidelines and things that they want to accomplish. And how have you found that aligns with what the businesses are looking to do? Do you find there's a lot of symmetries between the two, or one business is looking for something totally out of left field from the program, but somehow you might be able to find a way to work it in?
What do you mean by like other things that they're looking for? Do you mean like besides either saving energy or saving money?
Correct.
For now, I don't really see too much differentiation between those two. Like they're either in that pool, or they're a business that just happens to be pretty forward thinking and think about just the environment and energy conservation. So they're kind of just willingly doing it. But those three things are kind of the main motivators I've seen for at least the pilot. Yeah, that's how I'd answer that.
All right, great. Well, thank you so much for spending your day with us today. It was really informative, and hopefully this gets to a full program and not just a pilot.
Yeah, thank you for having me. And if anybody would like to know more information, definitely feel free to reach out to me by email or something.
Sounds great. So again, thank you so much to our speakers. We're going to take a short break, and we'll see you at 1:45. I
consider them my partner. You know, that's really what that's how I feel about CBIA. My name is Cynthia Ambrose, and I'm the Human Resources Manager for Integrated Physicians Management Services. We're located here in East Hartford on the river. The bulk of what we do on a day-to-day basis is medical billing. We also are experts with compliance. So we've been working with CBIA since the beginning of my tenure with this company, which is 31 years. I call CBIA generally for employment law related questions or benefits. I find that I pick up the phone quite a bit.
During these unprecedented times, CBIA is finding new ways to enhance your benefits package without affecting your bottom line. CBIA's home and auto insurance program is an additional benefit of your membership, requiring no additional dues dollars. There's also no administrative work and no payroll deduction, making it fast and easy to provide open enrollment options for new employees and new hire packages. CBIA offers discounted rates that aren't available to just any agent. We work with some of the top insurance carriers in the industry, all rated A or better by AM Best. While tailoring coverage to an employee's needs, our licensed professionals will check coverages that they have currently and close any gaps that exist. We also offer more than just home and auto insurance. We can provide coverage for all personal lines, including renter's insurance, condo coverage, and specialty coverage for RVs, boats, and any other valuables. To get started, contact Ruth Galinsky at CBIA.
And welcome back. Glad to have you joining us today. Our next panel will be hosted by Beth Barton, along with Ann Catino, Sam Haydock, and Graham Stevens on the transition to the new release-based reporting and remediation program. What happens with the Transfer Act, Brownfields program, and then some. Beth is a partner with the law firm at Day Pitney and resides in Day Pitney's Hartford, Connecticut office. Beth has more than 30 years of experience in environmental and land use litigation, permitting and consultation at the federal, state, and local levels. This experience includes legal services for clients involved in manufacturing, energy and utilities, real estate, project development, and restructuring. And in addition to permitting a variety of facilities, she assists in the transfer of permits and negotiates the nuances for compliance with the Transfer Act and brownfields and contaminated property redevelopment. Ann also regularly appears before federal and state environmental and siting agencies, local regulatory boards, and all courts in environmental enforcement actions, private cost recovery claims, and commercial disputes regarding environmental issues. Sam has more than 35 years of experience in environmental and land use consulting. He's a principal and business director of development and client care for the environmental division at B&L Companies and has experience with environmental projects for industrial clients, developers, institutions, municipalities, municipal development entities, and state agencies. We're also welcoming back Graham, who is the Office Director of Constituent Affairs and Land Management at DEEP. Beth, take it away to lead this discussion.
Thank you very much, Ashley, and good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to all of you for tuning in. We have a lot to cover in a rather short period of time, and I'd like to briefly sort of set the stage for our session and then get right into the substance and what our very capable and engaged panel has to share. Format-wise, we concluded that the most useful way to address our topic, which literally is evolving daily, is with a series of questions which will give our panel the opportunity to comment and then to react to each other's responses in real time. So we're hoping for more of a dialogue among the panelists as opposed to a series of presentations. We're also hoping to have some time at the end for questions you may have, so please feel free to write them down in the chat room and we'll do our best to get to them. Earlier today, there was a session about the new release-based program and the process that is being followed for purposes of developing the regulations for that program. Graham participated in the session and he's back again for our session. Thank you for your willingness to return, Graham. Our focus is related but pointedly different from that of this morning's session. As we are all aware, Connecticut already has multiple robust programs dealing with the identification, the investigation, and the remediation of unauthorized releases. For example, there are in the neighborhood of 30 statutory provisions alone which make reference to and rely on the remediation standard regulations. Also, the Transfer Act has 26 exemptions from its applicability, with others being provided via the definition of an establishment that's subject to the Transfer Act. So this morning you heard about the working group and the subcommittee process whereby stakeholder comment and input and suggestions are being shared on aspects of the new regulations. However, these subcommittees have been operating largely independent of one another up to this point, and they're not specifically charged with looking at the transitioning from or the integration of the existing programs, and if there is to be integration or is to be transitioning, if and how this is going to happen. Ideally, this will happen smoothly and in a predictable fashion without confusion or chaos. And hopefully it'll happen in a way that avoids unintended consequences, which is always a risk when you do a major overhaul of something that already exists. Well, not one of the original subcommittees that were formed by DEEP. There is a transition group that was created to consider or at least identify or tee up transitioning issues. Ann Catino and I are members of that group, and the other members are Franca DeRosa, Nancy Mendel, and Tim Whiting. And we've been meeting twice a month since February, and Graham has generously given up his time joining us for those meetings. So now at this point, I'd like to start with our first question to the panel, and we'll be off to covering our topic. An acknowledged driver, panel, an acknowledged driver behind Public Act number 20-9 and the development of the release-based investigation and remediation program was widespread support of the sunsetting of the Transfer Act. There will be a period of time, however, when cleanups under the Transfer Act and cleanups under the new release-based reporting and remediation program will of necessity coexist, in effect needing to function side by side, perhaps even at the same property. Do you have any concerns about this scenario? Do you think DEEP is going to have the resources to run both the Transfer Act program and this new release program? Ann, you want to start?
Sure. Thank you, Beth. And thank you all for attending. This has been a pleasure to work on. I think as Graham had indicated this morning and Beth picked up on, there is a lot going on right now with the transition to this new program. And as part of our transitions group, we are advising Graham and DEEP as to how do we take the universe of sites? There are approximately 4,400 sites already in the Transfer Act, notwithstanding those in the voluntary program or the brownfields programs, and move them into a new release-based program. That's an enormous effort. It's no small task. And there are concerns because we do know that we've got 4,500 sites, and now we're going to have a release-based program with a lot of various potential releases yet to be defined. But we also all realize that the department's staffing can be lean at times. There will be a loss, a dreadful loss, of very seasoned professionals within the department over the next year or two. How are they going to pick up and move the ball forward? As part of the transition, the Transfer Act still exists, and it's going to continue to exist, not just for the 4,500 sites, but for any new site that comes into the program until the release-based regulations come into existence. So there's a lot of sites that have to move through the program with regrettably limited staffing that the department will not really enjoy, but suffer through. Frankly, I think it would be interesting, Graham, to move to you as to, how is the department ultimately going to respond to the retirements and keeping some of the individuals engaged and involved, not just with the new program, but to shepherd through the TransFrac sites.
Yeah, thank you, Anne, and glad to be here again today, speaking about one of my favorite topics, the cleanup of releases. The department is going through already experiencing transition, right, with respect to its workforce. If you think about the ramp up of the environmental programs, particularly in the cleanup world, that really started in the late 80s. So not only is the department going through this transition, I think also, other environmental sectors, including our critical licensed environmental professionals, are seeking some retirement cliff issues in the coming years. Now that presents an opportunity, I see, as well, because we have these seasoned professionals who are working hand in hand with the new staff that we've been able to bring on over the last few years. And hopefully we will continue to bring on new staff as others retire. And really what we're doing is passing the torch and having that institutional knowledge help us develop these regulations in a way that we don't have the unintended consequences that Beth spoke to as a potential when we're making such a sweeping change. And I think when it comes down to it, this is an imperative. All right, we have the need to boost economic recovery in Connecticut, particularly post-COVID. We have equity issues surrounding the impacts in our urban cores that have gone, not fully addressed for some time. And we have pollution, which impacts our environment and public health and safety every day. So this new system, if developed correctly, with the help of the working group and all of the various stakeholders that are donating significant amounts of time to this effort, I think we can come up with a system that is right-sized, that focuses on the highest risks, and that leverages IT solutions to make this system more user-friendly for businesses and others in the state. So I'm looking forward to working with the panelists here who are very engaged, obviously, and all of the others who continue to aid us in this endeavor.
Obviously, you emphasize the role of the licensed environmental professionals. Sam, maybe you could jump in. How about from the perspective of the LEPs? Do you have concerns about deep resources? Do you have concerns about the TransFrac program operating alongside an expansive new release-based remediation program?
Thank you, Beth. The 2009 does anticipate there may be sites where this may occur, and there is some transition language that has been established to determine if you have a new release on an existing site that's in the Act, whether you can continue under the old under your current regulatory scheme and the existing RSRs, or whether it would be subject to the new standards that may be established with the new program. I think really the devil is in the details. I think it depends on what the new standards look like that may be developed as part of the regulatory process. I think it would be somewhat I don't know what the right word is, strange if you have a portion of the site that is subject to one set of standards and a new release that on the same site that is subject to a different set of standards. But again, I think it will I guess it will depend on how the regulations play out, what some of the numeric criteria are if they change. And so there's a lot of unknowns still there.
So as we've already touched on, or a couple of you have referenced, this new program does not come into effect until these regulations are passed. And obviously we're still at the very formative stage in terms of the regulations, which is part of why there's all this uncertainty. But is Public Act 20-9, is the fact of this new release-based program coming into play somewhere down the road, is that impacting what you do today? Is that impacting projects? Is that impacting transactions? I mean, maybe that's mostly a question for you, Ann, and Sam.
Sure. The answer is we have to deal with the Transfer Act today for establishment properties. That has not changed. There's still going to be the same negotiation between buyers and sellers, who's going to be the certifying party, who's not. Does it affect the indemnities? What it does do, what 20-9 does do, is it provides another crystal in our crystal ball for determining what the future is going to be. We're going to have to put into the agreements, into the indemnities, the foreshadowing of the development of this program and what it could mean when properties go through a change of ownership and even a business, because businesses, the transfer of businesses in and of itself, business operations are establishments subject to the Transfer Act. So it has to be contemplated in the agreement, but yet the law that exists today is the Transfer Act and the remediation standard regulations. When I heard actually Rachel Rosen talk earlier, there's a lot of changes to the RSRs. That probably, as far as today's environment, today's deals, that has a larger impact than trying to ascertain what the future will be like. But yes, it does have an effect. We're starting to work on deals and draft deals contemplating a new world for us when the regulations take effect.
Regulations, although the details are in the making, these regulations are not just limited to establishments. They potentially apply to every property, correct?
Absolutely. They apply to every property. And I think what also is important to mention is that this release-based program covers not just the owner or the creation of a release, but maintenance of a release. And that's an important concept as well, is maintaining the release. Do you know about a release? What the new statute also does is, if you know about releases prior to the date that these regulations will be enacted, that's not going to be covered in the new program necessarily. Knowledge of the release is something that is being developed in the working groups, the discovery of a release, but there will be some liability under the new program for creation and maintaining a release. And maintaining does presume a level of knowledge.
So Sam, how about...
And just to can I just clarify that just a little bit?
Of course, Graham.
And brings up a good point. So one big difference with respect to this program is, you know, the liabilities already exist for creators and maintainers of pollution, and maintenance is interpreted as ownership of pollution. But the new program is really going to inject on the front end a real business decision, right? So folks need to make a business decision or be compelled by a business partner or entity to conduct an investigation. So as opposed to the Transfer Act, which presupposes risks associated with establishments, this new system is really going to wait for property owners and businesses to have make a decision to conduct an investigation, and if they discover a historical release, which they may or may not have known about in the past, it is only that new discovery of a historical release that would potentially trigger action. And not every discovered release, as we're talking about with our stakeholder groups, would require reporting. So it's a really different world that we're looking at. And it's interesting because Connecticut, being one of two states that focuses a lot on real estate and business transactions, is really trying to catch up to the rest of the country where this type of program is commonplace.
Yeah, and Graham makes a very good point in terms of it looking forward in terms of historical releases that are discovered. Again, we're waiting for the details, of course, in the regs, but that's certainly a very legitimate observation. Maybe we could ask you, Sam, as the person out in the field looking at site conditions or determining whether or not there are releases. Does it complicate life for you? I mean, can you parse out what is or isn't something to be looked at, or that a property owner wants you to look at or doesn't want you to look at, and how you might then proceed to characterize the site?
Well, I think as it relates to current projects, we're not seeing any impact from the proposed regulations at this point and the new statute. I think I agree with what Ann said and what Rachel spoke about earlier. We are seeing impacts from Wave 2 on projects, some good, some not as helpful, and some still to be determined as they're relatively new. What we have been getting from clients are lots of questions, particularly when the new legislation was first announced. The typical question was, I hear the transfer act's dead, and it's not so fast. If you have a current deal or a pending deal, it's still going to apply until it doesn't. We don't know when that time is. Have gotten some questions along the lines of, should I wait on my transaction for the new program to be in place? And generally, the answer is no. If you have a need for a transaction as a buyer or a seller, you should move forward with that now under the existing program, because we don't know when the new one will be fully up and running. Lots of questions, no significant impact to existing projects or deals at this time.
A big adjustment for all of us is thinking in terms of individual releases as opposed to a site or a site-wide characterization. I know in a number of the subcommittees that have met, there's been talk about having a quarter jar for every time someone uses site as opposed to release, and that might fund the cost of the new program. So it's a tough habit to break. Today, what is relied upon heavily when you have a site that has to go through characterization, either under the Transfer Act or one of the other many programs that we have in place, like voluntary remediation, brownfields, whatever, is the site characterization guidance document. Is that still going to be applicable? Maybe, Graham, you could speak to whether it's anticipated that would be replaced or revised, or do you see a need for there to be clarity, if only for the LEPs, as to what the standard of care is when they're going to be now investigating releases as opposed to perhaps an entire site?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that from Deep's perspective. Obviously we worked hard on establishing, the site characterization guidance document, which is, the most common approach that folks use and is seen as a prevailing standard and guideline with respect to investigation of sites under the Transfer Act or other site-based cleanup programs. And it's also seen as kind of the lever which makes some of these programs seem, unfair when you're a Transfer Act site and you're proving the negative to say that, no, I don't have any pollution, I'm going to sample to show that I don't. The new program, obviously, you choose to sample and you find something, then you're in. There has been talk in a subcommittee of the working group that is specifically charged with characterization, that the standard set in the site characterization guidance document is a good standard, and because the remediation standard regulations or the cleanup standards, which are currently in place, are release-based, minor modifications to that guidance document could set one standard of care for sites that are either currently undergoing cleanup and will continue under the Transfer Act, or other programs that are not going to be transitioned into the release-based program, like our brownfield programs, which are known nationwide for their excellence, and sites, or there's the quarter jar, or releases that would come underneath the release-based program. So it's a really interesting idea. A concept paper on that topic is being submitted to the working group in Deep today, and we will be posting that on our webpage for others to look at on Monday. So we look forward to seeing how that shakes out.
That's
I have a couple thoughts on that as well.
Sure.
I think from the LEP perspective, releases under the new program will need to be delineated aerially and vertically. We need to know the extent of the release, and we have to determine if and what type of remediation will be needed. So that that characterization will be very important. What we don't know is whether under the new program it will be a more stringent or a less stringent process. It is worthy of noting that under Public Act 20-09 that the definition of remediation does include investigation. And in fact, it states that remediation means determining the nature and extent of a release in accordance with standard and prevailing guidelines. So, how will the standard and prevailing guidelines change under the new program? Will the standard of care be less stringent than it is today? I find that difficult to see that happening, but again, we'll have to see how that shakes out. One other thing that I think is important to note is, for due diligence, when you're looking at a property in anticipation of a transaction, or maybe doing some testing of soil prior to construction, which is another example or another scenario where a release could be detected. But particularly with due diligence, is the term, as we know it today, area of concern under the site characterization guidance document going to go away? As Chris McCormick wrote before he passed in an article that was published, I'm not sure if it was an ASTM article, but he drew a very well-written distinction between a REC under the ASTM standard and an AOC under the site characterization guidance document. An AOC is much more stringent in terms of the investigation process, and it was one of the things that set Connecticut apart. And was has been one of the criticisms of the Transfer Act and the Connecticut process. And so, AOCs will likely have to remain for other programs like brownfield programs, the liability relief programs, or even the voluntary cleanup program. But how will that, what will that look like under the release-based remediation program? I think that definitely something that warrants further discussion and thought.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's good to hear that the department's thinking about it and that things will be posted. I'm sure EPOC will play a significant role as well. Maybe we could move on. You guys have talked about the new the RSR revisions. We also heard earlier today about the new spill regs, new regs governing the reporting of new releases and spills that have been proposed by DEEP. Should there be any concerns about any potential for confusion regarding the relationship between these spill regs and the regs for the new release-based investigation and remediation program? I understand that the new program the focus is on historical releases, but how do you guys envision that working, those two sets of regs?
I mean, I'm happy to give my opinion if you wish. I mean, the one thing that folks need to keep in mind is this has been quite a year in the cleanup world, as is evidenced by CBIA's agenda today, tackling lots of ongoing topics. But I think a lot of people call them the spill regs, or the contemporaneous release regs. This has been a multi-decade approach in trying to get these regulations adopted. I think we now have, the best proposal that's receiving the most support that we've seen in over 20 years, and I think 5 attempts to adopt these regulations. And one important thing to keep in mind when we talk about those spill regs, as they're known, is that they cover releases that don't impact the environment. So they might cover a chlorine gas release, or they may cover a tanker truck rollover on the highway where the tanker has not ruptured but may be in risk of rupturing. And they even, this is a common thing that people hear about, like the stream behind me, a tanker truck of milk rolls over and the milk is impacted the stream. That's going to impact water quality and also fish life as well, and requires response, but it wouldn't necessarily be pulled into the release-based cleanup program. So really you have two different universes in the front ends that marry for the cleanup and closure. So it's important that we do good messaging on these differences because it certainly could be a confusion and concern. And working with the working group, hopefully we can come up with some good ways of explaining this to the regulated community so they understand as well.
That's helpful to have Deep's perspective, Graham. I guess I'm curious as to whether Ann and Sam agree that the new program wouldn't cover those types of releases. I think based upon what we have available to us so far, including most notably the language of the statute, I don't think it's clear that those releases wouldn't be captured. Ann?
I agree with you, Beth. I think the Public Act 20-09 says that it prohibits no person shall create or maintain a release to the land and waters of the state in violation of Public Act 20-09. There is a language issue that I think we have to deal with in order to provide the regulated community with the necessary clarity that is required. There's a very good goal here, which is to go to a release-based system. But we need to make it clear what is meant by release. A lot of the work that's being done by the working groups has to do with historical releases and the identification or discovery of a historical condition. Whereas the spill reporting, as you point out, Graham, really deals with like the immediate, spill of milk, water, contamination, oil, petroleum, hazardous wastes, whatever. There is confusion. And as part of what I think we're all trying to achieve through the working groups, and I think that this is something the department really needs to take on, is providing in the language the necessary clarity so that the regulated community isn't dually regulated. You don't know which way you're going. You have to go down one path. And I don't think that, given the language of the statute, that one path is clearly articulated. Whether it's ultimately going to be done in the regulations or in a change in the statutes, more work needs to be done. I think, frankly, everyone's talking about the same sort of thing and how there is a split, but it needs to be expressed clearly so the regulated community knows, people from out of state know, the consultants know, the lawyers know, everyone knows what program you're regulated under.
And hopefully it'll make for a manageable.
And I agree with that. The one thing I'd like to point out is the definition of release does say into or onto the land and water of the state. So the chlorine gas or the potential release is not covered. The statute also clearly says that there shall not be joint reporting required under both sets of regulations. But we definitely agree that there's a lot more education and that's necessary, as well as, yes, the regulations that are being developed now for the release-based system need to provide the clarity there with respect to the last thing we want is joint regulation of a release.
So, Sam, anything you want to add on that point before we see if there are any questions from our audience here?
No, I agree with both Graham and Ann. So let's see what we have for questions.
Okay. I have lots more, but Ashley, have you received any questions?
We do have one question, and with many of you on the ad hoc committee looking to align Brownfield's program and other programs with the release-based program, which one do you think is going to be the hardest to integrate with the release-based program?
Which of the Brownfield programs?
Brownfields, any remediation programs, and we can start with Sam.
I do, I'm wondering, I don't know if this is going to be the hardest, but, we currently have an understanding with EPA under the Record Corrective Action Program that if we achieve compliance with the Transfer Act at a site, that we generally meet the requirements of corrective action, sometimes with a slight additional focus in one area or another. But I'm curious to know what's going to happen with that memorandum of understanding and how that might affect that program.
Graham, is there any update on that? Has there been any conversation with EPA about that topic yet?
Yeah, Sam's absolutely right. So the state of Connecticut has primacy with respect to record corrective action, which is a closure obligation for those who had hazardous waste usage on their site of certain amounts. And we have had preliminary conversations, but additional conversations need to be had. And I think once we have some additional information on what the regs might say and how they might handle different releases, we certainly want to open up that conversation, because it was a great collaborative process with US EPA to have them approve our cleanup program. Like Sam said, there's a couple of minor modifications that are necessary to get through corrective action as opposed to just any old transfract site. But we want to make sure that we have a system for corrective action sites, of which Connecticut has quite a few, and those sites can be closed as expeditiously as possible.
That's great to hear. It certainly was much appreciated, all the work done in the past to have there be coordination on that between EPA and DEEP. Ashley, anything else?
If I could add, Beth,
Yep.
on programs that may be difficult to integrate.
Sure.
The brownfield programs, obviously, as you talked about, they're site-wide. They're actually excluded. There are the issues, though, embedded not just with the brownfields programs, but with some of the other programs that we haven't yet talked about. Even though they may be by statute excluded, I think integrating some of the liability relief programs, the innocent landowner defense, there are certain protections that are allowed and that are afforded under the law. They're excluded here. I think either Graham or Sam started by the devil's in the details. How are they really integrated so that the liability protections are there when you discover a release? Are you then in the release-based program for which you've already been granted innocent a defense under the innocent landowner defense? I think there's a lot more thinking that has to occur in order to create a comprehensive program.
That's coordinated.
Yes.
Did you have anything else, Ashley?
Nope. If we got time for one more question, Beth, so take it away.
I guess maybe I'd just ask whether or not, adding to what we've just been talking about, are there any other voids or gaps that we haven't touched on that you think are worthy of noting at this point? I mean, we talked about a number of the programs, but we didn't talk, for example, about significant environmental hazards, or are there others that you feel it would be helpful to raise at this point?
Well, I can start, although I'm going to look at Graham. All the papers are due from the subgroups to the working group by midnight tonight. Graham then is going to send them out to the working group members and publish them on the website. I think those are going to be very informative to tell us and explain what are all these groups thinking, particularly regarding significant environmental hazard. In the group I've been involved in, that's, continuing that program, integrating it into the new program. We've also heard earlier today, historic fill. Should historic widespread polluted fill, particularly in urban areas, just be carved out of this program? The scope of this program is very broad. Questions have been raised about residential properties. How are those going to be handled? Because a release could be on a residential property and be treated differently under this program than it has been in the past. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done, and I'm encouraged by it and optimistic, and especially reading these new set of papers and all the wonderful flowcharts that are supposed to accompany that.
And we certainly all, and I know definitely Graham feels this way, we want to do this right. We all want to get it right. And towards that end, these concept papers, as I understand it, will be available to the public, and the public's comment will be sought. And I would strongly encourage everybody to comment, negative, positive, neutral, it doesn't matter, because to pick up on Ann's point, this program has the potential to impact every single property in the state of Connecticut. I want to thank you all very much for giving your time, for giving your responses to the questions, for putting up with me needling away. I tried to pretty much stick with our script so you weren't caught unawares. But I think back to you, Ashley. It's been great. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, and thank you, Beth, for monitoring this panel, and thank you all the panel members. So we're going to jump right into another discussion. Our next panel will be PFAS in Industry with Richard DeRosa and Emily Mooney-Scott. Richard is a licensed environmental professional in LEP in Connecticut and a licensed professional geologist in New Hampshire and Tennessee. For 33 years of environmental practice, he is focused on understanding complex geologic, hydrogeologic, and geochemistry associated with soil and groundwater contamination. Emily is a partner at Robinson+Cole's Environmental, Energy, and Telecommunications Group with experience in facility compliance and transactional matters. Her experience includes a long-term placement in a legal department of a client, a multinational manufacturer, where she worked closely with the in-house and outside environmental and transactional counsel, as well as corporate and facility environmental personnel. Welcome, Richard and Emily.
Thank you. But you're muted.
Thank you. Thank you, Emily. It's always amazing how we're on virtual time and, well, what we forget to do and what we don't forget to do. But thank you for inviting us here today, and hopefully we have a good discussion. And so I'd like to start with the first slide, please, where what we'd like to talk about today between Emily and myself are some of those implications that industry will likely have over time. So if we look at the our outline, it's basically we're going to give a brief overview of PFAS. And again, most of us have gone through a lot of the different, virtual classrooms on PFAS. We don't want to reinvent the wheel, but we do want to just stress some of the factors that are important to these particular constituents. We're going to look at, what their usage are and potential for impacts to the environment, especially when it relates to, what we heard this morning from Debbie, where she was talking about the toxic release inventory, where there's 172 compounds that are supposed to be in the July 1st reporting period. Also with the NEPDES permit, I do enjoy what she indicated that they would be monitored for 6 PFAS compounds. However, 4 times a year. However, they would be monitored for now, which I thought was an interesting statement. Where down the road, what is the implication of that, along with POTW, as she mentioned. So what are those for Connecticut industries? And then Emily's going to talk more about what's going on in the regulatory as well as the compliance side of things. So as we can see on the next slide, this is an interesting map that's been put together as recently as January of this year. And you can see the different color dots representing whether the purples are military sites, drinking water in blue, or other sites in red. And what always draws my eye is there's certain areas where there's a whole bunch of dots and another area where there isn't. And that doesn't mean that PFAS isn't present in those other locations where there's not a whole lot of blue dots. It just means that the regulatory agencies have sort of taken a greater role in terms of requirements, in terms of assessing and analyzing for PFAS compounds. You can see there in the middle between New Jersey, Western Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and New Hampshire is Connecticut. And we don't have a whole lot of dots currently. But looking at the Connecticut PFAS plan in terms of their action plan and how they're moving forward with their action plan, I suspect we're going to start seeing a lot more dots in Connecticut over time. So on the next slide, what we can see is sort of a little history. And again, like I said, you've seen these before, but I think from an industrial standpoint, when were they introduced and where were we looking for these? So back in the 1940s. So we've heard things about, historical deposition in terms of the changes within the RSRs in Wave 2. we're going to have to look in terms of, looking at these manufacturing and products, whether it was, stain and water resistant products or coatings, whether it's the waterproof fabrics that came in the 1970s, firefighting foams are one that I think are going to be a very major area of investigation, not only related to fires, but fire training areas, as well as where they were used. And a lot of times they may have been used at municipal sites for training and perhaps next to water supply wells. So if we look and see where things are going, if we go to the next, please. We can see that EPA committed to phasing out PFOA and PFOS in 2006. The next, please. And then the following one after that, too, please. Next slide. Thank you. And the next slide. So then 2010, 95% reduction of these compounds. In 2015, they were fully phased out. Now, again, the term fully phased out is sort of an oxymoron in terms of they were fully phased out in the United States, but that doesn't mean that other countries, such as China, India, and a variety of other countries are not still manufacturing these, and therefore the products coming in to the United States may still include these compounds. So as you're evaluating your materials, just keep that in mind. Next slide. So if you can just go through a series of these. So the first one is that, just looking at the history of PFAS, these are man-made compounds, and man did an excellent job in terms of creating these bonds. They're some of the strongest and thermally stable bonds, representing a chlorine-fluorine molecule, and they don't react very much. Next. We can see that they're also very persistent and they don't break down in the environment. Next, please. And they're found in all media, and they're also found worldwide. So they've done studies with polar bears in the Arctic. I've seen sample data in Lake Superior in terms of sediment at the bottom, and PFAS have been detected. And the half-lives in human are 2 to 8 years, and the variability really comes in terms of the chain length of the molecules. And they have a header and a tail where they want to repel water and they want to attract water. So it makes them very desirable in manufacturing for things like nonstick. But it also becomes an environmental issue in terms of how we're dealing with it. And as we continue on, there are 4,000 of these. And on the next slide, we can see, some of the human effects related to them. And we can see on the left side, and I'm not going to read it, where you can read these in terms of, what are the human effects. I think the takeaway here is that on the right slide, and this is some older data, but it's still, I think, pertinent between 2000 and 2014 as PFOA and PFOS were phased out. The green line shows that there's a net reduction in terms of the blood level concentrations. So on the next slide, this is where we're at. So I think we're looking at a pyramid effect. So if we click to the next slide, we can see that we're really dealing with the tip of the iceberg right now. PFOA and PFOS, since 2015 have been banned from the United States. And then we get these next 4 compounds, many of which are included in the 5 compounds that are regulated by the state of Connecticut. These 6 are regulated in in Massachusetts. And then there's another list underneath totaling in the purple. So from the purple to the yellow, we have a total of 18 compounds. And if you recall, I mentioned earlier, there's as many as 4,000 of these compounds, and some of the fluoropolymers are also being evaluated. So you can start seeing the implications here is that these compounds are few and far between that have a lot of data in terms of EPA, in terms of the information that they're providing, what laboratories can analyze, and currently there are around 32 compounds. And the methods right now are really looking at those top 18 with the method 533. So the next compound, please. Slide, please. So what are some of these sources? And again, as we look through here, you may look at this and say, well, why is landfills first? And And I'm going to get through that in terms of some of the implications that might result in terms of industry and how we have to deal with these things. So a lot of the areas in terms of plating, manufacturing plants, we know about the big ones, the DuPonts, the Cameros, those are, there's a lot of contamination and a lot of studies done around those. As I mentioned, the AFFF applications, the chemical plants, wastewater treatment plants, and leaching fields. But what's driving all these? And Emily is going to talk about the state and federal regulations along with litigations, but drinking water resources are critical. The human health and ecological risk. Construction projects where, we've gone on sites and because of PFAS presence, we've had to develop dewatering plans and treatment of PFAS water during construction sites. Risk management and compliance regulations are always critical. And so as we move forward here, we can see that on the next slide, and you can just click through all these, please. There's a series of firefighting foams, which, we've talked about. Industrial facilities, such as electroplating, where mist suppressants were done. Semiconducting manufacturers, aerospace, electronics application, and I'll get into these in a few minutes. Automobile parts. There's been a recent study done in terms of there are dozens and dozens of PFAS components within an automobile, and those end up in landfills or being crushed. Landfills themselves in consumer products, we're starting to see regulations and legislatures that are banning products that contain these. Wastewater treatment plants, discharges, and that has implications to industry because if you're discharging wastewater, you may end up being caught up in this, as well as consumer products, as I mentioned. So on the next slide, please. So what are some of the industrial uses? And if we can hold there for a second. What I'd like to do is go through a series of lists here. And I know people are preparing their tier reporting. So hopefully if some of these might come out in terms of as you're looking at your materials, such as corrosive prevention in terms of metal plating, the wetting agents that are used in the various electroplating processes. The next slide. In wire manufacturing, there's, PFAS can be identified within the insulation and coating. So again, you need to look at, what are those constituents and what are those total weights for requirements under tier reporting. Under the next, in aerospace, we see they're located in, brakes and hydraulic, fluids for corrosion prevention. Again, the wires and cables, lubricants, sealants, coatings, and the list can go on, but these are just a few that I'm listing here. Under the next, please. We can see in firefighting, there are different specifications that were used in terms of AFFF. So again, looking at those specifically at hangars, at areas where fires might have occurred at businesses, they may come back in and ask for, looking at those in a deeper detail. On the next location, electronics, there's a lot of PFAS and a lot of electronics in terms of, again, cables and wires, but again, the tapes and the discs, the coatings to protect from moisture and corrosion, to reduce surface tension of fluids in cleaning and polishing. And speaking of cleaning and polishing, on the next, please. There's a lot of studies that have been done in terms of cleaners, shampoos, polishes, waxes, even on the concrete and masonry cleaners. Vermont had done a study in terms of floor waxes on some of their schools, and they found, I think it was either 3 or 4 in 10 schools found PFAS in their leaching fields. So again, we have to look in terms of a release-based aspect, how we might evaluate these things. On the next slide, please. And then on coatings. So again, we're looking at paints and resins and adhesives, and the list goes on. I mean, ski wax is one which is not one I initially thought of, but it's one that's actually being looked at ski resorts. And so, fog prevention, windshield wiper fluids, any kind of things that might be used that might result in, resisting water. And I think in terms of coating, I know there's a facility in Massachusetts where they were a coating facility. And part of the coating facility, they had an exhaust fan that went outside. And the PFAS compounds went also outside with the exhaust. And was, basically deposition on the building itself as well as the soils. And that resulted in contamination to a down-gradient well. So again, we have to look at how are these things being used and what is the overall issues that might result from that. Next, please. And if we can just click through these, please, I think there's like 6 clicks. But we start off at an industry and we can see that, where these things might go. We could say, why a farmer's field? And I think once we get to the next one, you can stop there, please. So from an industry standpoint, you may have a wastewater discharge to a wastewater treatment system. They may take their biosolids. That biosolids might be applied to a farmer's field. And therefore, the implication is a direct contact with the farm animals and potential groundwater. Also, you might have that water running down to a stream or discharging through effluents and affect a potable water supply well. And the water might be contaminated also from other sources such as residential homes. And so you can start seeing that this gets pretty complex and why litigation goes on and why Emily will talk about some of these issues in a few minutes. Next slide, please. Next, please. Thank you. Again, this is just sort of a cartoon, but I just want to move on to the next slide. Where we can see how are some of these affected. And again, you can see that, from industry, there could be a direct discharge to a wastewater treatment. You could have runoff of atmospheric deposition from pavement into surface water, affecting, not only the biota, but also water supply wells and surface water. Next slide, please. So where are these compounds found? They're basically found in all media. So the next, please, if you could click. So we can see them in basic things that we would typically analyze for: soil, sediment, groundwater, surface water. But a new one comes into play with air in terms of airborne deposition and how far away those might go. And then when we're looking at, potential for evaluating these things, we got to start looking at fish, invertebrates, plants. So we're looking at ecological aspects in terms of how things are going. Next slide, please. And so just in terms of summarizing my section here before Emily jumps in, again, you've got tier reporting on July 1st. Again, hopefully some of these things might prompt you to be looking at different materials that you might be using. Things that are coming down the pipe that I think we need to evaluate, and that is industrial discharge permits. PFAS is going to be included in terms of new and renewal permits, most likely from DEEP. DEP is currently requesting wastewater treatment plants to test for PFAS to see what might be present not only in the effluent, but also in the biosolids. And that may lead to contributors upstream to be assessed to see who might be contributing PFAS. They're also considering limits on surface water discharges. And again, if you have a treatment system and you're discharging to either a wastewater treatment or to a surface water, again, PFAS is likely to be an analysis that will be showing up. Landfill leachates, and again, there, if you're disposing materials, you have potential for future liability, especially if, in fact, EPA considers and identifies certain PFAS as hazardous waste. So that, again, I'll leave that to Emily in terms of what she can talk about. And then, of course, the nightmare scenario, the potential for reopeners of closed sites, where if, in fact, PFAS might have been used, will a regulatory agency come back and ask for additional testing and evaluation and potential remediation? So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Emily.
Thanks, Rich, and thanks, folks, for joining us on this beautiful Friday afternoon. Next slide, please. So as Rich discussed, I'm going to cover some of the legal considerations that we've seen in the PFAS space over the last few years. And of course, it is ever evolving and ever changing. One of the areas where it has moved or has threatened to move in the last several months has been the area of application-specific bans and restrictions. So what I mean by that is bans and restrictions on PFAS in specific applications like food packaging, ski wax, as Rich mentioned, carpet, things of that nature. These will present some really interesting challenges to manufacturers as we roll forward over the next several years, keeping things straight and understanding what they're dealing with. So for example, in Vermont, we recently saw a ban on PFAS in takeout food packaging. And in Vermont, it is any PFAS in any amount that's intentionally added. And I really liked the slide Rich included earlier where there was the multicolored pyramid showing the different PFAS constituents, with the yellow ones, the kind of usual suspect 8-chain PFOA and PFOS that we're all familiar with. But I just want to stress that this ban in Vermont applies to that whole pyramid, all PFAS compounds, thousands of compounds. And so just as different states move in their own directions, it will be important and also somewhat difficult to keep track of what is permitted where. In Connecticut, there was legislation introduced but not ultimately passed that would have, and obviously the legislative session ended a couple days ago, and there's always next year. It would have banned PFAS in food packaging in any amount, whether or not intentionally added. So you can easily envision a scenario where PFAS could sneak into products, for example, if the manufacturer is using a water supply that's impacted by PFAS, for example. And that's the sort of thing that, perhaps wouldn't be known right away. So as these bans on PFAS in certain applications roll out, it will require some careful consideration of what is in various products and what that means for those products. This also leads to some interesting supply chain considerations. So those of you who manufacture items that may be subject to Prop 65, they're sold into California, may have already seen letters from your customers, et cetera, asking about, do these products have any of these particular substances? And we've increasingly seen such letters relate to PFAS, in part in preparation for such bans, but also in part because often the market simply moves a bit faster than the regulators when, the writing's on the wall and it's clear that folks are concerned about things. So, we see it with all sorts of substances. For example, Home Depot and the other big box stores banned certain paint strippers a couple of years before EPA banned them for methylene chloride, et cetera. And we're seeing the same thing with PFAS. So for example, Chipotle and Whole Foods and Sweet Greens and others that, trade in takeout food containers have announced their own private intentions to pivot away from food containers that contain PFAS. So as a result, they've had, presumably had to rethink their own supply chains and pay careful attention to, what is in the products that they're using. So let's just imagine ourselves for a moment in the shoes of some company that makes folded paper takeout containers. And this is, purely fictional. Any resemblance to anyone living or dead is purely a coincidence, whatever they say in the title card at the end of the movies. But, let's envision that we are a manufacturer of takeout containers. And let's further imagine that we don't make the paper ourselves. We buy it in big rolls, pre-coated, and we simply cut and fold it into the takeout containers. Well, such a company would be asked by its customers, hey, do these takeout containers have PFAS in them? And if you don't make the paper yourself, you get it from a supplier, then you now have to look up the supply chain to ask them. And so there's, you know, we're already seeing, and we'll continue to see further, some letters flying around the supply chain asking about PFAS and products. And, you know, again, circling back to that pyramid Rich displayed, I just want to, you know, caution folks that the letters, you know, just read them carefully. And I obviously, you know, it would require an evaluation of the specific wording of each one. But what you don't want is, you know, any confusion about what you can say, what you can't say, which constituents are being referenced, et cetera, because that'll, you know, cause any number of commercial problems down the line and potentially regulatory programs as these, you know, actual official bans come online. EPA, particularly with the change in administration, has also signaled some increased scrutiny of PFAS products in the marketplace and entering the marketplace. Just, I think yesterday, so we have up to the minute updates here. Just yesterday, EPA announced an intention to collect information on the manufacture, which under TSCA includes importation of PFAS compounds. So it will require companies that manufacture or import PFAS compounds, and again, a long list, thousands of compounds, to provide information to EPA on those compounds. And presumably that information will be used by EPA to inform further regulatory action. And then relatedly, but I think pre-existing the announcement that was just from yesterday, EPA has announced its intention to pull back on the availability of low volume exemptions to PFAS compounds. So what that means is when a new substance is entering commerce, there's a procedure under the Toxic Substances Control Act to provide EPA with information on the new substance and allow EPA to do like a safety review, essentially. For substances where a company was manufacturing or importing less than 10,000 kilograms per year, there was a streamlined pathway called the low volume exemption, where it was a 30-day, more streamlined review instead of a full in-depth 90-day review. EPA has indicated that it will, you know, pull back on the availability of low volume exemptions for PFAS related compounds because of their general sense that the low volume exemption is not appropriate where the substance has the potential to harm human health or the environment, and you know, its conclusion that PFAS substances do have the potential to harm human health or the environment. So folks who you know, manufacture or import items that have PFAS should just, you know, bear in mind the shifting posture under TSCA and the shifting and increasing reporting requirements. Moving to the next slide. And, you know, as Rich noted, there's significant movement and significant thought in the arena of disposal around PFAS. So in December, EPA issued interim guidance on destruction and disposal of PFAS. And, you know, I say here that it presents pros and cons of various disposal options. You know, it's not, frankly, thrilled about any of those disposal options, and highlights some considerations to just, you know, bear in mind before disposal options are selected. You know, as Rich indicated, with landfills, for example, there's always the potential for leachate to be a problem down the line. And as we have seen time and again over the years, landfills have the potential to become CERCLA or Superfund sites with lots of different parties in the mix. And PFAS compounds are not presently on the list of constituents subject to CERCLA, but all indications are that at least PFOA and PFOS may be in the fairly near future. So that would, change the complexion of, landfill sites, Superfund sites, et cetera, when the issue of liability is being allocated and analyzed. So it's the time is running out. I wasn't planning on doing a full deep dive into PFAS litigation anyway, just given the time frame. But rest assured, litigation continues, and it's an ever-shifting landscape. Dow and DuPont and Chemours. So there was like Dow DuPont merged, and then a bunch of different spinoffs happened in the last 4 or 5 years. And so there's just a settlement reached about how PFAS liability will be allocated among those various entities. Litigation continues, particularly in the area of water supplies, because there's been such focus on drinking water as an exposure pathway for PFAS. But then another emerging issue, which circles back to the point I was making on the last slide about supply chain considerations and relationships with vendors. Products liability matters relating to PFAS are also kicking up. So for example, and products liability, and then also commercial torts like false advertising, unfair trade practices, things of that nature. So for example, there's a recent case out of California where a manufacturer of, I think it was paper plates, was sued under unfair trade practices and similar theories because the paper plates were supposed to be compostable, but then they had a PFAS coating on them. So, if they are in the compost, then the concern is that the PFAS would get into the compost, and that's not, how you're supposed to be disposing of PFAS materials. So, we may see similar PFAS showing up in kind of more commercial tort contexts over the next few years. And so with just a few minutes remaining, I will pause and see if we have questions.
So we do have one initial question, and that is, how do you pronounce what PFAS stands for? Can either one of you say the full acronym out?
That's going to be rich.
That would be per and poly. Yeah, now you've got me on the spot. Thank you.
Isn't it?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm just losing it right now. It's per and polyfluoroalkyl substances.
Well done.
Don't ask me to spell it. I do the spell check every time.
Well, that's why we make it PFAS. We like acronyms and shorter versions of things. But we have a couple minutes left. Is there one thing you wish people knew about PFAS, or a myth you'd like to expel, just to educate the audience a little bit more on PFAS, since it is an emerging contaminant?
Well, I guess from my end, I would say from the environmental standpoint, because PFAS is an emerging contaminant and it's being scrutinized by state and federal regulatory agencies, depending on where your company resides, there are multiple different types of regulatory criteria by states. And then you also have the federal EPA for action level for drinking water. So I guess as you're moving forward, in Connecticut, we have, standards under the Rsrs that we need to adhere to. But if you're working in different states, or your company is located in different states, there are different requirements in each state.
And I would emphasize again that pyramid graphic that Rich showed that I love so much, which is, if you're talking about PFAS, it's really important to understand exactly what question is being presented to you and what question you're answering. Because, for example, suppose PFOA and PFOS are added to the list of CERCLA hazardous substances, that's 2. In many states, the list of groundwater constituents that are monitored, regulated, et cetera, is between 2 and 6 different constituents. So those that PFOA and PFOS, but then an additional 4. The TRI reporting that Rich mentioned for PFAS relates to 172 compounds. Some of the environmental testing of soil or groundwater would pick up, a few dozen. And then some of these bans on PFAS in food packaging would cover everything, which is thousands of constituents. So just to avoid misstatements or confusion, just using PFAS as a catch-all is very convenient and very common, but just be cognizant of what it can mean in different circumstances and make sure you're understanding it the same way, or the way that you need to in that context.
Great. And thank you both so much for taking time out of your day to join us and go over PFAS. I'm sure everybody learned a lot. I know I did. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
And last but certainly not least, join myself and John Blair for a review of the 2021 legislative session, the good, the bad, and the rest. John is an associate counsel with CBIA covering workers' compensation, banking, energy, and judiciary issues, as well as supporting the rest of the CBIA's advocacy team. John has more than 20 years of experience at the Connecticut General Assembly, including as a clerk with the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding and Commerce Committees. He also served as Chief of Staff to the Office of Health Strategy for 7 years. As for me, I work as a Government Affairs Associate covering budget and spending, higher education, the environment, and commerce-related issues. Prior to CBIA, I was a policy analyst with the House Republican Office covering committees including the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee, Appropriations Committee, and the Commerce Committee. Thanks for joining me, John.
Thank you, Ashley. It's great to be here today. I'm happy to be participating in this. It's been a great day watching and participating in the Energy and Environment Forum that has been put together, a number of great experts, which we obviously all can gain a lot from. So with regards to the 2021 session, Ashley and I started together back this late summer, early fall, when the Transfer Act regs were started, and so it was a big task for her to take on, and I took on the energy side of things. We were fortunate enough to start our jobs under great new leadership with Chris DiPentima and Eric Getty, who both lead us in the effort in the 2000 legislative session. We had a very good session overall. As I said, we took on new areas, Ashley and I. Ashley covered environment, and I covered the energy side of things. This session was a bit of a challenge, as life was a challenge to us all of last year with regards to facing new realities, and it wasn't any different with regards to us advocating before the legislature this year. It ended up being a virtual session, as you know. It was very difficult to use our typical and usual techniques of engaging and trying to block legislation. We had to do a lot more from a virtual side of things, but we worked through that and got to a good place. So the beginning of the session, there were more bills that had been presented to the legislature than ever before. We kind of hoped there would be a focus on economic recovery and the COVID, but they did all the bills that they normally would do, which kept us very active. Once we got into the committee process and testified, we got a little better understanding of what bills were for real. And we testified to those bills, some very late in the evening. We had folks on our staff testifying at 2 or 3 in the morning this year, including Ashley and myself. So we got through the committee process. We got into the General Assembly, which just ended on June 7th. And on June 7th, and the final call of things, with regards to how things went, it was a fast session, as I said. It was busy. Session closed, but it hasn't completely closed. There's a push on to have a special session to take on not only cannabis legislation, but also anything else that they didn't get done. They've indicated that they'd like to get done a special session, which is a bit disconcerting to those of us that work to kill certain bills. So nothing's dead until it's really dead. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take you through kind of the bills as of 2 days ago. We put together kind of a spreadsheet and PowerPoint presentation with regards to the bills in environment and energy that either passed or failed. We'll say up front that if any of the information in these slides is incorrect, a lot changed within the last 2 days. So we'll describe those if there's any difference with regards to changes that may have occurred in the past couple of days. So to start us off, oh, and before I start, I'd like to say I had a wonderful session working with Ashley Zane. She's incredibly bright and hardworking, and you got to see the energy that she brings to the team today. She's done a wonderful job today, so kudos to you, Ashley, on running the whole show here today. And why don't we kick it over to you to run the environment slides with regards to what passed or failed and what happened in and out of session.
Oh, thanks, John. That's really nice of you to say, and it's been a pleasure working with you as well. And of course, we couldn't have done any of this without Marcy as well. She's kind of been the boss behind the scenes. So starting out, we have the Environment Committee, which focused really on three main themes. They focused on recycling and our waste management crisis, PFAS, and climate change. So the first bill is 6503, an act concerning siting of anaerobic digestion facilities on farms. So what this does is it basically makes some basic siting and permitting exemptions to try to encourage the infrastructure that we have. So this way we can try to move some of the waste out of landfills and into a more productive process. This bill also created a voluntary municipal pilot program and makes STEEP create the regs and the rules surrounding that. And it does a few other things, but those are kind of the high level areas, and this came out of the CCMSS working group. The next, in terms of recycling, we also have SB 1037. This is more commonly referred to as the bottle bill. What it does is it increases the bottle deposit from 5 cents to 10 cents beginning in 2024. And as you can see, this bill made it all the way through the process. So now it waits the governor's signature. The bottle bill is something that comes up every year, and they try to make revisions, and sometimes they're successful and sometimes they are just not successful at all. So this year they got some headwind, and we'll see what the impacts are moving forward. So now we have SB 927 concerning revisions to the sewage spill right to know statute. This bill is of note because what it does is it increases public notice requirement, both for the people who have to report this bill, but also for DEEP. They're really going to be upgrading their technology and implementing real-time notification systems, which is going to be really important, especially as we've seen the role of technology within agencies throughout the pandemic increase. So this is a good step in our opinion. The next one is an act concerning emission standards for heavy and medium duty vehicles. This did not make it out of the House in time, so it didn't make it out by midnight on Wednesday. So this will likely show up again next year as an effort for climate change. Like I said, that was one of the themes. So like I said, we'll see this next year. The next one focuses on that third bucket, which is PFAS. As it was nicely said, and I can't repeat the full acronym out. But what it does is it prohibits the use of Class B firefighting foam and intentionally added PFAS into any kind of food packaging. This is a really important bill because, again, a lot of people don't know a whole lot about PFAS and the various roles it plays. So we're going to be monitoring this and see what we can do to make sure that various industries like manufacturing aren't prohibitively affected by this new bill. The next one falls into the climate change category. This is the governor's proposal, so his large overarching bill on how to address climate change. The three main components of the final bill, because the initial bill had a lot more information in it than it currently does, it authorizes municipal stormwater authorities statewide. So prior to this bill, you could only have one if DEEP allowed you to have one, and I believe there are only 3 towns that actually had the stormwater authorities authorized. It also adds flood prevention and climate resilience to the purview of municipal flood and erosion control boards. They didn't have that before, so all this does, it expands the types of projects that they can do. And lastly, it expands the Green Bank's role, and they can add in climate resilience programs. Now we have 6496. This also made it all the way through the process. It establishes a pilot program to beneficially use fill for certain reclaimed materials generated in Connecticut. This is going to be a really interesting pilot program that we're going to be keeping an eye on, and if you have any additional questions on this, or if you're interested in being one of the, I believe, 4 projects that will be approved, please reach out to us. And these are just an example of other bills that have passed out of the committee process but didn't quite make it out of the entire legislative process. I will say the one bill that did make it through the entire process between the day we made this PowerPoint and the final day of session is the very first one, SB 924. This is really great because, as all of you know, DEEP is going to be having retirement soon, staff shortages, and this is going to require DEEP to take a look at all of the programs that they administer and how those retirements and those staffing needs are going to be affected. And I'll send it over to you, John.
Thank you, Ashley. So I'll cover the Energy and Technology Committee's work this year. I'll start out by saying there was no one in particular bill that was overarching, that was offensive or non-offensive. There are individual bills throughout that were a little bit difficult for some to handle. So there was no major swath of energy legislation, but I do want to go through some individual bills. And as I said, some of these include items that didn't actually occur. This is not awaiting the governor's signature. This is Senate Bill 855, an act concerning decoupling of PURA and DEEP. I think it's a popular idea, but not such a popular idea with the commissioner of DEEP. Therefore, this bill did not got out of the Senate and was amended in the Senate to what would have been a study by DEEP and PURA to determine how to decouple the two entities over the next few years. But as I said, it didn't get out of the House of Representatives. I'm not sure if it'll be taken up in special session. Senate Bill 882 is an act concerning climate change, mitigation, and home energy and affordability. This bill also did not move at all. It stayed in the Senate. This was the governor's proposal that would require electric distributors to reach a level of 0 greenhouse gas emissions by January 2040. So that was one that got out of committee but did not get out of the full chamber. This bill, Senate Bill 952, an act concerning solar energy projects. This proposal requires DEEP to establish energy goals that equal 300 megawatts by 1224, 650 megawatts by 1227, and 1 kilowatt megawatt by 1230. So the funding mechanism the bill further requires that PURA initiate proceedings of development and implement programs associated with funding mechanisms for electric energy storage resources. It outlines DEEP's solicitation and procurement strategy. DEEP and PURA are to report back to E&T regarding progress and implementation of these energy goals next year. Senate Bill 950 was a bill that dealt with replacement of public utility poles post-storm. This is always a year-to-year fight between the tree wardens and local control over state control. Local control won again this year. The tree wardens are preserving some of the rights they have, where electric distributors like to be able to get in there and get things done a little more efficient post-storm. But that also did not move out of the Senate. Senate Bill 999, the great Lee Hoffman brought up earlier today, an act concerning a just transition to climate protective energy production and community investment. This proposal requires certain renewable energy projects that exceed 2 megawatts in capacity to adhere to costly project development requires, found in project labor agreements and also community benefit agreements, such as compliance with prevailing wage standards and standard wages. This bill originally had a 5 megawatt standard along with a 2.5 million cap X as the trigger to having to include these onerous project labor and community benefit agreements. It was one of the most debated bills in the General Assembly this year related to energy. It got through. We were certainly concerned about it because, as we know, renewable energies are an expensive venture to begin with. This would only add more costs. So this bill was one that we were greatly concerned about. Labor kind of won out there. This bill is, next bill is HB 6524, an act concerning the solicitation of new fuel cell electricity generation projects. This proposal will require EDCs, Eversource and UI, to solicit proposals to acquire new fuel cell electricity generation projects. This bill I got through at the very last minute. It limits the total aggregate amount of project capacity procured under the program to be no more than 30 megawatts, a portion based on the EDC distribution load. So this is a bill that was important to a couple of our members, and we were happy to help them out in getting it through. And The next bill I got is HB 6526, an act concerning electric suppliers. This bill also got through the General Assembly. This proposal prohibits suppliers from charging residential customers a variable rate for electric generation services and deems any contract between electric suppliers and residential customers null and void. The bill prohibits supplier contracts with termination fees and early cancellation fees for residential customers. This bill, throughout the session, it kind of went back and forth. Once they narrowed it down to only affecting residential customers, it made it a little easier for us to swallow. So we didn't really push back too hard on that. Also passed and got through and is on the governor's desk for signature. Again, thank you for your time today, and I'm going to kick it back to Ashley to close out the program.
Great, so we do have a few questions from the audience. So John, what amount of these bills do you think is going to come back next session, at least on the energy side?
Out of the total, like 100%, I'd say about 50-50, or about 50%.
Okay.
We could see rising again.
And it was a different legislature. So how do you think next year you're going to be more effective, given that there aren't going to be a lot of virtual meetings happening? There might be some hybrids, but what's your prediction for the next session?
So yeah, my history was shared up there earlier. You know, I started back 20 years ago in the legislature. So for me, it's watching what's happened this year with the backdrop and the context of how the regular process goes. I think if I look at the future, this gives people outside the building that normally wouldn't have access to the public process, So I believe that the virtual nature will always be part of our legislative process in the future. I believe we will also have the ability to be in person next year. I don't think we would settle for anything less. I think that has to occur. But I do believe, like a lot of businesses, our world is looking at a hybrid, much more of a hybrid model, whether it be in business or politics, and I expect that we will have some of that next year. I think, you know, my opinion, I think it's better, the more voices heard, the better. And although it will extend the hearings and extend the time that the legislatures have to hear the public, I think you end up with a better product at the end of the day. So I do think there's some things that came out of the pandemic with regards to how to manage through a legislative session. There's some positive things that we could really learn from. But I believe we'll get back to some normalcy where we can do some hand-to-hand combat and see people eye to eye, which would be very helpful.
Great. Yeah, I would like to be back in the building. So again, thanks, John, for joining me for our legislative update. Again, if you have any questions about any of the bills that have passed or didn't pass, please feel free to reach out to John or I. We're more than happy to give you additional information. So with that, again, I'd like to thank all of our speakers, and again to our generous sponsors at Burns McDonnell, Dave Pitney, GZA, Pullman Comley, the United Illuminating Company, and Robinson+Cole, all who have helped make today possible. A big thank you as well to the staff here at CBIA, and in particular our coordinator, Marcy Flemke, who as always has gone above and beyond to make sure this event is successful. We hope that this was informative and inspiring as we continue to innovate and reimagine the state's energy and environmental landscapes. For more information on the E2 Council, past meetings, and how to become a member, please visit our website at cbia.com/E2. Giving you a couple more minutes of your day back, but thanks for joining us and have a great rest of your day.